Chapter 326. You don't have to ask. I know who the Qing Emperor is. If he was really possessed by the Qing Emperor, you wouldn't even know how you died. Oomph. Fairy Wanner snorted coldly. You know the Qing Emperor? Who is he? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Why should I tell you? Fairy Wanner looked at Gu Hai with a face full of anger. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Previously, when he was confused, he did not want to think about it. At that time, he was confused and mistook Fairy Wanner for Qianxianer. I will take responsibility. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Responsibility? Who wants you to take responsibility? Fairy Wanner glared at him and said angrily, Gu Hai, listen to me. Nothing happened today. You and I never. Anyway, you want to forget what happened before. Take responsibility? I don't need you to take responsibility. Oomph. Fairy Wanner snorted angrily. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Although he was confused and couldn't tell who was who, what happened at that time was deeply engraved in his mind. Even the nascent soul in the Fire God Palace felt close to Fairy Wanner. Not only Gu Hai, but one of Fairy Wanner's nascent souls also felt the same. This was why Fairy Wanner was the most angry. What I said will always be effective. You. Gu Hai shook his head and said, I don't want it to be effective. Bastard. I said that nothing happened between us. Oomph. Fairy Wanner stepped forward and was about to leave this embarrassing place. However, just as she reached the entrance of the underground palace, she turned back. She walked to the bedside. The bed was a mess. In the center of the bedsheet, there was a small patch of bright red blood. Oomph. She snorted coldly. Fairy Wanner put away the bedsheet and walked out of the underground palace. You haven't told me who Qing Emperor is. Gu Hai shouted. Go and find it yourself, you big bastard. Fairy Wanner shouted and rushed out of the underground palace. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. However, he did not give chase. Indeed, since he knew the name, he would slowly investigate. Qing Emperor? It should be easy to find them. Turning his head, Gu Hai glanced at the decapitated Hu Dongtian again. His face was gloomy as he reached out and took off the bracelet. Boom! A loud noise came from outside the hall. The Fairy Wanner had broken the enchantment from the inside with a loud bang. Along with the marionette pole on the enchantment, it was cut in half. With a loud bang, it flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the horizon. Emperor Tang Chu and the others quickly rushed into the underground palace. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head. In the outside world, when the marionette pole was broken, everyone was free. Some people ran away in fear, while others rushed in exasperatedly, wanting to take revenge on Hu Dongtian. However, when they rushed into the underground palace, they saw that Hu Dongtian's head was separated from his body. Dead? He got off too easy. Everyone was exasperated. Not far away, there was a lower level. Someone stepped in curiously. Someone cried out in alarm. What's wrong? Everyone rushed over. Hiss! Everyone who entered sucked in a breath of cold air. Plucking yin to nourish yang? Hu Dongtian cultivated an evil technique? This woman is shriveled up. But isn't she the Zhang family's woman who disappeared half a year ago? Everyone was shocked. Another cry of alarm sounded. They had entered the lowest level of the underground palace. At the lowest level, there were 3,000 corpses. They were obviously used by Hu Dongtian to cultivate an evil technique. Heaven-mending sect? Heaven-mending sect? Evil sects. Everyone has the right to kill. If it wasn't for the Emperor, who knows how many women would have been killed by him. I was wondering why the city guard were looking for Hu Dongtian. But it turns out that he is a demon. The disciples of Heaven-mending sect are all demons. No, we didn't know. We really didn't know that the sect leader would do such a thing. The disciples of Heaven-mending sect were shocked. Thank you, Emperor Dahan. Thank you, Emperor, for eradicating evil. Thank you, Emperor, for loving your people like your own children. You didn't hurt us when you fought against Hu Dongtian. Thank you, Emperor. Everyone was grateful to Gu Hai. However, they despised Hu Dongtian's corpse. Gu Hai nodded and led the soldiers of Dahan into the third level of the underground palace. After searching slowly, they found a golden bead. Golden bead of the Midas touch? Who Dantian fixed it? The city lord of Heaven Mending City was surprised. You know it? Yes, this is one of old man Guanxi's treasures. It can turn earth and stone into metal. The city lord of Heaven Mending City explained. Oh, Guhai narrowed his eyes. Did that mean that there was a heavenly go piece in there too? He carefully put away the golden bead, and the metal below turned back into earth. Rumble. The loose stone people could leave safely. Announce Hu Dongtian's crimes to Heaven Mending City. Hang his corpse outside the city for the people to despise. Guhai said coldly. Yes. The city lord of Heaven Mending City replied. Hu Dongtian was dead, but Guhai still didn't think it was enough. He wanted to hang his corpse outside the city for the people to despise. Guhai didn't deal with the other disciples of Heaven Mending Sect. Guhai didn't blame them. After dealing with the matters of Heaven Mending Sect, Guhai left with the officials of Dahan. The city lord of Heaven Mending City also returned to Heaven Mending City. In the end, Heaven Mending Sect was razed to the ground by the angry gamblers. He didn't stay in Heaven Mending City. Guhai led the army back to the capital. The flying ship flew towards Chowga City. It would take some time to fly. Guhai sat in the palace of the flying ship and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. He looked into his body and saw the changes in the Fire God Palace. An embryo. It was as if there was a small life inside, moving and moving as if it was breathing. Every breath was 10 times faster than before, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body. It was not just a little bit faster than when he was in the Golden Core realm. From this embryo, Guhai could also sense that he could use a scorching flame. The first stage of the Yuanying state, the nascent soul. I've finally entered the Yuanying state. The first nascent soul, fire nascent soul? I didn't expect it to be because of fairy want. Guhai opened his eyes with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, Guhai flipped his hand, and a huge piece of silk cloth appeared in his palm. He gently spread it open. Heaven and Earth Een and Yang Mary Karma, Mending Heaven's Great Compassion prose poem. What a long name. Guhai revealed a hint of Guhai. This is a cultivation technique. Guhai, read it carefully. There were 129,600 words in the entire technique. They were densely packed and difficult to understand. However, Guhai's chest soul clone in the space between his eyebrows was close to 10,000 copies of Guhai. He read it all in the blink of an eye and analyzed it quickly. The cultivation technique was too obscure. Guhai analyzed it for 3 days before he could understand it. Shock flashed in his eyes. How did the Heaven Mending Sect end up in such a miserable state with such a ridiculous cultivation technique? Guhai said in shock. Guhai widened his eyes and read it carefully again. Only then did he confirm that he wasn't dreaming. Heaven and Earth Een and Yang intercourse, forming karma, and mending heaven, mending great compassion prose poem. Taking the words from the beginning and the end and calling it talent? The work of talent? Is this a cultivation technique bestowed by the heavens? A cultivation technique nurtured by heaven and earth? It can't be, right? Guhai revealed a hint of surprise. The entire technique was too strange. It was the first time Guhai had seen a cultivation technique described with the tone of the heavens. Yin and Yang intercourse? This is a dual cultivation technique that connects the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The foundation of cultivation is to form the true God, and the nascent soul of the dual cultivation Tao partner is the God Empress. For example, my Fire God Palace forms the Fire God, and Fairy One, Ur's nascent soul enters my Fire God Palace to form a dual cultivation technique with the Fire God. From then on, they are bound together for good or ill. Fire God Empress. The Fire God's cultivation Tao partner can only be Fairy One. Guhai frowned slightly. The pink aura of the heaven-mending ball had already guided him to dual cultivation with Fairy One once. No wonder he had broken through the Yuanying state so easily. According to the cultivation technique, the more dual cultivation techniques, the faster his cultivation would improve. Oh, right. There are also requirements for cultivating this cultivation technique. The stronger the foundation, the smoother the cultivation. The purer the energy in each acupoint, the easier it is to cultivate. The different types of energy can't be mixed up, or it will conflict and explode. No wonder the previous sect masters of the heaven-mending sect cultivated to death. Who can compare to me in terms of pure energy? Cultivating the body externally and cultivating the 5 deity palaces internally is the purest energy. This cultivation technique seems to be tailor-made for me. Guhai was slightly stunned and smiled bitterly. A while ago, Guhai was still looking through all kinds of cultivation techniques in the Yuanying state. After all, Huang Fuchaoga had collected a lot of them in the past, but he hadn't found one that he was satisfied with. He reluctantly chose a few and was hesitant about whether to cultivate them. Now that this cultivation technique was out, Guhai didn't care about the other cultivation techniques. Using karma to nourish the heavens? Cutting off karma and gathering heavenly power? Is karma the cause and effect of all living beings? The evil karma of the evildoers is the most obvious. Hu Dantian opened the bestial battle arena to make it easier for him to kill the evildoers and resolve their evil karma. Using the heaven-mending power to repair all kinds of magic treasures? Guhai was slightly stunned. Heaven-mending power? Guhai had never seen it before, but Hu Dantian was famous for cultivating magic treasures. It shouldn't be fake. Moreover, the cultivation technique he cultivated was incomplete. Repair everything? Can it even nourish the heavens? Guhai narrowed his eyes and was shocked. He continued to study the cultivation technique for a while. Guhai shook his head slightly. Heaven and earth, yin and yang. Karma nourishes the heavens. Great compassion poem. I can understand the yin and yang intercourse, and karma nourishes the heavens. However, I can't see anything from the names of the heaven and earth and great compassion poem. Moreover, I only have a rough understanding of this cultivation technique. Although Guhai had not completely comprehended it yet, he was already determined to cultivate it based on what he saw earlier. He read it 10 times carefully to make sure he didn't remember wrongly. Bang! He reached out his hand, and a large amount of flames gushed out from the fire god palace and burned the silk cloth. The silk cloth and the cultivation technique on it were completely burned to ashes. This cultivation technique couldn't be revealed. Since I don't understand the heaven and earth and great compassion poem, I'll call you the great compassion poem of heaven and earth until I fully understand it. To prevent it from being leaked, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth has 9 levels of heavens. I wonder if the first level of heaven is difficult. Guhai took a deep breath. He cleared his mind and adjusted his state of mind. When everything was perfect, Guhai slowly cultivated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Chapter 3:27. On the airship, Guhai had been in seclusion all this while. He was practicing the great compassion fu of heaven and earth. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth was extremely complex. A single cultivation technique was superior to countless other cultivation techniques. Others would need a cultivation technique for their dantian and 5 orifices, but Guhai's great compassion fu of heaven and earth covered everything. Guhai was surrounded by high-grade spiritual stones. Huff! Suddenly, Guhai's body was like a black hole, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones. In an instant, tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones were sucked dry and turned into dust. The energy from tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones rushed into his body. A portion of it went straight to the nascent soul in the fire god palace, while the rest went to his dantian. In his dantian, the spiritual progenitor turned into a small purple pool. However, this pool was very strange. It had 2 sides like 2 bowls stuck together back to back. The top of the pool rotated clockwise while the bottom rotated anti-clockwise. It was very strange. The top is the heaven-mending pool, and the bottom is the transformation pool. Transformation heaven-mending pool is formed just like that. The first level of the great compassion fu of heaven and earth doesn't seem to be difficult. Guhai opened his eyes with a trace of doubt. After analyzing for a while, Guhai shook his head. No, it is because my foundation is good. The true yuan in my dantian is formed by the spiritual progenitor. The spiritual progenitor is the mother of all spirits, the origin of all kinds of spiritual energy. That is why it is so easy to form the transformation heaven-mending pool, although it is just a prototype. Guhai let out a long sigh. A trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty. Suddenly, Tang Chu's voice came from outside the door. Guhai was slightly puzzled. He got up and walked out of the hall. Squeak, 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 squeak. In the outside world, countless bats were flying in all directions. Your Majesty, look, Tang Chu said with an unpleasant expression. Then, he saw countless bats flying around a large town in the distance. They were savagely attacking the townsfolk. Help! Don't kill me. Vampire, save me. A series of shouts sounded. Vampire? Guhai's expression darkened. Yes, they seem to be attacking the people, Tang Chu said with an ugly expression. Guhai looked down and saw 20 black-robed men standing in the distance. Don't worry, we won't kill you all. We will leave 10 people alive to report to your emperor. The leader of the black-robed men sneered. Elders of the Blood Clan, we didn't provoke you. A cultivator below said anxiously. You didn't provoke me, but Guhai did. Go and report to Guhai. Quickly release Chongming. Otherwise, we'll slaughter every town. I don't believe that Guhai doesn't care about you to hand citizens living outside the city, the leader of the black-robed men said coldly. What? The 3 neighboring towns were all killed by you? The Xiozha below exclaimed. As long as Guhai doesn't hand over Chongming, I will make all the people in his territory suffer. If you want to blame someone, blame Guhai. The leader of the black-robed men sneered. Guhai looked down from high up in the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, Are you looking for me? The Yuanying states Guhai's voice was so loud that it shook the area below. Countless bats paused and turned to look at the sky. The 20 black-robed men below also seemed to have just noticed. Guhai. The leader of the black-robed men revealed a shocked expression. Your Majesty? Your Majesty, save us. The people below who were attacked by the bats screamed in horror. Guhai's eyes turned cold, and the Fire God Palace's nascent soul surged with energy. Guhai gently waved his right hand. Bang! The overwhelming fire instantly covered everything below. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats suddenly fled in horror. What? What kind of fire is this? The black-robed men's faces changed as the fire burned their bodies. Guhai controlled the fire so well that it didn't burn any civilians. However, countless bats were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye amidst their screams. With a wave of his hand, millions of bats were burned to ashes. The civilians below the city were shocked. A group of Dahan soldiers stood on the flying ship. At this moment, all of them were staring with wide eyes as they knew that Guhai was only a golden core realm cultivator in the past. Your Majesty just came to the Yuanying state. What? What kind of fire is this? Why is it so domineering? The soldiers looked at Guhai in shock. The fire seemed to stick to the black-robed men and couldn't be extinguished at all. This is the divine fire? The divine fire that the demonic beasts cultivate? The undying divine fire? Guhai, you refined the fire god into your body. The 20 black-robed men below desperately tried to extinguish the fire on their bodies. Undying divine fire? The divine fire that can't be extinguished by those who don't open the Sky Palace? Your Majesty seemed to have refined the fire locust deity previously. Is it because of the fire locust deity? That's not right. Divine fire? Aren't humans unable to control divine fire? Moreover, even the supreme demonic beasts can only use a limited amount of divine power. Back then, the fire locust deity didn't have the ability to use the undying divine fire. How did your Majesty? The soldiers looked at Guhai blankly. Guhai also looked at his own performance in amazement. Below, the fire filled the sky. After incinerating countless bats, Guhai pulled them all back with a wave of his hand. The undying divine fire could be retrieved. Why could he use this kind of divine fire? Guhai understood. It was because of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. The 20 black-robed men below screamed in pain. No matter what they did, they couldn't extinguish it. Guhai, I'm going to kill you. Kill Guhai and the fire will be extinguished. Kill him. The 20 black-robed men soared into the sky in pain. Guhai flipped his hand, and a blood saber appeared. The 20 black-robed men approached him in the blink of an eye. Oomph! Guhai slashed with his saber. When he was in the Golden Core realm, he could already use the power of the Yuanying state with the blood saber. Now Guhai was in the Yuanying state. Boom! One of the black-robed men was instantly split in half. Then his body was quickly incinerated. The moment he killed the black-robed man, Guhai acutely felt that a strange force seemed to have entered his dantian. To be precise, it entered the transformation pool in his dantian. No, why am I here? Am I dead? The strange force screamed in horror. 3 souls? Guhai was slightly stunned. The 3 souls of the black-robed men he just killed were sucked into the transformation pool. The transformation pool rotated counterclockwise. It was as if a stone mill was grinding the 3 souls. Oh no! The 3 souls screamed in agony and gradually disappeared into the transformation pool. The heaven-mending lake at the top rotated clockwise and slowly emitted traces of 9-colored mist. Only a little bit. Heaven-mending energy? Guhai was surprised. He killed Big Brother? Kill him, or we will all be burned to death. The group of black-robed men rushed toward Guhai. Guhai's eyes turned cold, and he slashed with his blood saber again. Rumble. Guhai killed the 15 black-clad men in the blink of an eye. The 3 spiritual souls of all the evil men that Guhai killed entered the karmic transformation pool. Then they all turned into heaven-mending energy, which entered the heaven-mending pool. Those who are killed by me can't be reincarnated? Guhai narrowed his eyes and analyzed. The remaining 5 black-robed men fled in fear. However, the inextinguishable divine fire enveloped their bodies and could not be extinguished. After fleeing for a while, they finally fell from the sky and died. Even though they had flown far away, their 3 souls and karmic powers entered the transformation pool. A light flashed in Guhai's eyes. This cultivation technique was strange and unfathomable. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. The townspeople below all knelt down gratefully. If it were not for Guhai, the town would have been massacred by the vampires. Everyone, please rise. It's because of my incompetence that the vampires dared to invade our territory. However, please believe that the Dahan will become stronger and stronger. One day, all the enemies will be terrified and will not dare to disturb your peaceful lives. Guhai comforted them. Yes, the townspeople answered. Guhai nodded and waved his hand. The flying boat continued to head toward Chauga City. Guhai had killed a group of vampires so easily just now, but the soldiers of the Dahan were stunned. The Emperor was becoming more and more mysterious. Guhai returned to the main hall, where he had been in seclusion before. After closing the door, he slowly took out the marionette pole that had been cut by the fairy wander. The marionette pole had been cut in half and was completely broken. After joining the 2 halves of the marionette pole together, a dignified look flashed in his eyes. He reached out a finger and gently touched the broken part, releasing the heaven-mending power that he had just refined from his fingertip. The heaven-mending power was in the form of a mist. When it touched the broken part, it was hazy and went into the broken part. When his finger left the broken part, the heaven-mending power in the form of mist also went into the broken part. At this moment, the broken part disappeared. It was strangely repaired. The heaven-mending power just now was consumed in the blink of an eye. What he got in return was Guhai's astonished expression. It's repaired? The marionette pole is repaired? Guhai looked at this magic treasure in amazement. The broken part was very smooth, as if it had never been broken before. Everything was restored to normal. The shocked Guhai gently activated it with his magic power. Buzz! The marionette pole emitted a faint golden light. Guhai could sense strands of transparent silk waiting for him to throw them out. Heaven-mending power? What a strange heaven-mending power. It's repaired? Guhai looked at the magic treasure in his hand in amazement. Another 5 days later, in front of the deck of Guhai's flying boat, there was a dragon chair. Behind the dragon chair stood Tang Chu and a group of soldiers of the Dahan. This time, They had opened 12 cities and returned to the capital. All of them looked excited. On the dragon chair, Gu Hai sat, holding the armrest of the dragon chair with both hands, looking at the panicked fate of Chaoga City. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at Chaoga City," Tang Chu said with a smile. Chapter 328. Chaoga City. Before Gu Hai left, he had made proper arrangements. Shang Wanhen wouldn't intervene in the affairs of the imperial court, except for major events. After receiving the great Miojin and his entourage, Shang Wanhen stayed away from the three of them. However, Cui Tai found Shang Wanhen again, in a pavilion in Shang Wanhen's mansion. Shang Wanhen received Cui Tai's visit. In the pavilion, Shang Wanhen poured a cup of tea for Cui Tai and himself. "Mr. Cui, may I know why you are here?" Shang Wanhen asked with a smile after drinking a mouthful of tea. Cui Tai drank a mouthful of tea and said with a sneer, "Mr. Shang Wan, you are easy to find. I couldn't find you these days. If the great Miojin didn't remind me to stay here, I wouldn't know how to find you. I am busy, so it is normal that you can't find me. But you are waiting for the emperor to come back. Why are you looking for me?" Shang Wanhen said with a smile. Cui Tai's expression turned serious as he stared at Shang Wanhen. Shang Wanhen was as calm as ever. "Who are you? Why do you give me a familiar feeling? Are you a member of the Xuanwu clan?" Cui Tai asked with a deep voice. Maybe my face is more common?" Shang Wanhen said lightly. "No, it's not your face, it's my feeling. I have looked for information about you these days. You are the seventh son of Guanxi's 9 sons? But I don't believe that Miao Chun, who was preparing to destroy the Han dynasty, suddenly calmed down when he saw you. Who are you?" Cui Tai's face turned gloomy. Shang Wanhen drank a mouthful of tea and said with a cold expression, "Mr. Cui, who I am has nothing to do with you. No, that aura on you is the aura of a paragon. The paragon is already dead, but why do you have that aura on you? Could it be? Cui Tai's eyes gradually turned red. "Could it be what?" Shang Wanhen said coldly. "God? I, the god of the Xuanwu clan, am." Cui Tai looked at Shang Wanhen with bloodshot eyes. Shang Wanhen narrowed his eyes. You really know how to think. However, no matter who I am, what does it have to do with you? Haven't you already become a slave of the Solar Divine Palace? No, the god of my Xuanwu clan must have been destroyed by the heavens. Maybe it was a fragment of the god? Let me see." Cui Tai immediately stood up, as if he was going to pounce on Shang Wanhen. Ugh! But just as he got up, Cui Tai's figure suddenly swayed, as if he was about to lose his balance. "There's poison in the tea. You poison me?" Cui Tai glared at Shang Wanhen. "Mr. Cui, please conduct yourself with dignity. After all, this is not your slave. I can spare your life. But if you act recklessly again, don't blame me for being impolite." Shang Wanhen said coldly. "This is the black snake poison. You are indeed from the Xuanwu clan. Who are you? What is your relationship with the paragon? Do you have a fragment of the god on you?" Cui Tai asked while swaying. Shang Wanhen said in a low voice, "Great Miojin, you've been watching for a long time, right? Is this your slave? Are you the one who wants to test me?" In Chaoga City, on a floating island in the distance, the great Miojin and the white-robed woman were playing Go. Shang Wanhen, this is a matter of your Xuanwu clan. I'm not testing you. But I'm curious, who are you? Do you have a fragment of the god Xuanwu? The great Miojin said indifferently. Although they were far away, the great Miojin's voice strangely reached Shang Wanhen's residence. "I said no, but you didn't believe me, but I didn't expect that Cui Tai would be reduced to such a state of being a slave. Regardless of whether I have a fragment of the god Xuanwu or not, he actually dared to provoke this matter in front of outsiders." Shang Wanhen looked at Cui Tai with narrowed eyes. "If you have a fragment of the god Xuanwu, you don't have the qualifications to have it." Cui Tai shouted while swaying. "Oh, I don't have the qualifications, but you do? Ha. Shang Wanhen's face showed a trace of coldness. Shang Wanhen turned his head and said, "Great Miojin, I remember that you owed the paragon Xuanwu a favor back then, right? What, now that the Xuanwu clan has declined, you want to add insult to injury?" On the distant floating island, the great Miojin's hand suddenly paused. It seems that you are indeed related to the paragon Xuanwu. You even know this? Heh, you're from the Xuanwu clan, and Chui Tai is also from the Xuanwu clan. How about this? I won't interfere in the matters of your Xuanwu clan. You and Chui Tai can deal with it yourselves. The great Myojin said indifferently. Oh, you won't interfere, even if I kill this traitor? Shangwan Hen said in a low voice. I won't interfere. However, Chui Tai has been with me for some time, so I won't interfere in his matters. However, I can help him detoxify the poison in his body once. The great Myojin said indifferently. As he spoke, he suddenly threw the chess piece in his hand. The chess piece shot over like a meteor from afar and landed on Chui Tai in the blink of an eye. The chess piece struck Chui Tai's abdomen, and Chui Tai immediately vomited a mouthful of green liquid. Then he crashed into a house. Boom! Chui Tai crashed into a house, creating a cloud of dust. However, Chui Tai was inexplicably excited amid the cloud of dust. Ha ha! Many thanks, great Myojin. The poison is detoxified. Black snake poison? Shangwan Hen, let's see where you can run to now. Chui Tai roared as he charged out of the rubble. Buzz! A large cloud of fog suddenly rose from Shangwan Hen's residence. It was the formation that Gu Hai laid in the past. Strength to pick up mountains, might conquers the world. The guards of Shangwan Hen's residence immediately controlled their cloud beasts to charge over. Humph! You want to be impudent before me with this level of strength? Break from me! Chui Tai shouted. Boom! Chui Tai punched with all his might. Immediately, the Xiangyu cloud beast exploded. It was not just the Xiangyu cloud beast. Even the entire formation exploded. Even Shangwan Hen's residence exploded. Shangwan Hen, come out. Chui Tai turned his head to look around the rubble. Shangwan Hen had already disappeared. Chui Tai had opened a heavenly palace after all. Although it was just a low-level heavenly palace, he still opened a heavenly palace. His destructive power was extremely ferocious. Whoosh! A flying ship flew out of the city. Shangwan Hen, where are you going? Chui Tai shouted and quickly gave chase. Whoosh! The flying ship was very fast, and so was Chui Tai. In the blink of an eye, the two rushed out of the city. The destructive power of the heavenly palace was too strong. If they fought in the city, the civilians would suffer. Whoosh! Suddenly, Chui Tai's figure flashed and blocked the flying ship. In the southern part of the city, Chui Tai blocked Shangwan Hen and revealed a sinister smile. Shangwan Hen, seeing that you and I are both from the Xuanwu clan, if you really have a god fragment, give it to me, and I can spare you. Chui Tai, back then, supremacy's biggest mistake was to spoil you too much. Shangwan Hen said coldly. As he spoke, rolling green fog suddenly appeared around Shangwan Hen. It was clearly poison gas. Humph. Poison? Previously, when my two bodies merged, you succeeded. Do you think it will still work now? Chui Tai snorted coldly, and his figure flashed. Boom! Chui Tai turned into a 500 zhang tall Xuanwu. 500 zhang tall Tong Tian covered the ground. It was incomparably vast. When the black tortoise and black snake merged, a huge heavenly palace aura burst out, forming a storm. The moment the Xuanwu appeared, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Countless people in the city turned their heads to look in shock. On the floating island in the city, the great Myojin stopped playing chess and looked into the distance. The black tortoise looked ferocious, while the black snake opened its mouth and sucked in the green fog. My black snake body can even absorb supremacy's poison gas. It's a great supplement for me. Why don't you continue? Oh, your poison gas does have a hint of supremacy's aura. You really did obtain the inheritance of the Xuanwu clan? Do you have a god fragment? The black snake roared excitedly. Shangwan Hen's face turned ugly. Shangwan Hen didn't have a Xuanwu god fragment, but a complete body. He did have some Xuanwu god secret techniques, but if he used them, he would be exposed. Most importantly, Chui Tai, a scum of the Xuanwu clan, forcing him to make a move? If he didn't use his divine power, he would only be part of the Yuanying state. However, if he used it and exposed himself, it wouldn't be just Chui Tai who would be in trouble. Countless supremacy monster beasts would want to snatch his god fragment. Chui Tai, this is the Han Dynasty. You're going against me in the Han Dynasty. Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Han Dynasty? Shangwan Hen said coldly. Han Dynasty? Haha, what bullshit Han Dynasty. Today, I want you to hand over the Xuanwu God Fragment. What do you do to me? So what if that Gu Hai is in front of me? I can squash him to death with a single finger. Do you believe me? Chui Tai said coldly. Shangwan Hen was about to explode in anger. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. You think you can squash me to death with a single finger? Hell, what a boastful tone. The black snake and black tortoise were confused. Your Majesty. Shangwan Hen's face lit up with joy. Your Majesty is back. Your Majesty is back. Your Majesty is back. Countless worried citizens and officials in the city were overjoyed. After all, Shangwan Hen had poisoned Chongming and saved the city. Now that he was being cornered by Xuanwu, everyone was worried about Shangwan Hen. However, there was nothing they could do. Guhai. On the floating island, the great Myojin said in a deep voice. The white-robed woman stood up slowly. That's Guhai. She saw a flying boat slowly approaching from afar. In front of the flying boat was the dragon throne. Guhai was sitting on the dragon throne. Guhai had just returned. As soon as he came back and saw the surging luck of Chaoga City, before he could feel happy, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. It was the huge Xuanwu in the distance, bullying Shangwan Hen. Guhai commanded the flying boat to fly over with a gloomy face. Guhai, it's useless for you to come back. Stay aside. This is the business of the Xuanwu clan. Chui Tai said coldly. Everything in the Dahan is my business. Who do you think you are to humiliate the people of the Dahan in my Chaoga City? Guhai snorted coldly. As he snorted, he flipped his hand. The heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly flew out and enlarged 100 times in an instant. Roar! Suddenly, the underground dragon vein responded with a long roar. All the luck moved toward the heaven-suppressing divine seal. You want to suppress me with a mere imperial seal? The imperial seal is more like it. What a joke. The black snake swung its tail to the sky as if it wanted to smash the heaven-suppressing divine seal with its tail. Buzz! The black chess piece on the heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly emitted a faint black light. Luck from all around suddenly rushed into the heaven-suppressing divine seal, which enlarged 100 times. At the same time, a golden dragon rushed out from the underground dragon vein and floated in the sky. It seemed to be carrying countless mountains on its back as it merged with the heaven-suppressing divine seal and pressed down on the black snake's tail. The black snake's tail was instantly smashed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal, and it smashed onto the black turtle's back. Boom! The huge suppressive force caused the ground to shake violently, and that area suddenly sank. Kaboom! Along with Chui Tai's scream, the turtle shell suddenly broke into pieces. Blood instantly spurted out from the inside. What? The great Myojin in the distance said in a deep voice. Chui Tai has the power to open the Heaven Palace. How can Guhai? The white-robed woman on the side was also shocked. Shangwan Hen also looked at Guhai in shock. Guhai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He had just used the great compassion fu of heaven and earth's treasure controlling technique to activate the heaven-suppressing divine seal, but he did not expect the effect to be so strong. The power of the great compassion fu of heaven and earth? No, it should be the power of the heaven-suppressing divine seal itself. The heaven-suppressing divine seal carried the luck of the Han Dynasty and the power of the underground dragon vein to suppress Chui Tai. Of course, there was more or less the power of the black chess piece. Chapter 329. Chui Tai roared in pain. His tail was crushed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. The black tortoise's body was also suppressed to the point that it could not move. The extremely hard tortoise shell was actually smashed into pieces. No, that's impossible. You're just a golden core realm cultivator. I'll open the Sky Palace. No. The black tortoise roared with wide eyes. Roar! The black tortoise, whose tail was broken, suddenly rushed toward Gu Hai. "Be careful, your majesty," Shangwan Hen exclaimed. Chui Tai was the weakest lower sky palace cultivator, but he was still opening the sky palace. The heaven-suppressing divine seal's effect was surprising, but the emperor only had one imperial seal. What should they do if the black tortoise charged at the emperor? In the distance, the great Ming deity king and the white-robed woman stared at Gu Hai after recovering from their initial shock. The black tortoise soared into the sky with a majestic aura. In an instant, countless lightning bolts followed the ferocious snakehead. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Hai, as if it wanted to bite the flying boat into pieces. "Oomph." Gu Hai snorted coldly. "Do you think I can't do anything without the heaven-suppressing divine seal?" However, they saw Gu Hai slowly take out the repaired marionette pole. While everyone was puzzled, he gently swung it. Buzz! Suddenly, the menacing and ferocious head of the serpent came to a stop. The lightning bolts in the sky suddenly disappeared. The black tortoise's eyes widened as it froze in the air. Countless officials and commoners in the city also looked at the snakehead in shock. "What? The snakehead is scared just because the emperor took out a crosspole? Great Myojin, you have the insight. What kind of treasure is that?" "It looks like..." The white-robed woman was puzzled. The great Myojin said in a deep voice, "That crosspole emitted transparent threads that controlled the black tortoise's soul. It looks a little like the cross in my sun god shrine." "A replica of the 10-direction annihilation?" The white-robed woman was surprised. "That's right. It's one of the 16 great artifacts of history, the 10-direction annihilation. This is just a replica, but it has some effect." The great Myojin said in a deep voice. In the distance, the Dahan soldiers on the flying ships were stunned. "Wasn't this marionette broken by Fairy Wana? His Majesty fixed it? What's going on? Why can't I move?" Mysterious Snake asked in shock. Gu Hai stared coldly at Dusk Snake. "You think you can kill me with one finger? Ha! Roar!" The mysterious snake wriggled its body madly. In an instant, his body swayed rapidly, as if he was trying to break free from the strings of a marionette. The marionette in Gu Hai's hand shook. His eyes turned cold as he waved his other hand. Boom! The raging flames instantly burned the dark serpent. "Oh, what kind of flame is this? Bastard!" The mysterious snake shouted in horror. "This is the undying divine flame? Gu Hai was a demonic beast? That's not right," the white-robed woman said in surprise. The black tortoise below was pressed down by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. It was also rapidly twisting and turning, trying to break free. The mysterious snake could have broken free, but with the interference of the flames, he couldn't break free. "Go, bite yourself," Gu Hai shouted coldly. Boom! Under the marionette, the mysterious snake writhed in pain and bit at the black tortoise. "No, bastard Gu Hai!" The black tortoise roared. Boom! The mysterious snake bit off a chunk of the black tortoise's flesh. "Let me go, bastard," Chui Tai said coldly. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at Shangwan Hen. Shangwan Hen narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent rushed toward Chui Tai. "What are you doing?" "Great Myojin, save me," Chui Tai screamed. Roar! Shangwan Hen suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The great Myojin's voice deepened. He reached out his right hand as if he was about to attack. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Chui Tai's mysterious snake body was sucked into Shangwan Hen's mouth. That several hundred zhang-long body seemed to shrink into Shangwan Hen's mouth. When Shangwan Hen opened his mouth, Gu Hai also withdrew his hand. The marionette pole and the undying divine flame were both withdrawn. "He ate it? That Shangwan Hen is indeed suspicious. It's definitely not just a fragment of the Xuanwu divine flame," the white-robed woman exclaimed. At this moment, the heaven-suppressing divine seal was also put away by Gu Hai. Shangwan Hen opened his mouth and sucked towards the black tortoise. The great Myojin snorted and pointed his finger. Wong! A green light shot toward Shangwan Hen. Gu Hai's face turned cold. The heaven-suppressing divine seal that just flew up did not return. Instead, it flew toward the great Myojin's green light. Boom! The green light was like a pillar that actually blocked the heaven-suppressing divine seal. 1. The black chess piece on the heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly emitted a faint black light. Boom! The green light was instantly crushed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal and exploded. The great Myojin's face darkened. In a flash, he appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. At this moment, the heaven-suppressing divine seal shattered the great Myojin's green light and returned to Gu Hai's hand in an instant. On the other side, Shangwan Hen also swallowed Chui Tai's tortoise body. No, Chui Tai screamed in fear in Shangwan Hen's mouth. The moment Shangwan Hen closed his mouth, Chui Tai seemed to see a shining figure in the darkness. God Xuanwu, you're still alive? That's impossible. That's impossible, Chui Tai exclaimed. However, Shangwan Hen had already swallowed Chui Tai, and Shangwan Hen quickly refined all the energy in Chui Tai's body. How dare you? The great Myojin immediately shouted at Shangwan Hen. Great light, sovereign deity! A shout rang out from Gu Hai. The great Myojin, who was preparing to attack Shangwan Hen, suddenly looked up. A cold, murderous intent came from his black robes. Haha, I saw that Miao Chun sent a message saying that you are here to thank me on behalf of your master, Tai Yi. You're thanking me just like that? Tai Yi's words are just farts to you? Gu Hai retorted coldly. How presumptuous! The great Myojin snorted coldly. Boom! A vast aura spread out from the great Myojin's body. This aura was ferocious, and it instantly scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. Sand and pebbles flew up from the mountain peaks below. Gu Hai coldly looked at the great Myojin, not backing down at all. Shangwan Hen, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, Great Myojin, are you going back on your word? Who said earlier that he would not interfere in the matters of the Xuanwu race? How long has it been? And you're already going back on your word. I said that I would not interfere in the matters of the Xuanwu race. However, I did not say that I would let others interfere. The great Myojin said coldly. The Xuanwu race is the national beast of the Dahan. The Han dynasty and the Xuanwu race are one. If the emperor interferes, it is an internal matter of the Xuanwu race. It is not up to an outsider like you to interfere. Shangwan Hen snorted coldly and slowly flew toward Gu Hai's flying ship. Gu Hai held the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in one hand and the marionette pole in the other. He coldly looked at the great Myojin. The two sides coldly stared at each other. It seemed that a great battle would break out at any moment. Swish! At this moment, a white light flew out from the city and instantly arrived at the center of the two sides. Great Myojin, please calm down. Emperor Dahan, please calm down. The white-robed woman stood between the two sides. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the white-robed woman. Great Myojin, Gu Hai is right. You promised the Lord and Shangwan Hen. Do you want to go back on your word? Moreover, Chui Tai only has himself to blame. Why do you care so much about him? This kind of person who doesn't know how to respect himself will only cause trouble for the Solar Divine Palace. It's fine if he dies. The Solar Divine Palace doesn't need him, the white-robed woman advised. The great Myojin said in a deep voice. Gu Hai, who was at the side, revealed a trace of doubt. The white-robed woman in front of him was actually on his side? Bingheim, are you already speaking up for Gu Hai? The great Myojin said coldly. Have you forgotten the Lord's instructions? Have you forgotten the reason I came here? Do you want me to recall it for you? The white-robed woman suddenly said in a deep voice. Her tone was actually tit-for-tat with the great Myojin. Gu Hai and Shangwan Hen looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Weren't these two supposed to be on the same side? Why were they in conflict? The great Myojin stared at the white-robed woman, Bingheim. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed arrogantly. Ha! Good. Bingheim, you can really take the role? From the moment I stepped out of the Solar Divine Palace, my identity was already different. Bingheim said indifferently. The great Myojin snorted coldly. The great Myojin turned around and flew back into the city. Bingheim turned her head to look at Gu Hai. She suddenly bowed slightly and said, Emperor to Han, the great Myojin has a strange temper. I hope you can forgive him. Oh, no problem. Gu Hai shook his head in confusion. Bingheim's attitude was too strange. She came with the great Myojin and Shui Tai. The great Myojin and Shui Tai were hostile to the Han dynasty. However, Bingheim's attitude was very amiable. Emperor to Han, may I board your flying boat? Bingheim asked solemnly. Please. Gu Hai put away the treasure with a flip of his hand and nodded. Whoosh. Bingheim landed on the deck. Bingheim, I don't think there's someone like you in the Solar Divine Palace. Shangwan Hin looked at Bingheim with a frown. Mr. Shangwan, do you know the Solar Divine Palace like the back of your hand? Bingheim asked indifferently. Shangwan Hin narrowed his eyes and said, I can't say that I know the Solar Divine Palace, but I've heard a lot about it. You haven't shown your true appearance recently. Why? However, Bingheim slowly lifted her hood. The instant Xiao Chun lifted her hood, everyone's vision blurred. In that instant, it seemed like the world turned dark, and Bingheim's face lit up the entire world. She had a delicate and pretty face, bright red lips, snow-white skin, aqua blue hair, and dark blue eyes. She looked exceptionally gorgeous and fresh. Xiao Chen's faint smile seemed to bring out countless beautiful things in the world. Bingheim greets Emperor to Han. Bingheim said with a slight bow. After Bingheim spoke, everyone recovered their wits. However, Bingheim's appearance was indeed exceptionally beautiful. She also gave off the feeling of an iceberg. However, her cold aura instantly attracted countless people. Miss Bingheim is too polite. However, I wonder why the Solar Divine Palace's palace master sent you here? To thank me? I wonder if Xiao is doing well? No, it should be Queen Hua. Gu Hai said solemnly. However, Gu Hai was not mesmerized by Bingheim's beauty. After all, Chun Xian Long Wanqing, and Fairy Wana were all different, but they were not inferior to Bingheim. Queen Hua? She's doing well. Furthermore, there are not many people in the world who can harm her, Bingheim said, shaking her head. Then, the Solar Divine Palace's palace master sent you here? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Chapter 330. Chaoga City. Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Shangwan Hin returned to the Huangfu Hall. The great Myojin, who had lost face earlier, returned once again. Gu Hai had asked Bingheim repeatedly about the purpose of the Solar Divine Palace's visit, but Bingheim looked around and didn't answer directly. At this moment in the Huangfu Hall, the great Myojin stared at Gu Hai for a while. Gu Hai, last time I saw you, you were only in the higher heaven state. Now you're already in the Yuanying state? Last time, I should have killed you earlier to avoid future troubles, Humph. The great Myojin said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, Great Myojin, just say what you want. Why did the Solar Divine Palace send you here? The great Myojin glanced at Bingheim. Bingheim stood to the side, but remained silent. You saved Queen Hua. Master sent me to thank you and give you a big gift. The great Myojin said solemnly. Oh, big gift? Gu Hai looked at the great Myojin in confusion. You saw the gift. It's her. The great Myojin suddenly pointed at Bingheim. Oh, everyone looked confused. No wonder Bingheim looked around earlier. How could she say that she was going to send him away? Bingheim bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Master sent me to assist Emperor to Han and stay in the Han Dynasty to make plans for the Han Dynasty. Bingheim said solemnly. Shangwan Hin, Tang Chu, and the others all looked confused. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Tai of the Solar Divine Palace sent Bingheim to assist him or to spy on him. You want to stay in my Han Dynasty? Gu Hai asked with a frown. No one dares to disobey Master's orders. I'm here on orders. I will do my best to assist the Han Dynasty. Bingheim said solemnly. He traveled hundreds of millions of miles just to escort Bingheim here. What do you want to do in my Han Dynasty? Gu Hai asked with a frown. During this time, I studied the Han Dynasty. The Dahan Emperor created a special position. Set, Legion Commander. This was different from the Legion Commanders of other armies. In the Great Han, a Legion Commander was a title akin to a noble. Furthermore, the Great Han Dynasty was very strict about it. Until now, There were only two legion commanders, Gao Xianji and Chun Tianshan. Gao Xianji is a divine strategist. He has been successful in opening up new territories. However, I can't see anything special about Chun Tianshan. I want to stay in the Han Dynasty and do not need any other official position. I want to be the 3rd Legion commander, Bingheim said solemnly. The 3rd Legion commander of the Han Dynasty? Huh, what abilities do you have? Gu Hai asked indifferently after a moment of silence. I know almost all the grudges of the Holy Lands and dynasties. I know the map of the divine continent in my heart. I know all the history of the large sects and large countries from ancient to modern times. When it comes to strategizing, I have never lost to anyone. When it comes to politics, I believe that aside from you, no one in the Dahan can compare to me, Bingheim said bluntly. Huh. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. The great Myojin, who was at the side, said indifferently, Huh, Gu Hai, don't be so doubtful. It is only because you saved Queen Hua that Master was willing to send Bingheim to you. Humph. With Bingheim's abilities, it would not be difficult for her to establish an imperial dynasty. Your Majesty of the Dahan, are you still worried about my origins and not daring to use me? Bingheim said with a faint smile. Shang Wanhen frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. Previously, he had mentioned to Gu Hai that he did not have a memory of Bingheim. Naturally, Shang Wanhen's memories were of prime Xuanwu. However, this Bingheim's origins were exceptionally strange. Gu Hai did not believe that Tai Yi had truly given him such a big gift. It was just that he did not understand Tai Yi and could not guess what he was thinking. You won't be the commander of the 3rd Army of the Dahan? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. That's right. Bingheim said resolutely. The Han Dynasty, the 24 cities of the divine continent. Compile a policy theory to appease the people and give it to me. If I am satisfied with it, I can make you the commander of the 3rd Army. What's wrong with that? Gu Hai said indifferently. All right. Bingheim nodded. Bing Ji agreed straightforwardly and left Huangfu Hall. Naturally, the Great Light's sovereign deity did not want to remain here either, so he followed. Gu Hai, Shang Wanhen, Tang Chu, and the others were left behind, frowning as they watched the two leave. Your Majesty, this is a little strange. This Bingheim might have ulterior motives for coming to the Dahan. Tang Chu said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded. We know. That Tai Yi could not have simply given her a gift. However, we know too little about this matter. In that case, Your Majesty, although Bingheim was very arrogant earlier, if she really has the ability, are you really going to make her the commander of the 3rd Army? Shang Wanhen asked in confusion. If she really has the ability, so what if we make her the commander of the 3rd Army? It all depends on her ability. Gu Hai said with certainty, but she is still an unstable factor. Tang Chu asked worriedly. It's fine. I will immediately send a message to 9-5 Island to get Meng Tai to come to Chaoga City. The embroidered uniform guard has been recruiting during this time, so there should be a large number of usable people. A grave look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Yes, Tang Chu answered. However, that great Myojin seems to be opposing us at every turn. Gu Hai asked in confusion. Huh, I might know something about this. Shang Wanhen said with a faint smile. Oh, Gu Hai looked at Shang Wanhen in confusion. The great Myojin can be considered one of the top figures in Solar Divine Palace. However, he is only loyal to Tai Yi. He is too loyal, so loyal that he will immediately eliminate any factor that is disadvantageous to Tai Yi. Shang Wanhen said, We are disadvantageous to Tai Yi? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Because Your Majesty saved Queen Hua. More accurately, you saved the reincarnation of Queen Hua's earthly soul, Xiaoro. Xiaoro is very attached to Your Majesty. This is a fact, right? Shang Wanhen said with a smile. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Although Queen Hua's will is the main one, Xiaoro's memories and attachment are fused into Queen Hua's thoughts. After all, Tai Yi was born extraordinary. He had countless women in his life. No matter which woman he wanted, she never rejected him. There was only one person, Queen Hua. She never paid him any attention. The more this was the case, the more Tai Yi wanted to obtain Queen Wa's favor. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. Tai Yi pursued her bitterly, but he failed. Yet, Your Majesty, you've obtained Xiao's attachment? Tai Yi did not say anything, but as the most loyal great Miujin, he naturally did not want you to remain in this world, Shang Wanhen explained. Gu Hai was stunned. So, the great Miujin is opposing me at every turn because of this? Last time in the innate puzzle world, he saw the signs and wanted to kill me? That's right. So, it is as Your Majesty guessed. Tai Yi sending Bingheim is not a good thing. Does Your Majesty still want to keep her by your side? Shang Wanhen asked with a smile. Gu Hai shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. If Bingheim has that ability, I don't care about Tai Yi. Shang Wanhen smiled, feeling gratified. At the very least, he made the right choice. Despite knowing that Tai Yi was strong, the emperor was not moved. After making some arrangements, Gu Hai used the Dahan dynasty's luck to send a message to the world. His voice instantly reached the ears of all the Dahan citizens. Tell the Dahan citizens that Qinglu City, Mintian City, and the other cities lost by the 12 divine foothold dynasties have officially returned to the Han dynasty. The friends and family who were cut off due to crossing the border can be reconnected from now on. We will set up camp in the 24 cities and will give the Dahan citizens a peaceful world. Boom! His voice reached countless people's ears. Chaoga City's citizens had been paying attention to the luck and were prepared. They did not think much of it. However, the citizens of the 11 cities that Huangfu Chaoga sent back found it impossible. Although these people had become the Dahan citizens, they did not believe in the Dahan dynasty's strength. How capable could a dynasty on a small, barren island be? How could they snatch food from the Day One dynasty's tiger's den? However, Gu Hai was the one who said it personally. A sovereign's words were not a joke, so it had to be true. The former cities of the Divine Foothold Dynasty returned to their original positions. Your Majesty is mighty. Many of the citizens celebrated. News of victory was more effective than countless placating policies. Many of the citizens immediately submitted. As for the citizens of 9-5 Island, they did not know what happened. They only knew that the Han Dynasty's territory increased again. However, the newly recruited cultivators of the Thousand Islands sea-goggled. The Han Dynasty's development is too ferocious, right? Indeed. His Majesty took down the Divine Continent's 12 cities again. In that case, aside from 9-5 Island, the Han Dynasty has 24 cities, right? Fortunately, I joined the Dahan. I am now an official of the Dahan. Ha ha ha. The newly recruited officials cheered excitedly. Guqin was still sorting out administrative matters. However, Montez's eyelids twitched wildly. The stronger the Dahan was, the more authority Xiao Chan would have. Only 2 years had passed. Not counting 9-5 Island, the Dahan had already taken down 24 cities in the Divine Continent. What would happen in the future? If it were Xiao Chun, it would be impossible. Montez no longer had any desire to rule. Now, he focused on controlling his embroidered uniform guards. In a valley at the border between the Han Dynasty and the Day One Imperial Dynasty, after Chang Ming, the former commander of the 8th Army of the Northern Expedition Army, obtained the barbarian inheritance he had been quietly cultivating in the valley. What a powerful cultivation technique. Ha ha ha. Val Gu Hai, when I master this cultivation technique, watch as I destroy your Chaoga City and wipe away my previous humiliation. Ha 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 ha. Chongming cultivated proudly. Black energy surged around Xiao Chun. Countless scarlet bats flew around in the black energy. These bats looked much more ferocious than before, and they seemed much stronger as well. Chongming was focused on cultivating this cultivation technique. He did not know that his clan, the Chong clan, was frantically searching for him. Chapter 331. Use our soldiers to help the Hand defend the country. Gao Xianji is really bold. He even dared to write a report to the Grand Marshal, asking for help. Humph. One of the strategists snorted. When one of the strategists spoke, the other strategist started to criticize him. Although Gao Xianji was good at fighting, there were too many soldiers in the Northern Expedition Army. Furthermore, Gao Xianji was unable to carry on and needed reinforcements. Help Gao Xianji? That was to help Gu Hai defend the country. Using our own soldiers to defend someone else's home? What a joke. Grand Marshal, recall Legio 6. Yes, Grand Marshal. Gao Xianji has played enough. He should be back soon. All the strategists tried to persuade him. Obviously, they didn't want to help the Han dynasty. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. You're all thinking too simply. Everyone looked at Sima Chongkong. When the general is outside, he can't obey the orders of the emperor. Sima Chongkong shook his head. Mr. Sima, are you saying that Gao Xianji dares to disobey the orders of the Grand Marshal? Even if Gao Xianji is bold, there are others, right? Informed by Liz Han and the other generals to bring Gao Xianji back immediately. One of the strategists said, the problem is, will Bai Liz Han and the others still listen to you? Sima Chongkong shook his head. What does Mr. Sima mean? Everyone was confused. Sima Chongkong didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Jinmu of Silla. Are you saying that Legio 6 only listens to Gao Xianji now? Jinmu of Silla asked in a low voice. It seems that Legio 6 is indeed surnamed Gao. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. Jinmu of Silla snorted. It's a pity that the Grand Marshal's many rewards couldn't move Gao Xianji's heart. Alas, Sima Chongkong sighed slightly. All the strategists were stunned. Some were in disbelief, while others were in shock. Gao Xianji had been leading the army for several months, but she had abducted the Legio 6? Is that true? Grand Marshal, do you want to try? Perhaps, a strategist said with a hopeful attitude. Jinmu of Silla didn't say anything. As Sima Chongkong said, it was no longer suitable to test the waters. Grand Marshal, Gao Xianji's request for help is in Zhaoga City. She is confident that she can lead the Northern Expedition Army to Zhaoga City. Sima Chongkong frowned. She wants us to protect Gu Hai's imperial capital, Zhaoga City? How is that possible? Grand Marshal, we are not Gu Hai's private army. All the strategists refused. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Grand Marshal, Gao Xianji's report? Sima Chongkong said seriously. Keep it and don't release it. Jinmu of Silla said lightly. Northern Expedition Army. Main Hall. Bang! The Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition Army smashed the table into pieces. The three armies are all being held back by Gao Xianji? Grand Marshal said coldly. That's right, Great Commander. Great Commander believes that the people's hearts are not stable yet and must immediately take back the 12 lost cities. That's why he sent the 3 legions there. However, Gao Xianji kept making things difficult for us, constantly obstructing our 3 legions, making it impossible for the 3 legions to seize a single city. Grand Marshal, I heard you say that Duke Changsheng has already gone to the Deqian capital. The war should be ending soon, right? We don't want to think about the cities in Yingzhou. We must take back the 12 cities that were tricked by Gu Hai. Yes, Grand Marshal, the armies are fighting with the Jinmu of Silla in Yingzhou. Should we call them back? Take back what belongs to us first. The soldiers analyzed the situation. The Grand Marshal narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, the final result is not out yet. We cannot withdraw the troops in Yingzhou. Once we withdraw, the Jinmu of Silla will quickly move south. At that time, we will not only lose the 12 cities. The other armies are holding back the Jinmu of Silla. What about Gao Xianji's army? Are we not going to take back the 12 cities that we lost? A soldier frowned. Fighting with the Deqian and losing cities is one thing. How dare a small empire try to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth? Gao Xianji's army is limited. I will personally lead the troops and take him down, Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Yes, the group of soldiers responded. Outside Qinglu City, the Qinglu City lord sent large amounts of supplies to Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji only camped outside the city and did not enter. Thank you, General Gao. You defeated the Yuan army, the Qinglu City lord said gratefully. Once the Yuan dynasty soldiers entered the city, the Qinglu City Lord would lose the position of City Lord that he had just regained. He would become a prisoner again. Naturally, the Qinglu City Lord was very grateful to Gao Xianji for defeating the Yuan dynasty soldiers. Don't worry, Qinglu City Lord. You are the subjects of the Han. Gao Xianji has the duty to protect you. Activate the city defense formation. During this time, everyone who enters and exits the city must be strictly checked to prevent accidents. Gao Xianji smiled. Of course. Our injured soldiers are placed in your cities. Please take care of them. Gao Xianji said solemnly. The Legion 6 also had casualties. The injured soldiers were placed in various cities. General Gao, don't worry. We will use the best medicine and find the best alchemist to treat them. The Qinglu City Lord promised. Thank you. Gao Xianji nodded. After sending off the Qinglu City Lord, Gao Xianji naturally took care of the large batch of medicine and weapons. In Gao Xianji's camp, Bai Liz Han and a group of generals stood in the main camp. General, your guerrilla warfare is amazing. The 3 legions of the Northern Expedition were all fooled by us. Ha ha ha. Bai Liz Han laughed. General's guerrilla warfare is invincible. All the officers and soldiers burst into laughter. My guerrilla warfare? Heh, you're overpraising me. I've only learned a little from the Emperor. Gao Xianji shook his head and smiled. Huh? The generals and soldiers' smiles froze. It's nothing. General, Bai Li should have some information about me, right? My military strategy and fighting style were all learned from the Emperor in the past. Therefore, your praise is too high for me, Gao Xianji said with a smile. The generals and soldiers looked at Bai Liz Han. Bai Liz Han frowned slightly and then smiled bitterly. General, we are blocking the Yuan army here. Some people say that you are defending Dahan. Bai Liz Han said with a frown. The generals and soldiers immediately looked at Gao Xianji and became serious. Gao Xianji was silent for a while and did not deny it. He nodded and said, that's right. Huh? The generals and soldiers were confused. Bai Liz Han also frowned. Legio 6 is indeed defending Dahan, but didn't you see? Because of our Legio 6, for legions of Daewon's northern expedition are being held back by us, right? Gao Xianji said with a smile. Huh, that's right. Including the Legio 6 of the northern expedition that we destroyed, our achievement is the best among the southern army. It's all thanks to the general's prediction. That's right. General, so what if we are protecting Dahan? As long as we can hold back the Yuan army, it will be a great achievement. Because of us, the other legions have a much easier time. That's right. We are holding back most of the northern expedition. Helping the Han dynasty is just a matter of convenience. The generals and soldiers nodded and agreed with Gao Xianji's argument. But Bai Liz Han was still worried. After all, Jinmu of Silla had given him the task of persuading Gao Xianji. But Gao Xianji was helping Dahan. How could he persuade her? Gao Xianji took a deep breath and said, Generals, I know that some of you are still angry about me leading the army to the south. How about this? I won't force you. If you think that I am wrong, you can leave with your army. I won't blame you. Huh? The generals and soldiers were stunned. At the same time, I will write a letter to Jinmu of Silla. In the letter, I will not erase any of your achievements. I will also emphasize that I am the one asking you to go back. Don't worry. As long as you want to leave, Gao Xianji will not stop you. Gao Xianji said solemnly. Grand Marshal? Bai Liz Han was confused. I'm leading the army to the south, but I'm taking all of you with me. Moreover, we'll face the encirclement of the Northern Expedition Army in the near future, which will be even more dangerous. I won't leave. If anyone wants to leave, it's still my brother Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji won't stop you. I'll see you off personally. The generals and soldiers were silent. Damn it, General. I will follow you. I will follow you wherever you go. General, I will follow you too. General, I won't leave. I want to kill more Yuan army with you. During this period of time, Gao Xianji's restraint was effective. On the battlefield, life and death were the best places to cultivate brotherhood. For a moment, almost everyone followed Gao Xianji's lead. Even Bai Liz Han seemed to have figured it out after a moment of hesitation. General, Bai Liz Han will follow you. Bai Liz Han said seriously. Gao Xianji noticed the change in Bai Li Zhan's attitude and bowed slightly to Bai Liz Han. General, you can't. Bai Lijian's expression changed. He bowed to Bai Lijian and then bowed to all the officers and soldiers present. General? Everyone wanted to stop him. Gao Xinji thanks you for your trust. Although the battle is difficult, Gao Xinji will do his best to protect all the generals and soldiers. Gao Xinji said seriously. Thank you, General. All the generals and soldiers bowed. As Sima Chongkong expected, all the Legio 6 soldiers were waiting for Gao Xinji's orders. Chapter 332. Jinan City, Jimu of Silla's study. Jimu of Silla looked at the report in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. As Gao Xinji expected, apart from the Yuan army in Yingzhou, the Northern Expeditionary Army has surrounded Gao Xinji. 5 million soldiers, but Gao Xinji only has 700,000. He has been dealing with them for a long time. Sima Chongkong sighed. Gao Xinji. Jimu of Silla's face gradually darkened. Jimu of Silla had always been thirsty for talents and took good care of Gao Xinji. But Gao Xinji still went to Zhaoga City. It was obvious that his heart was still with Dahan. Jimu of Silla's efforts to win him over had not worked. 5 million soldiers? They will meet in Zhaoga City in the end. Zhaoga City? Can they stop the 5 million soldiers this time? A strategist asked with a frown. Grand Marshal, Gao Xinji asked for your help in the report from the past. Are we still going? Sima Chongkong reminded him. Jimu of Silla looked at Sima Chongkong. Mr. Sima, what do you think? According to the news from the past, Daewon's Grand Duke, Chongsheng, went to the capital to ask for peace. It has been a while. There should be a result soon, right? The days of the war are numbered. Let's form a good relationship at the end. Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. Jimu of Silla narrowed his eyes. But if Guhai doesn't die, I will never get Gao Xinji. Sima Chongkong frowned slightly. The group of strategists in the study also fell silent. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Ha, Takashi Ryushin, I'm back. A woman's voice sounded. Not many people dared to call Jimu of Silla by his name. A woman's call made the faces of all the strategists sink. But in the next moment, they heard the woman's voice and opened their mouths wide. He didn't have time to turn his head around. Bang! The study door was kicked open. Jimu of Silla. This was his study. Without his permission, who dared to kick his door? Were the guards outside, all useless? Bang! Long Wanyu suddenly jumped into the study. Princess Wanyu. The strategists immediately bowed respectfully. King Shenwu and Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. Long Wanyu? She was the only one who dared to kick Jinmu of Silla's study door. Under certain circumstances, Long Wanyu even dared to kick His Holiness's study door. Dai Qianxing doted on her too much. He doted on her so much that even Jinmu of Silla, the De Qian's third prince, could not do anything to her. Wanyu, didn't you return to the capital? Why are you back? Jinmu of Silla asked with a frown. Venerable Lun Yin followed behind them with a bitter expression. Grand Marshal, please forgive me. Everyone, please forgive me. Venerable Lun Yin said with a bitter smile. Everyone immediately shook their heads and smiled bitterly, indicating that it was fine. Forgive me? This was not the first time Long Wanyu kicked the door. Quick, bring me to my brother-in-law. The old man already agreed. Send me to my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. Huh? Jinmu of Silla looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. Princess Wanyu? Previously, I did not allow you to leave because of His Holiness's decree. When you returned to the capital and sought His Holiness's decree, why did His Holiness agree? He is currently at war with Daewon, Sima Chongkong said in shock. Dai Qianxing treasured Long Wanyu dearly. Why would she risk her life on the battlefield? Furthermore, after the previous crisis, His Holiness should be stricter. What war? The old man already announced a ceasefire. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. Oh! Jinmu of Silla's expression changed as she looked at Venerable Lun Yin. Venerable Lun Yin nodded and said, That's right. His Holiness already agreed to Daewon's envoy. When we left, we were discussing the details. I believe that Duke Chongsheng has already brought the imperial decree to Northern Expedition City, right? The imperial decree that His Holiness gave you should arrive soon, right? The old man said that the war is about to end and allows me to go out. Quick, quick, bring me to my brother-in-law. The old man even brought an imperial decree for my brother-in-law. He wants you to escort me there. Long Wan Yu immediately shouted. Jinmu of Silla's expression changed. The Grand Marshal and the 5 million-strong Northern Expedition Army should not be far from Chaoga City. Sima Changkong said with a frown. Organize the 3 armies and set off for Chaoga City in 6 hours. Jinmu of Silla immediately ordered. Yes. 2 days later, at Northern Expedition City, a fleet of flying ships carrying Duke Chong Sheng arrived at Northern Expedition City. Lord Chong, you are back from Nichian? An official welcomed him excitedly. Indeed, I am back. The negotiations are done. The war is over. Ha! Where is the Grand Marshal? Chong Sheng asked with a smile. The Grand Marshal? The Grand Marshal is leading 5 million-strong Northern Expedition Army to attack Chaoga City. It seems like he wants to kill Gu Hai and exterminate Dahan. That young general said with a smile. What? Kill Gu Hai? Chong Sheng's expression changed. Indeed, your young master, Chong Ming, is still missing because of that Gu Hai. The Grand Marshal will definitely seek justice for Lord Chong. That young general said with a smile. Kill Gu Hai? That's not good. Men, quickly bring the flying ships to Chaoga City. Chong Sheng immediately said in a rush. At the border of the Han Dynasty and Daewon Imperial Dynasty, in a valley, a large number of blood-red bats were flying inside. Boom! With a loud bang, countless black gases suddenly exploded, and the surrounding mountains were instantly razed to the ground. The countless bats suddenly converged and flew into a man in a black robe in the valley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! I have mastered my divine skill. Gu Hai, you despicable man, I will avenge my previous humiliation, ha ha. Chong Ming soared into the sky, and a pair of bat wings suddenly appeared on his back. Bang! The huge bat wings flapped fiercely, and Chong Ming suddenly shot toward Chaoga City like a stream of light. Far away from Chaoga City, Gao Xinji was riding on a flying ship. A large number of troops follow behind. Soldiers, Chaoga is in front. Once we reach Chaoga, we will be safe. Gao Xinji shouted. Yes, the surrounding soldiers answered. However, after several days of battle, only 300,000 soldiers were left of the original 700,000. Their morale was much weaker, but as long as Gao Xinji was there, the soldiers would not feel tired. Not far away, another flying ship flew over. It was Bai Lizhan leading a group of soldiers to meet up with Gao Xinji. Have the wounded soldiers been sent to the nearby city? Gao Xinji looked at Bai Lizhan. Yes, General. We've already sent them over. However, these 5 million yuan soldiers are too ferocious. Bailey Zhan said bitterly. Don't worry, Chaoga City is right in front of us. Once we reach Chaoga, everything will be fine. Gao Xinji comforted him. But, General, the Grand Marshal hasn't reported back. Will the Grand Marshal send reinforcements? Bai Lizhan asked worriedly. Gao Xinji led the troops to protect the Dahan and asked the Jinmu of Silla to support them. If they were in Gao Xinji's shoes, Bai Lizhan would never do such a stupid thing. However, if the Jinmu of Silla did not come with the reinforcements, the remaining 300,000 soldiers would be in real danger. The 5 million soldiers of the Northern Expedition had surrounded them during this period of time. Even if they tried to escape, they would not be able to escape. Don't worry, everything will be fine once we reach Chaoga City. Gao Xinji comforted them. Yes. The soldiers suppressed the worry in their hearts and answered. Gao Xinji's army continued to march toward Chaoga City. Behind them, the Northern Expedition was naturally in hot pursuit. They were about to reach Chaoga City. Once they took over Chaoga City, everything would be over. On a flying boat, the Northern Expedition Commander Daewon sat on the throne on the deck. He looked into the distance and smiled slightly. Speed up the pace. We will reach Chaoga City within a day. Yes, the soldiers answered and quickly left to carry out the order. Chaoga City. The battle reports from all directions were constantly gathering. All the officials were worried. Outside the Huangfu Hall, They requested to see the emperor and waited for the emperor's decision. At this moment, in the Huangfu Hall, Gu Hai did not greet the anxious officials outside the hall. Instead, he was looking at a very long policy theory in front of him. In front of him stood Shangwan Hen, Bingheim, Tang Chu, and the others. Emperor Dehan, although the preparation time was a little long, but after all, I don't know much about the 24 cities. I need to understand before I can write a policy theory to pacify the people. I just finished writing it today. Please correct me. Bingheim smiled confidently. Gu Hai read very carefully. As he read, he also used a red pen to draw on the policy theory. Bingheim frowned slightly, but still waited patiently. After a while, Gu Hai returned the policy theory to Bingheim. Overall, it is not bad, but there are a few points to be discussed. Gu Hai smiled. Not only was it not bad, this policy theory could be considered as amazing. Bingheim did not lie. Her literary and political skills were extraordinary. For a moment, Gu Hai felt that he had found a treasure. Of course, as a ruler, he naturally could not show such strong appreciation. Therefore, he found a few points to apply some of the different theories of the past on Earth. Impossible, my policy theory is perfect. Bingheim took it in disbelief and read it carefully. After reading for a while, Bingheim said in shock, "Tax system? You exempted the income of the people at the bottom of the class from tax? The people at the bottom of the class pay less tax, but there are many people at the bottom of the class. This is a huge tax. You don't want it? No, you increase the tax on goods? By dividing the goods into categories and separating out some of the goods that need to be taxed, you can collect taxes more reasonably and effectively. And you can collect much more." Gu Hai explained. This can be done. You have to pay taxes when you buy things, but no one will find out. In this way, you can benefit the people at the bottom of the class. The people will love and respect your policy more. Bingheim looked at the column of tax reform she wrote in surprise. Originally, Xiao Chen's calculations were already perfect. However, compared to Gu Hai's, everything seemed so rigid. Bingheim blushed. Overall, it is not bad. Commander of the 3rd Corps, Gu Hai was about to speak. But before he finished speaking, a guard rushed into the hall. "Your Majesty, Gao Xianji's army has arrived outside the city, but the Yuan soldiers are chasing after them. They are in a difficult situation," the guard reported. "Oh," Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "They're finally here? Phew." Gu Hai suddenly stood up, swung his sleeves, and slowly stepped out of the Huangfu Hall. Bingheim looked at the policy theory in her hand that Gu Hai corrected, bit her lip, and followed Shangwan Hen and others out of the hall. "Your Majesty, you are finally out." Outside the hall, the ministers were anxious. Chapter 333. Zhaoga City. Gu Hai, wearing a dragon robe, stood in front of the square of Huangfu Hall with his officials, looking at the Bat Army in the south. The flying boat had been destroyed. Gao Xianji led 100,000 wounded soldiers to Zhaoga City while resisting the pursuing soldiers. "Hurry up! Zhaoga City is right in front of us. We will be safe once we reach Zhaoga City." Gao Xianji shouted. "Protect the general." Bai Lizan shouted and protected Gao Xianji in the center. Squeak! The bats were chasing the 100,000 wounded soldiers. These were all giant bats, the largest of which was about 30 meters in size. They looked ferocious and swooped down again and again, even opening their mouths to eat the soldiers who couldn't escape in time. The giant bats seemed to be stepping on people in black robes. Around the people in black robes, there was rolling black gas, and in the black gas, there were countless small bats raging everywhere. "Your Majesty, those giant bats are bat monsters, demon beasts. Those with black gas around them and countless small bats are vampires. This is Daewon's Bat Army. They are cruel and ruthless. Any army or city targeted by them will become a dead city." Shangwan Hen said with a frown. "Gao Xianji's army. There are only 100,000 soldiers left? No, Your Majesty, look." Tang Chu opened her eyes wide and pointed to the distance. It turned out that behind the Bat Army, there were many giant flying boats moving slowly in the sky. Behind the flying boats, the soldiers followed closely behind. The mountains and plains were completely surrounded by large armies in all directions. Gao Xinji's army was being driven to Zhaoga City in a hurry. The battle cries outside the city immediately attracted the attention of all the people in the city. Some people looked up from high places, and when they saw it, they all looked terrible. Did Dawen's army come out in full force? So many soldiers? This is bad. Countless commoners revealed worried looks. Last time, Chongming had brought an army of 500,000, which was already shocking enough. But now, as far as the eye could see, there was an army of 5 million. The people were worried, but Gu Hai's expression did not change. He didn't come? Jinmu of Silla didn't come to help us? Bai Liz Han said bitterly. Let's keep moving forward and enter Zhaoga City. Shouted Gao Xinji. General, will Gu Hai open the city gates? Once the city gate is open to let us in, the ferocious bad army will follow us in, and Zhaoga City will be breached. That's right. The Yuan dynasty soldiers have been keeping us in suspense. They're not going all out to kill us, because they want to use us to force Gu Hai to open the gate. Will Gu Hai open the gate to break the city? A bitter expression appeared on the faces of the soldiers. The bat demons and vampires all looked gloomy. While they were raging and eating Gao Xinji's army, they were looking at the city gate in the distance. The vampires only drank blood, but the bat demons swallowed people alive. At this moment, everything depended on whether Gu Hai was willing to save Gao Xinji and the others. The emperor will open the gate, Gao Xinji said firmly. As they got closer to the city gate, all the soldiers looked worried. Only Gao Xinji's eyes were firm. Open the gate, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. His voice was immediately transmitted through the sound amplification array. In the distance, the soldiers guarding the city were worried. The bat demons and vampires had transformed into more than 100 million bats. This terrifying number made them panic. Could they open the gate now? However, Gu Hai had already made arrangements. The soldiers guarding the gate were Lu Shi. After receiving Gu Hai's order, they immediately opened the gate. Quang, the city gate opened to welcome the wounded soldiers. It's open, the city gate is open, go in, all the soldiers shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, everyone, listen up. This general has already obtained the great commander's permission to break through the city gates. You can eat the city as you please. Ha ha, everyone, listen up. This general has already obtained the great commander's permission to break through the city gates. Roar. The leader of the bat army, a vampire with a ferocious face, roared. Roar. Rumble. The bats rushed toward the city gate. Your Majesty, you can't open the gate. The vampires are coming in. There are many demons. Quickly close the gate. Your Majesty, the people are more important. A group of officials shouted in horror. However, they saw Gu Hai suddenly fling his sleeve. A marionette pole flew out from his sleeve and was fully activated. Boom! The marionette pole suddenly flew into the sky, enlarged 1,000 times, and was thrown out fiercely. When it was thrown out, the marionette pole suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. Boom! In the distance, all the bat demons and vampires swooping down from the sky suddenly stopped. What's going on? I can't move? Me too, what's going on? I can't control my body. Countless bat demons and vampires screamed in horror. Humph! Gu Hai stretched out his hand and waved. The undying divine flame immediately rushed up the marionette pole and rushed toward the countless vampires along the transparent thin line. Gu Hai had the undying divine flame, but there were too many enemies this time. Previously, the undying divine flame only dealt with dozens of vampires and Shui Tai, but now the bat army was countless times more. The undying divine flame couldn't cover all of them, so it had to be precise. It had to follow the transparent thin line and hit every vampire and bat demon. Boom! Suddenly, the vampires and bat demons were covered by a fire dragon, and they screamed in pain. Ah, help, it's so painful. I can't move at all. Help, General. Let me go. Ah, what kind of fire is this? Why can't I block it? The fire seems to be burning my soul. No, ah. The painful screams stunned Gao Xinji's army. The hundreds of thousands of bat demons that had chased them down just now were all controlled. The vampires were controlled, and the little bats, they transformed and it couldn't get any closer. In the distance, the marionette pole floated high in the sky, blooming with holy light. As long as they were covered by the holy light, would all these vampires be burned to death? What a powerful cross! General, what kind of magic weapon is Guhai's? Is it a cross specially used to restrain vampires? A series of exclamations sounded, and all the soldiers looked at Gao Xianji excitedly. However, Gao Xianji didn't know. The screams of the vampires and bat demons resounded through the world. The undying divine flame burned them, and they couldn't be put out at all. Besides, they couldn't move at all. At this moment, large numbers of vampires and bat demons were burned to death. The screams made the Yuan army in the distance change their expressions. In particular, on a flying boat, General Daewon's face suddenly darkened, and he stood up. "What's that?" Someone looked at the huge cross in astonishment. "I don't know, but it seems to have frozen the bat army. It's the nemesis of the vampires and the bat army." A general's expression changed. Nemesis? It's just a marionette pole. Do you think I don't know it? Give me my bow and arrows. General Daewon said coldly. Soon, a subordinate brought a purple bow and arrows. General Daewon stretched out his hand and pulled the purple longbow. The longbow bloomed with a purple aura, and the long arrow was knocked. All the purple aura flowed into the long arrow, and the tip of the long arrow emitted a purple light. "Go!" the Grand Marshal shouted. Whoosh! The long arrow suddenly shot out like a purple rainbow from a distance, heading straight for the marionette pole. "Oh no, it's the purple pole arrow. Be careful, your marionette pole can't block it," Bingheim said anxiously. Boom! With a loud boom, the string puppet was blown into pieces by the arrow. Guhai waved his hand, and the broken marionette pole instantly returned to Guhai's sleeve. Countless bat demons and vampires could move again. However, the undying divine fire shrouded their bodies, and they were still in pain. They kept hitting it, but it couldn't be put out. Undying divine fire? Is this the undying divine fire? No. Some bat demons recognize the undying divine fire. Quick, enter the city and kill the person who set the fire. Only then can the fire be put out. Kill Guhai. The cross has been broken by the Grand Marshal. No one can control us anymore. Quick, kill Guhai. The fire is so painful. I want to kill Guhai. Guhai doesn't have the cross anymore. Quick, enter the city. The vampires and bat demons rushed into the city in pain. A group of officials suddenly looked anxious. Even Bingheim looked worried. Emperor Dahan, I know that Gao Xianji's army hasn't all come in, but the marionette pole has been broken. We can't stop them. Please close the door. On a floating island not far away, the great Myojin sneered. Apparently, he also thought that Guhai's indulgence of Gao Xianji's army to enter the city was to condemn Zhaoga's city to eternal damnation. Go, Guhai yelled, but it was the same action as before. He waved his sleeve, and an intact marionette pole shot up into the sky. The same marionette pole floated in the sky. The bat demons and vampires who were about to rush into the city couldn't move again. The great Myojin's expression froze. There's another one? Bingheim, the vampires and bat demons. Countless officials of the Dahan. A large number of vampires and bat demons were burned to death, and their karma and 3 souls were converted into heaven-replenishing power. Guhai repaired the marionette pole in his sleeve. How could this be? Why does Guhai have another cross? No. Countless bat demons and vampires cried out in despair. On the flying boat in the distance, the Grand Marshal's face turned gloomy, and he pulled the longbow that he had just put down again. Bam! Another purple pole arrow was shot. Boom! The marionette pole exploded into pieces again. Humph! Let's see if he can take out a third one. The Grand Marshal snorted. At this moment, the broken marionette pole was put away by Guhai again. Everyone was anxious, and the vampires were about to rush over. Guhai waved his sleeve. Go! Another one flew up into the sky. The Grand Marshal. Bingheim, the Great Myojin, Chapter 334. A third cross? Who would have thought that Gu Hai would be able to take out 3 crosses? The Great Myojin, Bingheim, and the Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition froze as they looked at the marionette pole that was emitting holy light and burning the vampires and bat demons. Bingheim's lips trembled. Why would she say anything when Gu Hai had so many crosses? It would only make her seem ignorant. The Great Myojin was speechless. They wanted to see Gu Hai make a fool of himself. But Gu Hai made the impossible possible time and time again. The Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition was the most conflicted. He had already shot 2 arrows. If he shot another arrow, would Gu Hai take out a 4th one? Did the spies say that Gu Hai had so many identical treasures? Whoosh! The Grand Marshal waved his hand, and the 3 armies suddenly stopped. Grand Marshal, why aren't we moving? A general asked with a frown. No, we don't know how many more marionette poles Gu Hai has. We can't take the risk. The Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Get into formation and stabilize the surrounding mountains. We can't let what happened to Chongming happen to us again. We can't let Gu Hai use the Earth Dragon vein to set up the formation again. The Grand Marshal ordered. Yes, sir. Immediately, the army stopped and began to arrange their troops in formation. But what about the Bat Army? The general from before asked anxiously. The inextinguishable divine flames burned. In the blink of an eye, half of the Bat Army had been burned to death, and the remaining half were on the verge of death. Those are marionette poles. They can control those below the Yuanying state. Those who open the sky palaces are slightly restricted, but they can break free. The Grand Marshal said coldly. Grand Marshal, I'll go. Grand Marshal, I'll go. Grand Marshal, I'll go. Immediately, 3 soldiers jumped out. Let's go together. The Grand Marshal said coldly. Yes, sir. Boom. Turning his head, 3 armored soldiers stepped into the sky and soared into the sky. At this moment, at the city gates, boom, the city gates suddenly closed. Gao Xinji's army had all entered the city. They're in. Ha ha, they're in. By Liz Han and the other soldiers shouted excitedly after escaping. General Gao, His Majesty has already made arrangements. The others will be taken care of. Please follow me to meet His Majesty. An official said respectfully. All right. Gao Xinji nodded. After making arrangements for his subordinates, Gao Xinji took Bailey Zhan and boarded the flying boat. Then, they headed in the direction of Huangfu Hall. At this moment, the Northern Expedition Grand Marshal gave the order. The 3 generals of Kai Tian Palace stepped into the sky. While flying, the Northern Expedition Grand Marshal knocked his bow and shot another arrow. Boom! The marionette pole exploded once again. Whoosh! The marionette pole exploded and was stored in Gu Hai's sleeve. The Great Myojin, many officials, Bingheim, and the others looked at Gu Hai expectantly. They want to see if Gu Hai could take out a 4th marionette pole. This time, Gu Hai did not do so. 3 marionettes were already suspicious enough. Why would he take out a 4th one? Moreover, the gates were closed. The Great Myojin even activated his Eye of Insight to see what was going on. Unfortunately, Gu Hai did not take it. Ah, Grand Marshal, save me. The fire is so unbearable. Help! The vampires and bat demons were writhing in pain. The undying divine fire was close to them. Even though they were surrounded by water, the undying divine fire continued to burn in the water. Bastard, I'll do it. The 3 Kaitian Palace generals flew over. Boom! The 3 generals attacked at the same time. Boom! An icy blue energy rushed toward the vampires and bat demons who were burning in the fire. Buzz! Under the effect of the icy blue energy, the power of the fire was expelled from their bodies bit by bit. Thank you, 4th Army Commander. Thank you, 7th Army Commander. Thank you, 9th Army Commander. The rescued vampires said gratefully. Unfortunately, only a few tens of thousands of vampires and bat demons survived. Moreover, all of them were injured. They retreated in fear and did not dare to move forward. These are the 3 army commanders of the Northern Expedition Army. In the records of the Xunlu dynasty, They did not open their sky palaces 10 years ago. Perhaps something happened in the past 10 years that made them open their sky palaces? Tang Chu said with a frown. Newly opened sky palaces? Huh, they're not even comparable to Chui Tai. The three of them together are only comparable to Chui Tai. Shang Wanhen sneered. In the distance, the three army commanders took out their swords and sabers. Break! The three army commanders used their sabers and swords to break the city walls at nearly the same time. Although they had just opened their sky palaces, they still had the strength to open them. When the sabers and swords clashed, they immediately produced a world-shaking might. Boom! The three army commanders worked together and produced a loud sound. The city walls in the distance shook. They can break the city gates? Many of the officials showed horrified expressions. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Your Majesty, let me give it a try, Shang Wanhen suggested with a frown. After all, the marionette pole earlier was just a treasure that Gu Hai released. Now that the other party's subordinates were attacking, it was not appropriate for Gu Hai to make a move. At the side, Bingheim's expression changed. Then she said, Your Majesty to hand, let me try. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim in confusion. If it does not work, it is not too late to ask Mr. Shangwan to make a move. Your Majesty, you should be careful of that Northern Expedition Army Commander Day 1. Qin Zibai? Bingheim said NNLY. Qin Zibai? Northern Expedition Army Commander Day 1. Gu Hai looked into the distance and nodded. That's fine too. One strategy paper already proved Bingheim's abilities. To think that she could deal with 3 heavenly palaces? However, Gu Hai showed some anticipation. Whoosh! However, Bingheim stepped forward. Her figure flashed, and she instantly moved into the distance. Everywhere she passed, she left behind an icy rainbow. Boom! In a short while, Xiao Chun arrived at the city gates. The barrier in the city blocked the outside world. However, it was easy to leave. Bingheim instantly arrived before the 3 commanders. Huh? Does Gu Hai not have anyone else to send? Why did he send a woman? One of the commanders sneered as he stopped breaking the city gates. She is rather pretty. Ha! Beauty, don't follow Gu Hai. The Grand Marshal is here. Follow me. That's right. Following us is better than following Gu Hai. The 3 commanders revealed lewd smiles. However, in the next moment, the 3 raised their weapons and chopped at Bingheim at the same time. Bingheim did not expect the 3 to be so sinister. The 3 weapons instantly chopped her down. Bang! Bingheim immediately exploded. Huh! Gu Hai's face sank. In the distance, the Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition, Qin Zibai's face also sank. It was settled just like that? Bingheim's body exploded, turning into countless ice shards that scattered everywhere. No, this is not her body. Suddenly, one of the commander's expression changed. Huh, you only discovered it now? Isn't it too late? Bingheim's cold laughter came from above the 3. The 3 immediately looked up. Then, they saw Bingheim suddenly forming a complicated hand seal. Wong! A huge ice mirror suddenly appeared behind Bingheim. A glaring ray of sunlight was guided by Bingheim. Ah! The 3 of them immediately squinted their eyes and tried to protect themselves. However, when the 3 of them regained their vision, they found themselves in a strange environment. There were ice mirrors all around them, surrounding the 3 of them in a large encirclement. In every mirror, there was a Bingheim standing. The 3 of them were shocked. In the outside world, Gu Hai and Qin Zibai's expressions darkened. They saw Bingheim forming a hand seal. Suddenly, cold air shot out in all directions. The entire area within 100 li of the city gate was immediately sealed in ice. The ground was instantly covered in ice, and snow started to fall from the sky. In the center, a huge ice ball that was 100 zhang tall surrounded the 3 commanders and Bingheim. A gentle breeze blew past, and the ice ball emitted waves of cold air. No one knew what was happening inside. The Great Ice Mirror Technique. Shang Wanhen's expression changed slightly. What is the Great Ice Mirror Technique? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Shang Wanhen showed a shocked expression and said, Strange, strange. This great ice mirror technique is an inherited technique of the opposing force of the solar god palace. How can Bingheim know it? How could she be a member of Tai? Strange. Oh, Your Majesty, this Bingheim may not be simple. She can use the great ice mirror technique. The three of them are finished. Shangwan Hen said with a frown. Whoosh. This was because Qin Zibai, who was far away, also noticed the strangeness of the ice ball. His expression darkened. Bastard. Qin Zibai took a step forward and headed toward Zhaoga City. It took him only a short while to arrive at the location of the ice ball. Break. Qin Zibai extended his hand and struck at the ice ball. Boom. With a loud sound, the ice ball exploded. The moment the ice ball exploded, Bingheim shot out and flew toward Guhai in the city. Open the formation and let Bingheim in, Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes. The official in charge of the formation answered. Whoosh. A hole appeared in the formation. Bingheim entered the formation and headed toward Guhai. On the other side, Qin Zibai did not chase after Bingheim. Instead, he looked at the inside of the ice ball. The ice ball exploded, and a large amount of cold fog filled the surroundings. Qin Zibai waved his hand. Boom! Immediately, the fog dissipated, revealing the three commanders inside. However, the three commanders had all turned into ice sculptures at the moment. They were all dead with their eyes wide open. Emperor Dahan, I did not disappoint you. Bingheim flew in front of Guhai with a smile. Guhai nodded and looked at the distant Qin Zibai. Good, good, good. Guhai, your Chaoga City really surprised me. You killed my 3 Legion commanders who just opened the Celestial Palace? Qin Zibai looked at the city with a cold expression. Qin Zibai, the commander of the Northern Expedition, Day 1? Huh, I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Why did you abandon your Northern Expedition and focus on attacking me? Again and again, you let your subordinates wreak havoc in my Han Dynasty. Do you think that the Han Dynasty is already yours? Guhai said coldly. Huh, what belongs to you? The 24 cities of the Divine Foothill Dynasty belong to me, Day 1. Originally, I did not want to make a move personally. However, you repeatedly acted recklessly and killed my generals. Don't blame me for being merciless. The city guarding formation? Do you really think that this barrier can keep me out of the city? Qin Zibai snorted coldly. As Qin Zibai spoke, he threw another palm strike at the city guarding formation. A humongous red, manifested palm materialized in the air and descended like a meteor, brazenly crashing into Chaoga City's formation. An intense collision rang out, causing countless citizens in the city to cover their ears in pain. Arg! Miserable shrieks rang out incessantly. The tremors were too intense, and the entire Chaoga City shook. The citizens covered their bleeding ears and raised their heads in agony. They saw that the indestructible city guarding formation was now covered in cracks, crazily extending in all directions like a spider web. The might of one palm strike almost broke the formation. Qin Zibai opened the Central Heavenly Palace. Shangwan Hen's expression changed. Central Heavenly Palace? Bingheim's expression changed as well. She looked at the floating island in the distance where the Great Myojin was. However, Bingheim could not deal with the Central Heavenly Palace. She hoped that the Great Myojin would make a move. The Great Myojin sat in a pavilion on the floating island, drinking fine wine as he revealed a cold smile. Why would the Great Myojin help Guhai? What a joke. It would be even better if Qin Zibai killed Guhai. In the plaza of Huangfu Hall, the officials looked anxiously at Guhai. However, Guhai did not panic. Only a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he seemed to have made a decision. With a cold look in his eyes, he stepped forward. Chapter 335. Under Qin Zibai's palm strike, countless cracks appeared in Chaoga City's barrier, as if it would shatter at any moment. The destruction of a nation is today. Everyone felt extremely anxious. Even Shangwan Hen showed an unsightly expression. Are we going to break into the city now? Bingheim looked at the Great Myojin in the distance. However, why would the Great Myojin help? However, just as everyone worried, Guhai took a step forward. Citizens of the Han Dynasty, citizens of the Divine Foothill Dynasty, I Guhai am not talented. In the end, I would like to borrow Huangfu Chaoga's old memories to ask everyone to lend me your strength to protect the 24 cities. I have promised that I will give everyone peace that will not lose to the Divine Foothill. However, I need everyone to work together with me. Today's battle is a battle of life and death. If we succeed, the nation will prosper. If we fail, the nation will be destroyed and we will become slaves. Citizens of the Dahan, if you do not betray me, I will not betray you. I am not joking. Please lend me a hand. Guhai shouted. Boom! The Sea of Providence clouds instantly transmitted his voice to the ears of all the Dahan citizens. Naturally, all the citizens on 9-5 Island raised their hands. In Chaoga City, the citizens also raised their right hands, lending their strength to Guhai. The citizens of the other 11 cities that Huangfu Chaoga had given Guhai also raised their hands after some thought. Only a small portion of the citizens of the 12 cities that they had just conquered raised their hands. However, the 12 city lords immediately stepped forward and continuously used the sound amplification array formation to appeal to all the citizens in the city to raise their hands and borrow Guhai's strength. After all, to the officials, once the Dahan dynasty fell, they would lose all their power. Perhaps they missed Huangfu Chaoga. Guhai's words moved the citizens, or they did not want to be slaves anymore. One citizen after another raised their hands. Rumble. The citizen's strength slowly flowed toward Chaoga City, entering Guhai's body through the Sea of Providence clouds. Rumble. Surging energy exploded around Guhai. A strong wind blew, and the surrounding officials were forced to retreat. In the past, Huangfu Chaoga was able to use the power of a country to block Luyang of Gojoseon. When Luyang of Gojoseon was at his peak, he seemed to be even stronger than Qin Zibai. Right now, Guhai wasn't receiving as much power as Huangfu Chaoga, but it was still 60%. Surging energy converged, and Guhai's body seemed to emit a flame of energy. Outside the city, Qin Zibai's eyes widened as he sent out a third palm strike. Boom! With a loud boom, Qin Zibai's palm strike shattered the powerful barrier protecting the city. The tremendous force shook the entire Chaoga City like a surging storm. Ha ha! Mobilizing the power of a nation? Guhai, you're still lacking a bit. Qin Zibai said with a cold smile. Rumble! A mountain peak suddenly appeared beneath Guhai's feet. It was the dragon vein carrying Guhai, quickly heading out of the city. Whether I'm lacking or not, we will know after we compete. Qin Zibai, the people of Dahan are already as strong as iron. The people can lend me their power. You can't take away any of the Dahan's cities. Guhai said coldly. The mountain peak carried Guhai to the outskirts of the city quickly. Guhai's aura surged continuously, and the storm around him grew increasingly stronger. By the time Guhai reached the open space outside the city, his aura had reached its peak. A strong might and pressure spread out, kicking up sand and pebbles in the surroundings. On the floating island in the city, the great Myojin said coldly, Qin Zibai, when you first entered the central heavenly palace, Guhai mobilized the power of a nation in Dahan. Unfortunately, only half of your people gave you power. Furthermore, they were not sincere. Now, their power has reached the peak of the central heavenly palace, but they can't go any further. You are still slightly weaker than Qin Zibai. Dahan, you are too fast. Qin Zibai arrived in front of Guhai as well. Huh, Guhai, you want to fight me personally? You don't want to threaten me with my Yuan dynasty captives? Qin Zibai said coldly. Will threats work? Even if I kill 1 million Yuan dynasty captives, will your heart waver? Guhai sneered. No, Qin Zibai said coldly. Since you won't, why should I use them to threaten you? I am enough. Guhai said coldly. You are stronger than Huangfu Chaoga. He is willing to go against the world for loyalty. However, you have the spirit of an emperor. Can you go against the world because of your own will? I will leave your corpse intact. Qin Zibai said coldly. You think that I will lose? Guhai revealed a cold smile. With a flip of his hand, the crimson saber suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's hand. The crimson saber could increase Gu Hai's strength. Holding the crimson saber, Gu Hai's strength suddenly soared. Humph! Qin Zibai raised his eyebrows and flipped his hand. Whoosh! Qin Zibai also grabbed a crimson saber. The shape of the crimson saber was identical to the one in Gu Hai's hand. Huh? Gu Hai frowned. A replica of the blood prison? I have one as well. Let's see if you are better than me. Qin Zibai snorted coldly. The two's crimson sabers chopped down at nearly the same time. Suddenly, the crimson light of the two sabers soared into the sky, dyeing the entire place red. Then, two huge crimson arcs of light clashed. Hum! The two crimson sabers' saber lights clashed, creating a huge storm. The storm rushed to Chaoga City and knocked down a large portion of the city walls, which had lost the barrier. Rumble! The surroundings turned chaotic. Green veins bulged on the crimson sabers as if they had bulging veins. Gu Hai and Qin Zibai showed ferocious expressions. The two infused almost all their strength into their crimson sabers. Cold sweat appeared on Gu Hai's forehead as he showed ferocious expressions. Qin Zibai's eyelids twitched. Huh, your crimson saber is actually more exquisite than mine. Is it more like the blood prison? It can give you a greater boost in strength. However, your strength is still slightly weaker than mine. You are also slightly weaker when it comes to mobilizing the power of a nation. Break for me. Break! Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Huh. The place where the two sabers clashed suddenly exploded into a bloody mist. When the bloody mist exploded, Qin Zibai and Gu Hai paused. However, neither of them took a step back. A crack appeared on Qin Zibai's crimson saber. As for Gu Hai's crimson saber, it had completely shattered. The crimson fog that filled the air earlier was the result of Gu Hai's crimson saber exploding. Ha 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 ha! I told you. Now, you don't even have the blood prison imitation saber that can boost your strength. What are you going to use to fight me? Qin Zibai sneered. Shangwan Hen, Gao Xinji, and the others all showed worried expressions. After all, this crimson saber had helped Gu Hai defeat stronger opponents many times. However, even the crimson saber shattered now. Great Myojin! Bingheim shouted anxiously at the Great Myojin in the distance. However, the Great Myojin lazily leaned against a stone pillar in the pavilion. He revealed a cold smile and said, "Doesn't Gu Hai have two sabers? If one is broken, there is still another." The Great Myojin was unwilling to make a move. Bingheim felt anxious. Two sabers? However, it seemed that only the crimson saber could boost strength. Indeed, she saw Gu Hai use his left hand to cover his chest with his wide sleeve and draw the life ender saber with his right hand. Buzz! The moment the life ender saber appeared, it gave off a dense, cold chi. A bone saber? I heard that you have an evil saber. However, aside from giving off some black chi, can this evil saber compare to the imitation saber in the blood prison? With our current strength, is this black chi still useful? What if some small skeletons come out of it? Ha! Come, let me chop it up. Qin Zibai said coldly. Gu Hai took out the life ender saber and stared at Qin Zibai. Then, he sneered, "That's right. The life ender saber cannot boost my strength. However, that is because it has not been unsealed yet." Huh? Qin Zibai frowned slightly, showing some doubt. Unsealed? There are still countless cracks on this broken bone saber. How can it be unsealed? If it could be unsealed, wouldn't you have done so long ago? Why wait until now? As Gu Hai held the life ender saber with his left hand, his right hand suddenly moved from the hilt to the tip. As he moved, the cracks on the bone saber healed at a strange speed. Gu Hai was using his heaven-replenishing energy to repair the life ender saber. Huh? The Great Myojin in the distance suddenly straightened his body, finally showing a change in expression. As Gu Hai repaired the cracks on the life ender saber, the saber suddenly gave off a soul-stirring energy. Even someone as strong as Qin Zibai felt a sudden jolt in his heart and soul. He felt dizzy, as if the bone blade in front of him was the most evil thing in the world, and it was creating an evil spiritual world. A piercing cold intent rushed towards his three souls. "What saber is this?" Qin Zibai exclaimed in shock. "The saber's name is Life Ender." Gu Hai held the hilt with both hands and swung it at Qin Zibai. When Shao Chun swung his saber, boundless black fog seemed to appear out of nowhere, instantly covering the place. Everything turned pitch black except for the bright white Life Ender saber in the center. Then, it turned into a heavenly saber and chopped at Qin Zibai. "Humph!" Qin Zibai snorted coldly and swung the crimson saber in his hand. The two sabers clashed. Shing! Shao Chun easily chopped the crimson saber in half. It was like nothing in the world could block the Life Ender saber. Then, Shao Chun swung the crimson saber at Qin Zibai. "What?" Qin Zibai's expression changed as the threat of death enveloped his entire body. He did not resist at all. His figure flashed as he retreated. Boom! When the Life Ender saber swung down, the black fog in the air vanished, and the place regained its brightness. Phew! 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 Gu Hai panted heavily. When he activated the Life Ender saber earlier, he instantly drained half of the energy that the ordinary people lent him. Half! Half! Gu Hai's strength suddenly decreased by a large amount. Indeed, the complete Life Ender saber was still not something that he could control. Crack! 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 After Shao Chun swung his saber, the Life Ender saber regained its normal appearance. The original cracks reappeared. Huh! Gu Hai's face sank. When Shao Chun repaired the Life Ender saber earlier, the heaven-replenishing energy in his body had been drained in an instant. Could it be that he only repaired a facade earlier? If he wanted to repair the entire saber, he would need a boundless amount of heaven-replenishing energy. As Gu Hai held the Life Ender saber, he looked up at Qin Zibai. However, Shao Chun saw that Qin Zibai had already retreated to more than 10 kilometers away. The saber had torn apart his clothes. The sharp saber had even chopped off most of Qin Zibai's hair. Only the hilt remained of the blood prison imitation saber in Qin Zibai's right hand. The shield in Qin Zibai's left hand had also been chopped in half. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. However, Qin Zibai broke out in a cold sweat. That Life Ender saber nearly chopped me in half. Chapter 336. The Universe Origin Shield? The Blood Prison Imitation Saber? Qin Zibai looked at the saber hilt and broken shield in his hand. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. These were his two strongest treasures. Earlier, Gu Hai chopped them down with one saber strike, breaking them into two with one saber strike. If not for Qin Zibai fleeing quickly, if not for the Universe Origin Shield and the Blood Prison Imitation Saber blocking for him, Qin Zibai would have died. No matter how strong Qin Zibai was, he could not be as tough as these two treasures. Qin Zibai, who was covering cold sweat, looked up at the distant Gu Hai. Gu Hai's aura had weakened significantly. The Life Ender saber in his hand returned to its original state, covered in cracks. Gu Hai, Qin Zibai said coldly with some fear. Gu Hai took a few deep breaths and recovered. Then, he held the Life Ender saber and looked coldly at Qin Zibai. Grand Marshal Qin? Huh, do you want to try again? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Qin Zibai narrowed his eyes and said, Humph, your Life Ender saber cracked again. Indeed, it cracked. However, I can reseal it again. Grand Marshal Qin, do you want to do it again? Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. If you could reseal it, would you be speaking nonsense with me? Qin Zibai asked sullenly. Gu Hai held the saber hilt with one hand as he prepared to reseal the saber with the other, just like earlier. Gu Hai no longer had the heaven-replenishing energy. However, he could not lose his arrogance. Otherwise, if the other party saw through him, he would be in trouble. You can try. Gu Hai showed a cold expression. Qin Zibai's eyelids twitched. He could guess that Gu Hai was at the end of his rope. However, Qin Zibai did not dare to gamble. If he lost, he would die. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. Qin Zibai's expression also turned sullen. However, the two's battle strangely stopped. The surroundings were completely silent. The people in the city and the soldiers outside stared at the two fighting to the death. However, no one stepped forward. They did not have the ability to do so. At this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from the north. However, he saw hundreds of flying boats coming from the north. Over there, quick, quick! Long Wanyu stood at the bow of the airship in the middle and shouted in surprise. Jinmu of Silla looked into the distance and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Guhai versus Qin Zibai? Furthermore, he was frozen? That's impossible. Sima Chongkong said in shock. Not only Sima Chongkong, but Jinmu of Silla also clenched her fists. When she looked at Guhai, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Jinmu of Silla saw things from a different perspective. In the past, when Guhai defeated Liu Yang, it was to avenge Huang Fuchaoga. He used this hatred to mobilize the power of the world. Now that he was evenly matched with Qin Zibai, he must have mobilized the power of the world at the hand. How long had it been? How many months had it been? The people of the 24 cities of the Xunlu dynasty were willing to lend their strength to Guhai. How long had it been? And he had already won the hearts of the people. This was what Jinmu of Silla feared the most. Boom! The hundreds of flying boats arrived in the blink of an eye, causing a huge gust of wind. Guhai and Qin Zibai's faces sank as they looked over. Takashi Ryushin, Qin Zibai's face turned cold. The current situation was out of Qin Zibai's expectations. Why did Jinmu of Silla come? Shouldn't she be waiting for Guhai to be killed by me? The situation became complicated. Dealing with Guhai seemed to have come to an end. Qin Zibai started to be wary of Jinmu of Silla. Behind them, some of Qin Zibai's 5 million troops also arrived in the hundreds of flying boats. Boom! The two flying boats immediately faced each other. The soldiers on the flying boats grabbed their bows and looked at each other coldly. Qin Zibai, long time no see. Jinmu of Silla said coldly. Jinmu of Silla, are you here to help Guhai? Qin Zibai asked coldly. Jinmu of Silla did not answer him. Instead, she turned her head to look at Guhai. Mr. Good, you are really capable. This king underestimated you. Jinmu of Silla said seriously. Jinmu of Silla, welcome. Guhai is sorry for not welcoming you. Guhai smiled faintly, but did not reveal anything. Brother-in-law, haha. The old man finally agreed to let me find you. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. He stomped on the ground. Bang! Long Wanyu immediately jumped to the peak where Guhai stood. Cluster Lord, be careful. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed as he and the group of Long Wanyu's guards immediately flew around Guhai. Suddenly, a group of people appeared around Guhai. However, he suddenly frowned as he held the bone saber. You just came from the Deqian capital? Guhai asked, feeling bewildered. Of course. I spent a long time on the old man's side. Ha! Don't you think so, old baldy Lu Nian? Long Wanyu looked at Venerable Lu Nian proudly. Old baldy Lu Nian? Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. Although Long Wanyu's words were not pleasing, she did not have any bad intentions. Perhaps she acknowledged me by scolding me like this? Venerable Lu Nian nodded. On the other side, Qin Zibai continued looking at Guhai coldly. Kill Guhai now? Is that still possible? Not to mention whether Qin Zibai could deal with Guhai. Even if he could destroy Guhai, would he still be able to obtain the 24 cities of the Han when the Jinmu of Silla's army arrived? Qin Zibai's expression turned increasingly sullen. Jinmu of Silla turned to look at Qin Zibai. Huh. Qin Zibai, withdraw your troops. This king is already here. Your efforts have already failed. Humph. Failed? Not necessarily. Dissatisfaction flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. Ha 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 ha. Guhai, I'm back. I'm back. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, wild laughter came from the distant horizon. Rumble. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a large number of bats flying towards the center of the battlefield. At a glance, there were at least 10 million bats that covered the sky and earth. Among them, there were even some blood-colored bats that revealed ferocious expressions. The bats surrounded a man giving off a red light. This was Chang Ming, the former commander of the 8th Army of the Northern Expedition Army. Chongming was injured by Shangguanhen's snake venom and fell into the valley, obtaining a fortuitous encounter. As soon as Chongming arrived, he saw the chaotic scene at the moment. However, Chongming believed that he had mastered the divine skill and was not afraid at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the center of the battlefield with the rolling bats. "Guhai, I'm back. Also, that despicable person who poisoned me. Come out and die," Chongming said with a ferocious expression. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats flapped their wings frantically. The ordinary people in the city showed worried expressions. "Chongming?" Qin Zibai said with a frown. "Grand Marshal, are you here to deal with Guhai as well?" "Haha, is this the Jinmu of Silla?" "Grand Marshal, you deal with the Jinmu of Silla. Leave this Guhai to me." Chongming's eyes were filled with determination. The huge bat wings on Chongming's back flapped, revealing 2 scarlet fangs in his mouth. Who is this unlucky person?" Long Wanyu looked at Chongming with disgust. Ever since Guhai risked his life to save Long Wanyu had completely accepted him as her brother-in-law. Her mother was dead, and her sister was dead. The only family in this world was Guhai. Now a black-robed man had appeared out of nowhere and dared to insult her brother-in-law. No matter how she looked at him, she did not like him. "Little girl, what did you say? You said I have an unlucky face?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Chongming was so angry that he laughed. "Isn't that so? With your appearance, you must have suffered greatly at my brother-in-law's hands. You still want to seek trouble for my brother-in-law with that wretched appearance of yours?" Long Wanyu immediately scolded without holding back. Chongming was favored by the heavens, pampered and spoiled by the Chong clan. However, no matter how pampered he was, could he be more pampered than Long Wanyu? "So what if I scold you? If you make me unhappy, I don't care who you are. I will scold you all the same." Venerable Lu Nian leaned forward, showing some bitterness. Long Wanyu did not care about how strong Chongming was. However, Venerable Lu Nian did. Given his aura, it was clear that he had opened the heavenly palace. Even she was not a match for him. Long Wanyu was really foolish and bold. Jinmu of Silla's face sank as she raised her guard. No matter what, Long Wanyu could not get injured. Otherwise, His Holiness would definitely blame her. Chongming stared at Long Wanyu for a while. Suddenly, he discovered that this Long Wanyu seemed to be even more detestable than Guhai. "You said I have an unlucky face? You said I have an unlucky face? Little girl, what do you know? This great me is blessed by heaven and earth. Everything goes smoothly. Even when I got poisoned by a mistake, I got. Humph. The unlucky one is you. I will immediately let you know how laughable your earlier words are." Chongming sneered. "I said that you have an unlucky face, but you did not believe me. Why did you rush over in such a hurry? You are going to get beaten up again. Unlucky face," Long Wanyu said with disdain. "Beat me up? Who dares to beat me up?" Chongming looked at Long Wanyu in displeasure. "Your father will beat you up," Long Wanyu said confidently. "You dare to scold me?" Chongming glared at her. "Who scolded you? You unlucky thing, stay away from me. Don't infect me," Long Wanyu shouted. Qin Zibai was speechless. Chongming had an unlucky face. This little girl must be crazy. He was blessed by the heavens, and everything went smoothly for him. "You are the unlucky one. You are the unlucky one. Little girl, I will let you know what is unlucky and what is unlucky. You will be the unlucky one soon," Chongming roared. He waved his hand. Boom! All the bats behind him rose up violently, as if they were going to rush towards Long Wanyu and teach her a lesson. Guhai's face sank as he stood in front of Long Wanyu. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. He is going to be beaten up soon. He's just an unlucky guy. Why should we be afraid of him?" Long Wanyu said proudly. "Unlucky guy, I want you to be unlucky. Go!" Chongming roared ferociously. "Stop!" Suddenly, a loud roar came from the sky. It was so loud that it could be heard by everyone. All the bats were shocked by the loud roar. They were originally ferocious, but in the blink of an eye, they were terrified. Chongming's face darkened as he turned his head to look. He saw another black light coming from the sky. It was so fast that it reached the center of the crowd in an instant. Boom! A strong wind blew past, and the figure in the black light froze in the air. Jinmu of Silla's face darkened. Changsheng, Grand Duke Changsheng. Qin Zibai also frowned. Father, why are you here? Why are you suppressing my bats with your blood? I want to teach this little girl a lesson. Why are you stopping me? Changming opened his eyes wide. Slap. Changsheng slapped Changming's face. Unfilial son, how dare you? Changsheng shouted. Changming covered his mouth and widened his eyes in grievance. I told you. You are so unlucky that you will be beaten up by your father. You don't believe me. Huh? Long One, you said proudly. Chapter 337. Slap. Changsheng slapped Changming in the face. You unfilial son. How dare you? Changsheng shouted. Changming covered his mouth and widened his eyes in grievance. I told you that you were going to be slapped by your father, but you didn't believe me. Huh? Long One, you said proudly. Long Wanyu's proudness seemed to be sprinkling salt on Changming's wound. Changming was about to explode. Little girl, I won't. Changming was furious. Slap. Changsheng slapped him again. You can't control your mouth, right? Changsheng shouted angrily. Changming. Qin Zibai. Guhai was speechless. Jinmu of Silla. Everyone looked at the father and son in confusion. The situation was a little complicated. They didn't understand. Long Wanyu was the only one who had expected this. She looked proud and disdainful. Father. Changming covered his mouth and felt conflicted. Father slapped me as soon as he came? What did I do wrong? Changming seemed to want to say something, but Changsheng glared at Changming, forcing him to swallow the words he was about to say. After dealing with his son, Changsheng looked at everyone again. When he saw Long Wanyu, he suddenly smiled warmly like spring. Princess Wanyu, we meet again. My son is insensible and offended you. Please forgive him. Princess Wanyu? Qin Zibai's eyelids twitched. Although he didn't know that Long Wanyu was a prophet, Qin Zibai knew how much Daiqianqing treasured her. Was this Long Wanyu? Changming covered his mouth and looked like he was going to vomit blood. He shouted in his heart, Am I your biological son? So you slapped me for this little girl? Forget it, it's fine. He's just unlucky. Just discipline him in the future. Long Wanyu said like an old man. Changsheng smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry, I will discipline him strictly. This time, it's all thanks to Princess Wanyu's matchmaking that Deqian and Daewon were able to shake hands and make peace. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent people would have died in the war between the two dynasties. Changsheng said gratefully. When Changsheng spoke, the surrounding people immediately understood. No wonder Changsheng was so polite to Long Wanyu. Daewon and Deqian shook hands and made peace. Was it because of Long Wanyu? Of course. If the old man doesn't agree, I'll pull out his beard. Long Wanyu said proudly. Qin Zibai. Old man? Pluck his beard? In this world, who would dare to say that to Daiqianqing? Looking at Takashi Ryushin, Qin Zibai was speechless. Are you guys used to it? Changming stared at Long Wanyu and hesitated for a while. Where did this girl come from? Changsheng thanked Long Wanyu and turned to look at Gu Hai and Jinmu of Silla. Changsheng greets Mr. Good and Jinmu of Silla. Changsheng bowed slightly and smiled. Gu Hai bowed back. Changsheng, His Holiness has given you a decree? Jinmu of Silla frowned and said, Yes, the war between the two countries is over. The imperial decree will be in Jinmu of Silla's hands soon, right? I won't say much, Changsheng said with a smile. Mr. Good, my son has offended you previously. Please forgive him. Changsheng said politely again. Changming, forget it. He didn't cause any losses to the Dahan. Gu Hai shook his head. Changsheng nodded. He turned to look at Qin Zibai. Marshal Qin, the war is over. Please withdraw your troops. I have an imperial decree from the great emperor. Please return to the court immediately. Other matters will be taken over by someone else. Changsheng looked at Qin Zibai solemnly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and said, Duke Changsheng, you went to the Qian dynasty to negotiate peace and no longer have any disputes with the Deqian. However, the Dahan is not included. The Dahan has taken 12 cities from us. We must get them back. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. It seemed that Qin Zibai had not given up. Changsheng shook his head and said, No, Marshal Qin. Everything is over. The result of my negotiation is that other than returning all the Deqian cities in Yingzhou, no more weapons are to be used, including the Han Dynasty. What do you mean by no more weapons are to be used, including the Han Dynasty? Qin Zibai's face darkened. From now on, no more weapons are to be used. The Day One is not allowed to send troops to the Deqian. Similarly, they are not allowed to send troops to the Dehan. Changsheng said solemnly. What? Why? Qin Zibai glared and said angrily. This was written in the treaty. It was the last sentence that the Daiqianxing added. Changsheng said solemnly. Qin Zibai's face darkened. Beside him, King Shenwu also revealed a trace of surprise. The Daiqianxing added a sentence at the last minute that the Day One was not allowed to attack the Dehan. Why did His Holiness add this sentence? At the side, Guhai also showed some doubt as he turned his head to look to the north. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty? He was protecting the Dehan? Just one sentence. And the Day One imperial dynasty did not dare to attack him? Guhai understood that if not for the Daiqianxing's words, the Day One and the Dehan would not stop fighting. Even if Qin Zibai returned empty-handed today, there would be more experts in the future. The Dehan would not have peace. The Han dynasty had just entered the Divine Continent. Although they had 24 cities, the people's hearts were not stable yet. Guhai needed time. Once the war continued, the people would complain. Now, Daiqianxing's words gave him time. Unwillingness flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. However, Changsheng's eyes were filled with determination. He had to obey even if he did not want to. He could not let his emotions affect his decisions. Return to court. Qin Zibai gloomily roared. The army behind Qin Zibai roared in unison. At the side, Chongming covered his mouth, unwillingness written all over his face. Father. Chongming looked at Changsheng, seeming to have something to say. Let's talk after we return. Changsheng's expression immediately turned cold. Chongming. Princess Wanyu, Mr. Good, Jimu of Silla, we will take our leave. Changsheng bowed to everyone again. Go. Long Wanyu said with a smile. Jimu of Silla frowned and nodded. Guhai bowed slightly, sending them off. Just as Changsheng was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from Chaoga City. Young Changsheng. It was the great Myojin who was sitting in the pavilion on the floating island, holding a wine cup and looking out of the city. The voice was not loud, but it spread all over the place in an instant. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Who dares to insult my father? Chongming suddenly shouted. Shut up. Changsheng immediately stopped Chongming. Chongming. Why was he so unlucky? Why did his father have to scold him? There's another master? Qin Zibai's expression changed as he looked at the city. Changsheng's expression turned serious, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He suddenly bowed respectfully to Chaoga City and said, Young Changsheng greets the great Myojin. The great Myojin? Jinmu of Silla suddenly raised her eyelids. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. There was still the great Myojin in Chaoga City? With the great Myojin here, wasn't Chaoga City invulnerable to attacks? Then how did Guhai lose the city? Jinmu of Silla looked at Guhai, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. When did Guhai get on the good side of the great Myojin? Qin Zibai's expression also changed. Obviously, the information he received was not comprehensive enough, and he did not know that the great Myojin was here. When he heard that it was the great Myojin, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Guhai in shock. No wonder he was not afraid of me at all. However, what everyone did not know was that the great Myojin would not help Guhai at all. He wanted to see Guhai die. Go back and tell the Shiyu the Great that I will go to his place soon. It is time to settle the grudge between us. The great Myojin's voice rang out. Changsheng's and Qin Zibai's expression sank. Yes, I will pass on your words to the great emperor, Changsheng said respectfully. The great Myojin acknowledged indifferently before falling silent. Changsheng and Qin Zibai looked at Chaoga City with complicated expressions. Return to the court. Qin Zibai shouted. Rumble. The flying ships slowly turned around and met up with the Yuan dynasty soldiers in the distance. Then, they slowly retreated from the Han dynasty. At this moment, the flying ship that Changsheng was on earlier also flew over. Changsheng brought the depressed Chongming onto the flying ship and slowly left. The surging Yuan dynasty soldiers came with a strong momentum but were blocked by Gu Hai outside the city. Now, they all retreated. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The people in the city cheered. The Jinmu of Silla had a complicated expression as she turned her head to look at Chaoga City. Inside Chaoga City, the great Myojin suddenly appeared in front of Bingheim. Bingheim, since the Dahan is stable, I will not stay any longer. It is time to leave, the great Myojin said indifferently. However, Bingheim did not give the great Myojin any face as she said, "You should have left long ago. Before I leave, I will remind you again. Remember your identity." Huh? The great Myojin let out a strange laugh. Boom! Suddenly, the great Myojin turned into a streak of green light and shot into the sky. The green light condensed into a huge peacock. It spread its wings and flew toward the west at an extremely fast speed, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Outside the city, Gu Hai, Jinmu of Silla, and the others saw this and frowned. Tell the people of the Han dynasty that the Yuan dynasty soldiers have retreated. The Dahan is safe now. Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Gu Hai's voice instantly spread to the 24 cities and 9-5 Island. The people who lent their forces to Gu Hai were stunned at first, but then they became overjoyed. Ha ha ha! We are safe now. Long live the emperor! The people who did not lend their forces to Gu Hai were stunned. How is this possible? The emperor repelled the Yuan dynasty soldiers? Previously, they did not lend their forces because they did not think highly of the emperor. However, why did the emperor? No matter what the people thought, the war was indeed over. The Jinmu of Silla's army stayed outside the city. Gu Hai led the Jinmu of Silla's group and slowly headed toward the city. The flying boat flew past, heading straight for Huangfu Hall. Soon, they arrived at Huangfu Hall. Bingheim, Shengwan Hen, Gao Xianji, by Liz Han, and the others were already waiting. Gao Xianji greets the emperor. Gao Xianji bowed respectfully. By Liz Han and the others also bowed slightly. Dispense with the formalities. Gu Hai smiled. Gao Xianji greets Commander Jinan Day 1. Gao Xianji bowed again to Jinmu of Silla. General Gao, there is no need for such formalities. Jinmu of Silla immediately smiled. Your Majesty, I made a mistake when I led the troops to Zhaoga, which resulted in a deviation from our expectations. Please forgive me. Gao Xianji said, ashamed. Jinmu of Silla and the others frowned slightly. Gao Xianji's army was a miracle. How could she say that she made a mistake? Forget it. It's just a small flaw. It won't affect the overall situation. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji said respectfully. Commander Day 1, there was a tactical array just now. I have heard it. The war between Day 1, Deqian, and Dahan is over. Gao Xianji's mission is also completed. Here, I hand over the Tiger Seal to the Grand Marshal, resign as the commander of Legio 6, and return to Dahan. Gao Xianji took out the Tiger Seal that led Legio 6. Chapter 338. Gao Xianji resigned after the war? Furthermore, he was resigning in front of Gu Hai and his subordinates? Jinmu of Silla's face darkened. If it was any other time, Jinmu of Silla would not let Gao Xianji go. He would find an excuse to transfer her somewhere else and slowly subdue her. But now she was in Chaoga. In other words, she was in Gao Xianji's house. How could he transfer her away in front of the owner of this house? Grand Marshal, please grant my wish. Gao Xianji said respectfully again. Jinmu of Silla was silent. He did not want to agree. Jinmu of Silla, now that the war is over, it's time to return Gao Xianji that I lent you. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Takashi Ryushin, hurry up. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Many people are waiting for you. Long Wan Yu said. Jinmu of Silla looked at Gao Xianji again and sighed bitterly. If that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Mr. Gao, my mansion is always open to you. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Gao Xinji stepped forward and handed over the tiger's seal. Jimu of Silla was reluctant to part with it, but he still took it. Gao Xinji felt relieved after giving away the tiger seal and relinquishing her position as the Legio 6 commander of the Southern Battlefront Army. Bai Lizhan, Jimu of Silla shouted. Here, Bai Lizhan stepped forward and showed a hint of bitterness. Since Gao Xinji has relinquished her position as the Legio 6 commander, you can continue to be the temporary commander, Jimu of Silla said. Bai Lizhan didn't step forward. He looked at Gao Xinji with a complicated expression. Jimu of Silla frowned. Thank you, Grand Marshal, for your kindness. Now that the nation war is over, I would like to retire and return home. I hope that Grand Marshal can grant my wish. Bai Lizhan said respectfully. Disarmed? Huh. Jimu of Silla laughed angrily. Even if Jimu of Silla couldn't tell, Sima Changkong had mentioned it to Jimu of Silla. How was Bai Lizhan in front of him a man who had just retired? Instead, he wanted to follow Gao Xinji? Grand Marshal, please forgive me. I have let down Grand Marshal's kindness. Bai Lizhan said bitterly. Jimu of Silla took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She looked at Gao Xinji and then at Gu Hai. Especially Gu Hai. Jimu of Silla felt very uncomfortable. You introduced Gao Xinji to me just to kidnap my general? Fine, do as you wish. If you want to go back to Jinan City. If you don't want to, do as you wish. Jimu of Silla suppressed her anger and said in a deep voice, Thank you, Grand Marshal, for granting my wish. Bai Lizhan also let out a long breath. Jimu of Silla didn't look at them anymore. It was so frustrating. Gu Hai looked at Gao Xinji and revealed a satisfied smile. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Jimu of Silla and said, Jimu of Silla, would you like to sit in the hall for a while? No need. This time, the main purpose is to send Princess Wanyu here. Also, His Holiness wants to give you an imperial edict. Jimu of Silla said in a deep voice. Oh, Gu Hai frowned slightly. It's nothing. Brother-in-law, take a look for yourself. Long Wanyu immediately took out an imperial edict and stuffed it into Gu Hai's hand. Jimu of Silla opened her mouth and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. How could an imperial edict be stuffed into someone's hand? She had to shout long live 3 times at least. Moreover, this was Chaoga. If Gu Hai bowed to the Daiqianxing's imperial edict, it would definitely damage Gu Hai's prestige. However, Long Wanyu skipped all the steps and directly stuffed it into Gu Hai's hand. Takashi Ryushin couldn't do anything about it. Gu Hai frowned and opened the imperial edict. The Hallmaster of Class 1 Hall, Gu Hai, received the order. Princess Wanyu is temporarily under your protection. In all matters, protecting Princess Wanyu is the first priority. With this imperial edict, you can mobilize all the Qin officials and military forces to cooperate and protect Princess Wanyu. If anything happens to Princess Wanyu, you will be severely punished. The imperial edict didn't have much content. It just asked Gu Hai to protect Long Wanyu. Moreover, it named Gu Hai as the Hall Master of Class 1 Hall, and not the Emperor Dahan. It was giving Gu Hai a lot of face. Jimu of Silla, don't worry. Without this imperial edict, I won't let anything happen to Wanyu. Gu Hai said solemnly. If that's the case, then it's done. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Well, this king's imperial edict should have arrived in Jinan City. This king will also take his leave. Jimu of Silla said in a low voice. Because of Gao Xinji, Jimu of Silla was in a very bad mood. She didn't want to stay here a moment longer. Go, or it will be dark soon. Long Wanyu waved her hand. Jimu of Silla. At the side, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. He knew that Jimu of Silla's anger had already reached its peak, so he didn't say anything. Rumble. Jimu of Silla's group returned in disappointment. The 100 flying ships quickly disappeared into the horizon. Venerable Lun Yin and the subordinates in charge of Long Wanyu stayed behind. A great crisis was resolved in the blink of an eye. May the Dahan be blessed. Only then did the group of Dahan officials greet Gu Hai happily. Bingheim also looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Without the great Myojin's help, Guhai managed to safely survive this destructive crisis. When she was ordered to come, Bingheim still felt very dissatisfied. However, she calmed down now. Perhaps this was a different kind of life. From today on, Bingheim will be the commander of the Han Dynasty's Third Army. She will be in charge of the post-disaster reconstruction of Chaogas City. Guhai ordered. Many officials looked at Bingheim. Bingheim was slightly stunned as well. Then, she bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Guhai nodded. On Changsheng's flying ship, Changming stood unhappily behind him. Clearly, he was still brooding over the earlier two slaps. "Are you unhappy?" Changsheng asked indifferently. "No. It is only right for a father to hit his son," Changming said in a fit of pique. Changsheng turned his head and looked at his son. Then, he showed a bitter smile and said, "I hit you for your own good." Changming was still unconvinced. Let's not talk about Long Wanyu's help this time in front of Daiqianqing. Of course, Long Wanyu wanted to stop the war between the two countries so that she could meet Guhai easily. I am grateful to her, but it is limited. After all, the peace talks between the two countries are only a matter of time. I hit you because you didn't consider the situation and didn't know the enemy's strength. You dare to act recklessly? Changsheng said in a low voice. Me? That Long Wanyu is definitely not my opponent. I didn't know about the great Myojin before. I recently cultivated a divine skill. At that time, I thought it through thoroughly. Changming said unconvinced. Thoroughly thought it through? What thoroughly thought through? You don't even know who Long Wanyu is, and you want to deal with her? If I didn't slap you, you don't know if you can survive. Changsheng said in a low voice. How is that possible? I have cultivated a divine skill. Changming said confidently. Bullshit divine skill. Can your divine skill deal with Daiqianqing? Changsheng said coldly. Changming's face stiffened. What a joke. Who is the emperor of the great Qian dynasty? The most powerful people in the world, right? Not to mention that he cultivated that divine skill. Even the savage who taught him that divine skill can't be Daiqianqing's opponent. Do you know how much Daiqianqing treasures Long Wanyu? If she is hurt by you, Daiqianqing will kill you personally. Do you still think that I slapped you unjustly? Changsheng looked at Changming. What? That's impossible, right? Changming suddenly trembled. However, he also knew that his father would not lie to him. Long Wanyu? Thinking about it, Changming also felt a lingering fear. When we came, I heard from the subordinates that you were going to drink the blood of all the people in Chaogas City for the first time. Changsheng looked at his son coldly. I haven't. Changming looked embarrassed. Who taught you that? Are you the one who drank the blood of the people? Changsheng said coldly. I. The other members of the blood clan also drink it, Changming said, somewhat unconvinced. Bastard, do you want me to slap you again? Changsheng glared at him. Father, why not? Didn't the vampires start from the beginning to drink human blood? If other vampires drink it, why can't I drink it? You can't force me to drink it even if you don't want to drink it. Changming said unwillingly. They are them, and you are you. I have already told you that I allow you to drink the blood of the enemy, but you are not allowed to touch the blood of innocent people. You're not allowed to drink it. Changsheng said coldly. Why? Why can't I drink the blood of innocent people? Do you know? From the moment we become vampires, we are demons. Demons that the heavens condemn. Kindness is like water, and the heavens favor kindness. You are already a demon. If you commit any more sins, the heavens will destroy you. Perhaps no one knows that you drink the blood of innocent people, but the heavens do. That is a vast amount of karma. When you accumulate to a certain extent, it will be the time of your death. Changsheng said coldly. Father, don't scare me. Changming said, feeling confused. I'm scaring you? Why don't you read more books? Look at history. Which spirit-assimilated human race can last long? When the time comes and you accumulate enough evil karma, it will be the time of the heaven's destruction. Changsheng said coldly. Changming said, but you are blessed by the heavens? So what if you are blessed by the heavens? There are many people in the world who can kill you. The heavens favor you. That is a gift to you, not an excuse for you to be impudent. Chang Sheng shouted. Chongming bit his lip and remained silent for a while. Other vampires killing the innocent? Even the other brothers of my Chong clan were unable to restrain themselves, but I was able to restrain myself. I hope you can restrain yourself as well. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to escape when the day comes. Chang Sheng spoke in a low voice. Hey, but can't they control themselves? Chong Ming asked with a frown. Them? There's already no cure for them. Furthermore, the primogenitor is watching. Huh. The only thing that father let you down is that you became a vampire after I passed on my bloodline to you. Huh. Chang Sheng sighed softly. Father, I don't think that the blood race is bad. The blood race gives us innate talents, Chong Ming said, feeling confused. Innate talents? Huh. That is the price of sacrificing one's soul. With your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls incomplete, your accomplishments in life will be limited. Chang Sheng sighed softly. Huh. Furthermore, you have a primogenitor above you. If the primogenitor wants you to live, you live. If the primogenitor wants you to die, you die. Huh. Chang Sheng sighed softly. Chong Ming frowned slightly, remaining silent for a while. Remember my words. You can drink the blood of your enemies, but you are not allowed to harm the innocent. The heavens are kind, but you are not allowed to commit great sins. This is Father's only request of you. Chang Sheng said solemnly. Yes. Chong Ming nodded in shock. Chapter 339. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty and the Day One Celestial Dynasty reached a peace treaty. The alliance agreement was announced to the world. The war came to an end. The Daewon's Ing province soldiers retreated. The Daqian Celestial Dynasty returned to normal. However, the original Luyang of Gojoseon no longer existed. The Southern Army remained in Ing province. Takashi Ryushin sorted out the people's hearts. It seemed like the Daewon was the biggest winner in this war between the various countries. They subdued the Great Huang Dynasty's territory, the Greedy Wolf sect's territory, and the Gungjin sect's territory. The territory they obtained was nearly half that of the previous Daewon. The only unfortunate thing was that a Han dynasty rose up during this period. A dynasty that grew up in a crack. This Dahan seemed to have heaven-defying luck. After pulling a tooth out of the tiger's mouth, the Daewon Celestial Dynasty managed to emerge unscathed. The Han Dynasty subdued all the territory of the Divine Lu Dynasty. With Daqianxing's orders, the Daewon Celestial Dynasty did not dare to pursue this matter. Furthermore, the Daewon Celestial Dynasty subdued a large territory this time. It would take a long time to digest it all. The Han Dynasty fortunately managed to gain a foothold. This also gave Gu Hai a chance to catch his breath. Sorting out the 24 cities and reorganizing the people's hearts was the first priority. At 9-5 Island, Crown Prince Guqin continued to hold down the fort. The embroidered uniform guards commander Montez followed Gu Hai's orders and led large groups of embroidered uniform guard from 9-5 Island to Chaoga City. 4 flying boats anchored outside Chaoga City, full of cultivation practitioners from the Thousand Islands Sea. Many cultivators had never left the Thousand Islands Sea in their lives. When they saw the surging luck before them, they felt shocked. Craftsmen busied themselves inside and outside the city, repairing the large city walls. Many cultivators also goggled. The floating islands in the city were many times more luxurious than the barren 9-5 Island. After all, there were pitifully few floating islands in the Thousand Islands Sea. The entire Thousand Islands Sea counted them in single digits. However, there were thousands of them. Master, is this Chaoga City? No wonder the people of the Divine Continent say that our Thousand Islands Sea is a wasteland. This flourishing city belongs to our Han Dynasty? A subordinate looked at Montez excitedly. Yes, it's mine to hands. Montez sighed. Back then, when he had gone to Silver Moon City, although he had shocked the number 1 zither building on this street, he had not been as excited as he was now. That was only a shop, but this place was a city. An entire city. No, there are 24 such cities in Dahan. The embroidered uniform guards were excited. There were many sects in the Thousand Islands Sea, but could the Thousand Islands Sea compare to this place? Ever since the destruction of the Sky Chest Pavilion 800 years ago, it had become like a slum for cultivators. Even the entire Thousand Islands Sea could not compare to these 24 cities. Now, they all belong to the Dahan? According to the Emperor's decree, the Han dynasty has many things to do. Everyone must work together, Montez said with a solemn expression. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The Han dynasty was sandwiched between the Deqian and Day One, surviving in the cracks. In the eyes of some people in the Divine Continent, it was weak, but in the eyes of this group of embroidered uniform guards, it was as tall as the sky. 2 years, the Han dynasty had already become so majestic. The embroidered uniform guards slowly entered the city. There were naturally officials in the city to receive them. They were directly brought to the outside of Huangfu Hall. Outside Huangfu Hall, Bingheim had a huge map in front of her. All around her, the officials were waiting for her orders. Gu Hai had ordered the commander of the Third Army, Bingheim, to be in charge of the post-disaster reconstruction of Chaoga City. The destruction of the city's great formation was Bingheim's first task, so she naturally had to do her best. She continuously improved the city's formations and city walls on the map. When Montez and his group arrived, someone naturally notified Bingheim. Bingheim turned her head and immediately saw Montez. The commander of the Third Army, Bingheim, greets Lord Meng. Bingheim said calmly. The commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Montez, greets the commander of the Third Army. Montez also said solemnly. At this time, Gao Xianji, Tang Chu, and the others also received the news and came to welcome Montez. Lord Meng, Gao Xianji smiled. Lord Gao, Montez also said politely. Lord Bing, leave Montez to me. You can do your work. Gao Xianji looked at Montez. Bingheim nodded and turned her head to continue looking at the map in front of her. That floating island is not suitable there. It will block Huangfu Hall's vision. Move it to the other side. Bingheim said calmly. As she spoke, Bingheim waved her hand. Boom! A floating island in the distance suddenly shook violently as it was slowly moved to the side by a powerful force. Kaitian Palace. Montez's expression suddenly changed. The commander of the Third Army? She has the strength of Kaitian Palace? How did the Emperor develop in the past year? Has Kaitian Palace become the Emperor's official? Montez became more cautious, clenching his fists. If he didn't work hard, would he be eliminated one day? Lord Meng, this way please. Gao Xianji smiled. Oh, okay. Montez replied somewhat diffidently. The Emperor asked me to report to the Emperor as soon as I arrived. I wonder if the Emperor... Montez asked doubtfully. The Emperor? His Majesty is currently cultivating. Come with me. Gao Xianji said with a smile. Okay. Montez nodded. Chaoga City, outside a large lake in the Imperial Palace. Outside the lake, a large number of troops were stationed to prevent outsiders from entering and disturbing. In a small pavilion by the lake, Long Wanyu was lying on a desk, using dried fruits to stack a luohan, a dull expression on her face. So boring, so boring, so boring. Long Wanyu muttered endlessly. A group of subordinates behind her showed a trace of bitterness, standing to the side without speaking. At this moment, a red-crowned crane carriage carrying Gao Xianji and Montez flew over. Long Wanyu immediately sat up. Stop, what are you doing? Long Wanyu's small face suddenly became fierce. The red-crowned crane carriage stopped. Gao Xianji politely got off the flying boat. Montez looked curiously at Long Wanyu. Greetings to Princess Wanyu. This is the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guard, Montez. He just came from Jiu Island. The Emperor ordered that when Montez came, he should come to see the Emperor. Gao Xianji explained. Master Meng, this is Long Wanqing's younger sister, Princess Wanyu of the Qian Celestial Dynasty. Gao Xianji explained. The Empress's younger sister? Montez's face suddenly became serious, and he instantly remembered who she was. After all, Montez had followed Long Xiaoye in the past, and could be considered to have seen the young Long Wanyu. Young? From then on, the Daiqianqing treated her like a treasure. Montez greets Princess Wanyu. Montez's expression suddenly became serious, and he said respectfully, Wait here. Brother-in-law is creating a knife technique, and I am responsible for guarding him. No one is allowed to disturb him. Long One, you nodded. Okay. Gao, Shinji nodded. Okay. Montez also nodded. Creating a knife technique? The emperor was only in his 70s, and he was already creating a knife technique? How could he create one? Although he knew that the emperor was powerful, Montez felt that Gu Hai's creation of a knife technique was just so. Maybe it was a little powerful, but just a little. What Montez found hard to understand was that in the current Junwei 24 immortal cities of the Han Dynasty, was it difficult to find a powerful knife technique? Why did he have to create one himself? At the bottom of the lake, Gu Hai was indeed creating a knife technique. Most of the people who created the knife technique had comprehended the way of a knife for many years before they dared to create a new knife technique. How many years had it been for Gu Hai? From the time he transmigrated from Earth, it was at most 40 years. More importantly, the profound knife technique was only seen after the establishment of the country in the later period. It was only a group of knife techniques that he had studied in the past 2 years. How could he create a knife technique? However, Gu Hai had something that ordinary people could not defeat. It was the chess soul clone. Nearly 10,000 Gu Hai had studied the knife technique day in and day out. Others had comprehended it for a year, but the chess soul clone's analysis ability was equivalent to 10,000 years. With this analysis, as long as Gu Hai had seen the knife technique, it could analyze it thoroughly in the blink of an eye. What was so difficult about creating a knife technique? Moreover, the knife technique that Gu Hai created was not an ordinary knife technique. It was related to chess. At the bottom of the lake, fish swam around. Gu Hai stood on a large rock at the bottom of the lake, holding a long knife in his hand. The blood knife had already exploded, and the bone knife was not used. Gu Hai grabbed an ordinary rank 1 long knife. The moment the long knife appeared, a huge manifested saber aura appeared. At the bottom of the lake, it looked like Gu Hai was holding a 30-meter-long saber. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. He used his veritable essence energy to control the manifested saber aura and the chess soul's terrifying analysis ability to capture the existence of the saber intent. The saber intent was very weak, at the level of an ordinary saber cultivator. However, Gu Hai's saber intent was different from others. With Gu Hai as the center, 226 saber chi spread out around the bottom of the lake. The saber chi was divided into 2 types, one black and one white. The saber chi steadily formed a strange pattern. If a Go player was here, he would realize that the arrangement of these saber chis was a 19-line Go game. The white saber chi formed the white Go stones, and the black saber chi formed the black Go stones. The saber chi swayed. Clearly, it was being trained to control it accurately. It was waiting to reach perfection. It's finally done. I can use one of the 100,000 Go puzzles I brought from Earth to form this saber strike. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He suddenly chopped down with his saber. As the saber chopped down, the manifested saber aura seemed to form a suction force. The 226 saber chi did not charge out like others. Instead, they strangely followed the order of a Go game and charged at the manifested saber aura. Buzz! As the saber chi surged in, the manifested saber aura instantly gave off a dazzling purple light. Break! Gu Hai shouted. The manifested saber chopped down. Boom! The lake water seemed to have been sliced in half from the center, exploding towards the 2 sides of the blade. At the shore, Long Wan Yu waited in boredom. Hey look, Gao Xinji's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a piercing purple light came from the bottom of the lake. It looked like there was a purple sun at the bottom of the lake. Then there was a loud sound. A ferocious saber chi immediately chopped down. The lake exploded, and the manifested saber chopped the lake water in half. The sliced lake water could not merge back together after a long time. The lake water was sliced. This was not ice. Even if it was sliced, the saber intent would not dare to cross it. Again, confidence flashed in Gu Hai's eyes at the bottom of the lake. He succeeded? Xing! Once again, another Go game diagram from Earth gathered saber chi and chopped down as Gu Hai chopped down. Boom! The lake water was sliced again. Xing xing, xing xing, xing xing. Gu Hai used the various Go game diagrams with each saber strike. Each saber strike carried a strange, ferocious might. In the blink of an eye, the lake water looked like a spiderweb. This extremely strange scene made the people on the other side of the lake goggle. Every saber strike is a Go game diagram. A Go game diagram with 19 lines? That is 361 Go pieces. I am standing at the divine prime position. Each saber strike is 360 saber chi merging with my manifested saber. 361 is the number of cycles. Let's call this saber technique the cycle. Gu Hai said seriously. Boom. Xiao Chun chopped down again. 100,000 Go games. This is the basic cycle saber technique. I can make 100,000 types of this saber technique. That is 100,000 Go games. Confidence flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. However, 80,000 of them have been combined and condensed into new, complicated Go games. Let's give it a try. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai stood on the divine prime position, and the manifested saber intent appeared in his hand again. Saber chi circled around Gu Hai again, looking like black and white Go stones. Buzz, buzz. After the 4 Go games merged, a condensed Go game diagram appeared. Chop. Gu Hai chopped down again. Hong. A loud sound rang out. The entire lake exploded and soared into the sky. The water in the lake seemed to be instantly sent flying by the huge shock wave. The ground shook ferociously. With Gu Hai as the center, a vast earth trench rushed to the distant mountain peak. Outside, Montez, Gao Xianji, and Long Wanyu only heard a loud sound. All the water in the lake exploded. Then, they could vaguely see a purple saber light charging out. Boom! In the distance, 3 mountains connected to each other were split in half by the saber. That was 3 mountains. One saber strike split them in half. All the water in the lake had been blasted away. Your Majesty, some of the guards said worriedly in horror. However, Xiao Chun saw the lake water exploding into the sky, revealing Gu Hai, who was standing on a large rock and holding a saber. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this one of the 4 Go games merged? Its power is actually 100 times stronger than the previous one. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. The previous basic saber technique was called Zhou Tian 1. This saber technique is called Zhou Tian 2. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Walalala. The water that exploded into the sky slowly fell back down. The water drenched Gu Hai, but Gu Hai did not care at all. He was still excited about the saber technique. I have 20,000 incomplete saber techniques from the first batch of 4 Go games. Does that mean I have 20,000 Zhou Tian 2 saber techniques? Zhou Tian 2. Its power is 100 times stronger than Zhou Tian 1. The second batch of 4 Go games. Doesn't that mean it's Zhou Tian 3? I have 10,000 Zhou Tian 3. And among these 10,000 Zhou Tian 3, some of them are trying to merge into Zhou Tian 4. Doesn't that mean the power of the saber technique is getting stronger? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Zhou Tian 2. With one slash, the lake exploded. In his excitement, Gu Hai prepared to slash Zhou Tian 3. Stepping on Tian Yuan, the saber intent condensed into chi. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A frenzied saber intent rushed out in all directions. Countless soldiers suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Wherever Gu Hai was, it was as if a soul-stirring saber intent stabbed into their hearts. The falling lake water strangely avoided the saber intent. What saber technique is this? Montez was shocked. This was the first time Montez had seen such a strange saber technique. When the saber intent was activated, a strong murderous intent filled the air, causing Montez to feel a chill run down his spine. Of course, my brother-in-law created it. Long Wanyu said proudly. Oh no, this is saber intent? How did such a strange saber intent appear in the hands of someone from the Yuanying state? Do you want to hide further away? The spirit of the fiend ghost was also shocked. It's fine. I don't feel any danger. By the way, is the saber technique created by my brother-in-law very powerful? Long Wan Yu asked excitedly. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen saber intent jump like that. The first jump is actually 100 times stronger than the previous one. How is that possible? The spirit of the fiend ghost was shocked. Heh, that's because you are ignorant. Long Wan Yu did not give it any face. The spirit of the fiend ghost was speechless. Gu Hai was preparing to slash Zhou Tian 3. Before he could do it, the consumption of quintessential essence made Gu Hai's face sink. Not only was the consumption of quintessential essence huge, but more importantly, the saber in his hand could not withstand the saber intent and started to crack. Ka. Pong. The saber exploded from the saber intent. It turned into fragments. When the saber exploded, Gu Hai also released his saber intent. Pong. The surrounding lake water immediately flowed back. Phew. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. Forget it. Since Zhou Tian is feasible, it should be enough. 100,000 chapters of Zhou Tian 1 and 20,000 chapters of Zhou Tian 2 are enough to deal with daily life. But Zhou Tian 3? Without a good saber, I can't slash it. Throwing away the saber in his hand, Gu Hai rushed out and flew to the shore. Brother-in-law, you've mastered your saber technique? Long Wan Yu shouted excitedly. Chapter 340. Brother-in-law, your saber technique has reached great perfection. Long Wan Yu called out excitedly. Great perfection? Perhaps. However, the saber is not good enough. I need to reforge it later. Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Huh? Brother-in-law, don't you have a powerful life-ender saber? Why do you need to reforge it? Long Wan Yu asked, feeling surprised. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Indeed, the life-ender saber should be able to withstand 3 cycles. However, how is he going to refine his saber technique after using the life-ender saber? Although Xiao Chun had created the cycle saber technique, he still needed to familiarize himself with it. Every time he swung the saber, it would become an instinct. He did not need to think about it every time. If he used the life-ender saber, there was no need to refine his saber technique. Once its strong attributes appeared, all saber techniques would kneel before it. Once the countless black energy skeletons appeared, Xiao Chun would not need to do anything. Gu Hai understood that it was not that his saber technique was useless. It was just that he had not reached a certain level yet. Hence, he needed to refine it. He could not keep thinking about the life-ender saber. Life-ender saber? I don't really want to use it. Gu Hai explained. Huh, that's true. The life-ender saber is rather ugly. Long Wan Yu nodded, feeling confused. Gu Hai was speechless. By the way, brother-in-law, what kind of saber do you like? I'll help you choose from the old man's treasure trove next time. Long Wan Yu immediately said excitedly. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Suddenly, he recalled the crimson saber from back then. When Long Wan Yu gave it to him, she said that her younger sister took it from Dai Qianxing's treasure trove. At this thought, Gu Hai gave Long Wan Yu a strange look. Dai Qianxing really pampered her too much. He allowed Long Wan Yu to enter the treasure trove as she pleased and take as she pleased. There's no need. I'll refine it myself. A new saber does not need any particularly strong attributes. It just needs to be very sturdy. Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Sturdy? Demon Ghost Spirit, what is the strongest metal in the world that can be used to forge a saber for my brother-in-law? Long Wan Yu suddenly shouted in her heart. Demon Ghost. I'm asking you. Tell me. Long Wan Yu shouted. Sturdy? Where was the strongest metal? Every metal had its own unique characteristics. There was no strongest, only stronger. You can choose the sword you want. Demon Ghost said calmly. What was the use of a long lecture? If you don't know, just say that you don't know. Seriously, you're always telling me how amazing you are and how many things you know. But when I ask you something, you immediately say that you don't know anything. Long Wan Yu rolled her eyes. Demon Ghost was so depressed that it wanted to vomit blood. I'm telling the truth, okay? Is there no sturdiest thing in this world? Hardness, toughness, corrosion resistance, melting point, freezing point, they were all different and involve a lot of knowledge. They were all different, okay? However, Long Wan Yu had already determined that Yao Gui Ling was ignorant. Demon Ghost felt sullen for a while. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he possess her? All right, I know a metal. Whether you can find it or not is your problem. Do you want to hear it? Demon Ghost Spirit said angrily. Who knows if you're deliberately making it up? Don't pretend to be something. If you don't know, then just don't know. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Tell me if you want. Long Wan Yu said disdainfully. Demon Ghost Spirit was so depressed that it wanted to kneel down. Am I so unprincipled? It's called the Heavenly Punishment Stone. Demon Ghost Spirit explained. Heavenly Punishment Stone? Yes, this Heavenly Punishment Stone has its own consciousness. It can eat all kinds of metals to strengthen itself. The more metals it eats, the more it knows. It's as if even the heavens can't stand it. Wherever it goes, it will be struck by lightning. Anyway, this is the strongest. If Gu Hai has the ability, you can ask him to find it. Demon Ghost Spirit said solemnly. Is there any in the old man's treasure vault? Long Wan Yu asked. No. Demon Ghost Spirit recalled. Keep making it up. Do you think I'll believe you? Long Wan Yu had a look of disbelief. Demon Ghost Spirit suddenly felt a headache. Why don't you believe me when I'm telling the truth? Where's the most basic trust between people? Why am I trapped in Long Wan Yu's body? Why am I so unlucky? What are you making up? Gu Hai asked curiously. Gu Hai couldn't hear the conversation between the two. It was only when Long Wan Yu showed a look of disdain that he looked over curiously. Nothing much. I just chatted with Demon Ghost Spirit for a while. He's a liar and pretends to be very knowledgeable. I asked him what metal is the best for refining a knife. He said something about the Heavenly Punishment Stone. He even said that the Heavenly Punishment Stone will eat metals by itself. The more it eats, the stronger it will be. He even said that the heavens are jealous of it and will strike it with lightning. Long Wan Yu said with a look of disdain. The heavens are jealous of the Heavenly Punishment Stone? Gu Hai was stunned. I didn't say that the heavens are jealous. I didn't say that. Long Wan Yu, if you want to introduce it, then just introduce it. Don't change the words so casually. Demon Ghost Spirit wanted to cry, but had no tears. Long Wan Yu naturally ignored Demon Ghost Spirit. Gu Hai couldn't hear it either. Brother-in-law, don't listen to him. He's just a liar. He doesn't have much ability and always pretends to be an old man. Does he think that I'll believe him? Brother-in-law, don't bother with him. Long Wan Yu said with disdain. Demon Ghost Spirit, why am I so unlucky? Gu Hai nodded. Montez and Gao Xinji walked up to him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations to Your Majesty for mastering the knife technique. Gao Xinji said respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. This humble subject is late. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. Montez also said respectfully. It's good that you're here. Let's go. Follow me back to Huangfu Hall and tell me about the recent situation of the embroidered uniform guards. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Montez answered. Their group stepped onto the crane carriage and flew towards Huangfu Hall. Along the way, Meng Tai ceaselessly introduced his embroidered uniform guards. After all, he hadn't delayed in the slightest during this period of time, and he'd ceaselessly recruited and trained people. The number of embroidered uniform guards had increased by countless times. Along the way, Gu Hai listened patiently. When they were about to reach Huangfu Hall, Gu Hai nodded and said, all in all, it's all right. However, every embroidered uniform guard must be strictly selected. We can't let a single black sheep ruin the fairness of the embroidered uniform guard. Yes, Montez answered. This time, I summoned you here to spread the embroidered uniform guard cloth to 24 cities. At the same time, the embroidered uniform guard will be divided into an external branch. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, within the country, you will be in charge of monitoring the world. Outside the country, you will be in charge of collecting intelligence. I need you to quickly expand the embroidered uniform guard and write a report for me. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Montez suppressed his excitement. Not only monitoring the world, but the emperor also gave him authority? Collecting intelligence outside of the Han dynasty? Montez rubbed his hands together in excitement. Your Majesty, the expansion requires a large amount of spirit stones. What about the spirit stones? That's why I want you to write a report for me. I will give you the funds. As long as the embroidered uniform guard does a good job and sends over valuable items, I will not be stingy with any spirit stones. I will give you as much as you want. Guhai said solemnly. Yes, Montez answered. Whoosh. The crane carriage landed in Huangfu Hall Square. Bingheim, who was not far away, immediately walked over. Your Majesty, Bingheim said with a frown. Guhai looked at Bingheim in confusion. This subject went to the Ministry of Revenue to withdraw money, but the Ministry of Revenue asked me to use it sparingly. Will the spirit stones be enough? My post-disaster reconstruction cannot be stopped, right? Bingheim said worriedly. Don't worry, the post-disaster reconstruction cannot be stopped, Guhai said with a smile. But this subject heard that your Majesty has used all the taxes collected from the 12 cities that have just been conquered for the people's livelihood. Moreover, your Majesty has promised to return all the spirit stones that the citizens of Chowga City lent your Majesty to deal with the fire locust deity. Will the taxes collected from the remaining cities be enough to manage so many cities? Bingheim asked worriedly. Don't worry, in a few days, the Imperial Casino Holiday Villa will open in 24 cities. At that time, we will have enough spirit stones. Guhai shook his head. Bingheim was slightly taken aback. She suddenly remembered the scene on 9-5 Island. The Imperial Casino Holiday Villa was a divine beast that swallowed gold. Now it was going to be fully opened. Moreover, the first pavilion on this street was also stationed in the major cities. They were all powerful divine tools that could absorb gold. Why would they worry about not having enough spirit stones? This subject is overthinking, Bingheim said with a bitter smile. Guhai nodded and did not blame her. Bingheim continued to be in charge of the post-disaster reconstruction. In Huangfu Hall, Guhai gathered all the officials for a court meeting. After dealing with some administrative matters, he introduced Montez to the officials. The embroidered uniform guards had officially started to station in the 24 cities. Under Guhai's management, the Han dynasty had improved greatly in just 3 months. The citizens could see the difference with their naked eyes. Chowga City's array formation had been repaired, and the injured citizens were taken care of. The first pavilion on this street, the Imperial Casino Holiday Villa, absorbed a large amount of spirit stones. A portion was transported back to 9-5 Island for Guqin to set up the array formation. A portion was used for the government and the military, a portion was stored by Guhai, and a large portion was used for the citizens. The citizens saw the continuous changes around them, and they suddenly recognized the Han dynasty. This was an emperor that could earn money, an emperor that was willing to spend money on the citizens. Naturally, the citizens recognized Guhai more and more. It's so boring. Brother-in-law, I'm tired of your Chowga City every day. A while ago, the Imperial Casino opened, and I went to play for a while. It's so boring. Long Wanyu said, feeling bored. Guhai looked at Long Wanyu and smiled bitterly. Of course, you think it's boring? A prophet going to gamble? Who can win against you? Brother-in-law, why don't you bring me out to play? That old man didn't say that I can't go out with you, Long Wanyu said expectantly. Guhai was about to say something. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the study. Come in, Guhai said. A black-robed person slowly walked into the study. Jilu, you've also broken through? Guhai asked. The black-robed person said respectfully, Yes, I've broken through. That's why I could transform into a human form, like Jizun. That's good. What's the matter? Guhai asked. The black-robed person was silent for a while before saying, Your Majesty, may I know your grudge against Jizun? I'll definitely avenge Lu Shirshan. Don't worry. I remember that the enemy is the former emperor of the Great Huang dynasty, Xian. Didn't I send you to investigate? Guhai said solemnly. Yes, there's news. Jilu said. Oh. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, do you still remember the Valley of Death? Jilu asked. When Huangfu Chowga was poisoned by the drought demon fire poison, I captured the fire locust deity. He said that the fire poison came from the Valley of Death. Guhai frowned. Yes, we just got the news that a city has been built in the Valley of Death. Rumor has it that there are dragon roars coming from there. It seems like a new dragon vein is about to be born. Countless cultivators are going there to fight for the dragon vein. And our people saw Shi Yan's figure there. Zhu Lu said solemnly. Valley of Death? Dragon vein? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He still remembered his dragon vein. When the news of the dragon vein on 9-5 Island spread, countless experts went there. Now, another dragon vein was about to be born? Yes, the newly built city is named Dragon Vein City. Your Majesty, our greatest enemy is right there. Xian, I am a peerless cultivator from the Celestial Palace. We are useless, but we must avenge Zun Zun. Your Majesty, please avenge Zun Zun. Zhu Lu knelt down. Chapter 341. A few days later, a flying boat carrying Gu Hai and Long Wanyu left Chaoga City quietly. Gu Hai had arranged everything in the past few days. Gao Xinji, Shanghai Guanhen, Bingheim, and Montez stayed in Chaoga City. Gu Hai made some important decisions and brought along the Lu Rockman, who could transform. Zhu Lu. He went to the Valley of Death with a group of soldiers. Behind Long Wanyu were naturally the group of followers who served her. Sima Feng was the leader. Sima Feng was the calligraphy master of the Sima family, who accompanied Long Wanyu to set up the calligraphy formation when she first met Gu Hai. He was the one who prepared to kill Gu Hai with Long Wanyu. He was in charge of Long Wanyu's safety, as ordered by Daiqianqing. On the flying boat, Gu Hai stood at the front of the deck and looked into the distance. Valley of Death? Dragon Vein City? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Zhu Lu, the new Lu Rockman Supreme who was appointed by Gu Hai, said respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Now, there are 10 Lu Rockmen watching over there. We just need to go over and help them. Gu Hai nodded. That's good. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Lu said gratefully. You don't have to do this. I have accepted your Earth God and promised Huangfu Chaoga. Naturally, I will take revenge for Lu Rock God. Xian, entering the lower heavenly palace? I will do my best, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Zhu Lu said gratefully. All right, don't be so sentimental. Big Rock, go over there and wait. I want to talk to my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu shouted. Yes. Zhu Lu respectfully retreated to the side. Brother-in-law, we're finally out. You're the best brother-in-law. Every time I told the old man that I wanted to go out, he wouldn't agree no matter what. When I asked that old baldy, he wouldn't let me go either. You're the best. Long Wanyu said happily. I promise to follow you out, but you have to promise me one thing. Don't forget, Gu Hai said solemnly. Isn't it just listening to you? Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. I'll listen to you. Long Wanyu immediately squinted and smiled. No, don't you remember the last thing I said to you? Gu Hai frowned. I remember. You said to set a secret signal with me. As long as you say the secret signal, I will listen to you. Long Wanyu immediately nodded. What's the code? Gu Hai emphasized. Happy. Am I right? Brother-in-law, why did you set such a secret signal? It's so funny. Long Wanyu immediately laughed. It's happy. I hope that you will always be happy in the future. However, remember this. If I say this, no matter what I say, you have to listen to me. This is a must. Gu Hai said solemnly. Got it. Got it. Long Wanyu immediately nodded. Seeing that Long Wanyu remembered it, Gu Hai smiled faintly. All right. It's good that you remember. Oh, right. Venerable Lun Yin said that he was going to open the Heavenly Palace some time ago and has been in closed-door cultivation. Aren't you a prophet? Will he succeed this time? I don't know. It's not as far as the prediction. That old baldy should be able to break through, right? Long Wanyu said with a frown. All right. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. That guard captain of yours is Sima Feng? Previously, I saw that his calligraphy Dao formations were pretty good, Gu Hai said out of curiosity. Little Feng, come over here for a moment. Long Wanyu said like an old man. Not far away, a man quickly stepped forward. When he saw Long Wanyu, he smiled bitterly and said, Cluster Lord, you called for me? Yes, my brother-in-law wants to ask you something. Answer properly. Long Wanyu still sounded like an old man. Sima Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. Mr. Sima, sorry for disturbing you. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Don't. Mr. Good, you could just call me Little Feng like the Cluster Lord. Sima Feng immediately shook his head. Guhai was too respectful to Sima Fong. If the cluster lord became unhappy with Sima Fong, he would be in trouble. All right, I'll call you Sima Fong then. Previously, I saw you use the calligraphy Dao formations. The calligraphy Dao? Can you tell me more about it? Guhai asked out of curiosity. The calligraphy Dao? Actually, I'm just a beginner. I'll tell you what I know. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me, Mr. Good. You're too kind. Guhai smiled. That's what people say. The Tao of chess creates the world. The Tao of zither creates the soul. And the calligraphy Tao establishes order. Sima Fong said solemnly. Establishes order? Guhai was puzzled. Yes, it's order. It's also called rules or principles. One sentence can become a principle that can be used everywhere. In general, the calligraphy Tao masters discover the principles of heaven and earth, understand the existing order of heaven and earth, and use it as their own weapon. Very few people can create order. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a powerful calligraphy Tao master who created a new order and challenged the heavens. In the end, he was destroyed by the heavens like Old Man Guanxi. Sima Fong explained. Oh, the calligraphy Tao can defy the heavens? Create order? Guhai frowned slightly. Yes, the main thing is to discover the existing order of heaven and earth. Whoever discovers it first will be able to use it the best. It's similar to the Tao of zither. For example, when Mr. Good creates a zither Tao piece, no matter how others play it, his piece is the best, because you're the first to discover this arrangement of notes. Sima Fong explained. The calligraphy Tao is the same? Yes. The Tao of zither requires the Tao of zither concept. The calligraphy Tao also requires the Tao of calligraphy Tao. When you write down the order of heaven and earth, the order of heaven and earth can be used by you. Just like the Yellow Springs Dharma destruction scripture that I wrote previously. That was the order of heaven and earth that my family discovered and created. That's why the head of family's writing is the most powerful. Those written by us bloodline descendants are less powerful. Of course, if the full text is known by outsiders, they can also use it, but the effect won't be as good as ours. Sima Fong explained. Discover the order of heaven and earth and write it down. Must one have the Tao of calligraphy, Tao's intent? Guhai frowned. Of course, it's like the Tao of zither. Without the Tao of zither concept, how can one create little spirits? For the calligraphy Tao, without the Tao of calligraphy Tao's intent, how can one write down earth-shattering truths? The Tao of calligraphy, Tao's intent connects heaven and earth. Sima Fong explained. Without the intent, there's no other way? Guhai frowned. That's usually the case, but... Oh, but what? Mr. Good, do you still remember the heaven grade zither? Sima Fong asked solemnly. You mean Gauchen? Guhai was puzzled. Yes, zither are divided into different grades. The strongest is the heaven grade zither. The calligraphy Tao and the painting Tao require a brush. Brush is also divided into different grades. The strongest is the heaven grade brush, which is similar to the heaven grade zither. I've never seen one before, but I've heard the head of family mention it once. It seems to be similar to the average person. Just like the heaven grade zither, when you refine a heaven grade brush, you can also use it to write down famous sayings and order scriptures. You don't need to have the intent. But where can I find a heaven grade brush? Maybe it's just a legend? Sima Fong shook his head. Guhai nodded. In the Valley of Death, a huge city had been built in a short period of time. Dragon Vein City. This was because there were frequent dragon roars coming from all directions. Sometimes fire dragons would rush out from the ground. They were incomparably ferocious, and fire filled the sky. When news of the Dragon Vein spread, countless cultivators heard the news and moved. To establish a dynasty, one had to raise dragons. Where could one find dragons? The lords of the various dynasties had them, but who could snatch them? That was the birth of a new one. In the barren land of the Thousand Islands Sea, it was extremely difficult to birth a dragon vein. However, in the Divine Continent, it was not difficult. Every 10 years, there would be news of new dragon veins. Every time a new dragon vein was born, there would be a bloodbath. Everyone would kill to obtain the dragon vein. Dragon Vein City was born. No one could find the exact location of the dragon vein. Hence, more and more people gathered here. And in a special place in the Valley of Death, it was like an underground palace. In the underground palace, there were two strange-looking people. One was extremely fat, as though he had to pant after taking 2 steps. The other was extremely thin, so thin that he was almost skin and bones. The two sat at a stone table in a daze. They stared at each other. Ziwei, it seems like there are more and more people above us, the thin man said. Chang Sheng, you still have the mood to care about them? The fat man said blankly. The underground palace suddenly fell into silence. Damn it, why are we so unlucky? We were sent here and sat here for 3,000 years. I got hemorrhoids from sitting here. The fat man, Ziwei, said gloomily. The thin man, Chang Sheng, also said strangely, that's because you only eat and don't poop. Think about it, you were thinner than me back then. How many books here were all eaten by you? Eat my ass. Isn't it your fault that I became so fat? If you didn't let me see your painting, will my stomach be so big? Ziwei immediately shouted. You blame me? I was very full back then. Wasn't it you who made me so thin? Chang Sheng said gloomily. The two were silent for a while. They looked at each other with disdain. Perhaps after being silent for too long, Ziwei spoke again. How about I recite a poem that I created for you? What do you think? It's guaranteed to be nice. Ziwei looked at Chang Sheng expectantly. Chang Sheng rolled his eyes. Do you think that it's good for us to hurt each other? How about you appraise one of my paintings too? Ziwei's expression stiffened. My poems are hard to get even with money. How many people beg me to compose poems for them? Ziwei was immediately unconvinced. Why did that old third Wu from our neighboring sect lose control of his bladder and bladder when he heard you recite a poem? Chang Sheng exposed. That was the first time he heard my poem. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Ziwei cried. Your family's excitement is expressed with incontinence? Chang Sheng continued to expose. Ziwei, after being silent for a while, Ziwei said angrily, that's because old third Wu doesn't know how to appreciate it. Brother, it's not the first or second time. The lethality of your poems, even the old guy can't stand it. Chang Sheng continued to expose. Aren't you the same? Otherwise, why would the old guy lock you up here like avoiding the god of plague? Ziwei immediately retorted. Me? Isn't it all your fault? Who asked me to be close to you? The old guy can't stand you, and I'm also unlucky. Bah, I was harmed by you. Ziwei was immediately unconvinced. The two of them kept talking back and forth, constantly damaging each other. They even quarreled to the climax, rolled up their sleeves, and started to strangle each other's neck. Chapter 342. Outside the Dragon Vein City, in a forest, fog pervaded the area like a huge array. Countless bats were circling the array. Ding, 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 ding. A string of music sounded. If Gu Hai was here, he would be able to tell that this song was Les Miserables. Sitting in the middle of the array was Fairy Warner. Fairy Warner was playing a song. She watched as countless bats pounced on her under the control of more than 2,000 vampires. Fairy Warner was surrounded by Les Miserables. As long as the bats approached her, they would lose their 5 senses and flee in all directions. 2 figures were standing on top of a mountain in the array. One of them was Daewon's commander, Qin Zibai. The other one was in a red robe. He had a dignified face and a pair of blood-red fangs in his mouth. The two of them were leading a group of vampires to surround Fairy Warner. Ding, ding, ding. Fairy Warner plucked the strings of her guqin. Under Les Miserables, she played another song. Guqin soldiers appeared one after another to resist the vampires. Qian? Qin Zibai? How dare you? Fairy Warner said coldly with a veil on her face. Qin Zibai looked down coldly. Fairy Warner, we don't want to make things difficult for you, but you know that the drought demon fire in the Death Valley is very poisonous. We have thought of many ways to neutralize it, but you can absorb the drought demon fire and refine it? We just want to know how to refine the drought demon fire poison. Refine the drought demon fire poison? That was because Fairy Warner had the fire cauldron physique. She could cultivate any fire in the world, but Fairy Warner couldn't reveal this secret. Who Dantian knew about Fairy Warner's physique? So he didn't care about anything. How could she reveal it? How can I tell you the secret of my sect? Xian? Ha! The former ruler of the great Huang dynasty is now willing to be Daewon's slave? Your loyal subjects are all in the nascent soul realm, aren't they? You're actually willing to send them to Daewon for demonization? All of them had turned into vampires? Ha ha ha! This dog is really thorough. Fairy Wanner said coldly. The red-clothed man beside Qin Zibai, Xian, revealed a cold smile and said, You better worry about yourself. Fairy Wanner? Ha! I'm only calling you fairy out of respect for the sect behind you. Now that you've lost your sect, you're just a little girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The effect of your zither Dao has weakened, hasn't it? This array formation of mine is specially made to deal with Guqin Dao. Fairy Wan Er's eyes flashed with coldness. Your master is really ambitious. He let you travel around by yourself? Huh. Fairy Wan tell me the method to refine the drought demon fire poison, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, Qin Zibai said coldly, If you have the ability, then take me. If you don't, then don't talk nonsense. Fairy Wanner said coldly. The vampires in the surroundings kept rushing toward the center. However, they were blocked by the sound of the zither time and time again. Qin Zibai and Xian frowned and looked at each other. Lord Qin, why don't you do it yourself? Fairy Wanner's strength should only be at the peak of the nascent soul realm. With the zither, her strength can only reach the lower celestial palace. I can't deal with her, but with your strength. Xian looked at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and said, Let's wait a little longer. Wait a little longer? Ha, Lord Qin, you want my people to do it, but you want to stay out of it? There's no such good thing. The sect behind Fairy Wanner is indeed powerful, but you don't have to be so afraid, right? If she dies here, who will know? Xian said in a low voice. Qin Zibai was still a little afraid of the sect behind Fairy Wanner. He was still unwilling to do it now. Let's wait a little longer and torture her. Qin Zibai shook his head. Xian and Qin Zibai were dealing with Fairy Wanner in the formation. At this moment, in a forest outside the formation, there were 3 figures standing. The 3 people were standing in an extremely hidden position. The one in the lead was the battalion commander of the Shinji battalion, Li Shinji. The 2 people behind him seemed to be his subordinates. Lord, Qin Zibai still doesn't dare to do it. One of the subordinates frowned and said. Li Shinji sneered and said, Do it? Ha! Qin Zibai is still considered smart. Kill Fairy Wanner? Xian thinks no one will know? How can he understand the significance of the sect behind Fairy Wanner? If something happens to Fairy Wanner, everything around her will be transmitted to the sect. Therefore, Qin Zibai doesn't dare to force her to death. Isn't this Fairy Wanner too stubborn? Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and said, Yes, this girl is also stubborn. Her sect has a secret method. As long as she sends a message for help, the nearby disciples will come to help. Coincidentally, a few days ago, we saw a person from her sect near Longmen City. As long as Fairy Wanner asks for help, he will immediately come to save her. But why did she? I don't know. However, it doesn't matter whether he knows or not. Our target is not him. Li Shinji said coldly. Yes. How is the news? Li Shinji said in a low voice. According to Lord Calculation, Guhai should have arrived at Longmen City during this period of time. One of the subordinates frowned and said, What I'm asking is, have the 10 Lu Rockmen who are wandering around here received any news? Li Shinji said in a low voice. Oh Lord, don't worry. They have been led away by us. They already know that Shi Yin is here. Perhaps he is hiding somewhere underground nearby. That subordinate said respectfully. Good. Since those 10 Lu Rockmen know about this place, they will definitely send a message to Guhai and lure Guhai here. Ha! Li Shinji's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Lord, this subordinate doesn't understand. With your methods, isn't it easy to kill Guhai? Why do you need others to do it? Why don't you do it yourself? Li Shinji was silent for a while. Because he is now His Holiness's favorite person. How is that possible? His Holiness has never seen him before. Yes, he has never seen him before. But His Holiness even handed over the Long Wanyu to him. It can be seen that he trusts him. I can't do it, or else His Holiness will definitely know. However, if someone else kills Gu Hai, then it has nothing to do with me. It is Gu Hai's own incompetence. Huh, killing my nephew. I can't kill him personally, but I have ways to kill him, Li Shinji said coldly. If Gu Hai is lured here, can he deal with Xian? Qin Zibai? It would be best if he can kill Gu Hai. If he can't, it's fine. At least let me see Gu Hai's background. Huh, no wonder His Holiness cares about Gu Hai. His growth is too strange. After a period of time, he will have a big breakthrough. So I have to hurry, Li Shinji said coldly. Xian opened the heavenly palace in the end. Without the Crimson Saber, Gu Hai is definitely no match for him. Furthermore, there is still Qin Zibai. My lord, Gu Hai is dead for sure. On another mountain peak outside the ritual array, at this moment 2 figures stood there. They looked like a master and a servant. The leader was a delicate and pretty youth dressed in white. He carried a bronze sword on his back. The young man had a tender appearance, but his eyes were incomparably mature and sharp. There was an azure-colored lotus mark on this youth's forehead. There was a great will in this youth's eyes that ignored everything. The youth was the leader, but there was an azure-robed servant behind him. The azure-robed servant had a broad face and a wooden expression. He carried a broad sword on his back and looked at the ritual array not far away with sharp eyes. Qing Feng, is Wanner inside? The youth asked indifferently. Yes, young master. The azure-robed servant, Qing Feng, said respectfully. Huh, this girl is still stubborn. She is trapped, but she is not willing to ask for help. She is just like her master, the youth said indifferently. Qing Feng did not dare to say anything. After a moment of silence, Qing Feng said, Young master, although Fairy Wanner is not from the same lineage as us, we are from the same sect. Do we need to help her? The youth shook his head and said, No need. She is not asking for help. We do not need to interfere. Yes. During this time, have any sword cultivators come to Dragon Vein City? The youth asked indifferently. There are a few sword cultivators, but none of them are your match. Young Master Sword Dao is probably unmatched here. Qing Feng shook his head. You have protected me while I set foot on the Divine Continent, looking for exceptional sword cultivators to challenge and verify the sword techniques that I have created. Along the way, I have proven that my Sword Dao is correct. Are there really no exceptional sword cultivators here? The youth asked in a low voice. There was one previously, but that sword cultivator was a little special. Qing Feng frowned. Oh, that was not a real person. Perhaps he had an original form. He was a sword cultivator formed by a ritual array. A sword cultivator formed by a ritual array? The youth asked doubtfully. Sword demon Dugu Bai? Qing Feng recalled. What battle achievements did he have? All right, before Dugu Bai was formed, there was a statement that was extremely arrogant. It went like this. I have roamed the pugilistic world for more than 30 years. I have killed all my enemies and defeated all my heroes. There is no one in the world who can match me. I have no choice but to live in seclusion in a deep valley and take eagles as my friends. Alas, I have never found a match in my life. How embarrassing. Qing Feng recalled. Never found a match in his life? What arrogance. Sword demon Dugu Bai? A sharp light flashed across the youth's eyes. There seemed to be a burst of sword intent in the light. Outside Dragon Vein City, beside a large river, Gu Hai's flying boat was parked there. This was the agreed meeting point of Lu Rockman. Rumble. Not far from the flying boat, the ground rumbled, and a huge Lu Rockman emerged from the ground. Is Xian still here? Zhu Lu asked anxiously. Xian is still here. He brought a large group of vampires to set up a ritual array in a valley. I don't know who they're dealing with. We were afraid of alerting the enemy, so we did not dare to make a move. That Lu Rockman said respectfully. It's good that he is still here. Zhu Lu sighed. Valley? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, it seems like someone is trapped there. We listened quietly underground and vaguely heard something like Les Miserables. We did not dare to listen too much and avoided it. That Lu Rockman said respectfully. Les Miserables? Guhai narrowed his eyes. I don't know who it is. Go, let's go, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes. Chapter 343. The valley where Shi Yin had set up the formation. Guhai's flying boat slowly moved forward. This is not good. Brother-in-law, I sense a calamity. Long Wanyu suddenly said with a frown. Oh. Guhai looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. I don't know either. Anyway, there seems to be danger as we move forward. However, it is not very dangerous. There is a bad omen. Long Wanyu said with a frown. Bad omen? Who can you foresee? Guhai said seriously. Long Wanyu felt a bad omen. It was not a simple matter. They had to be careful. Let me see. I haven't used the prophecy for this month yet. Long Wanyu said seriously. Is right. I suddenly emitted waves of blue light. Ah, it's him. That the one outside Chaoga City last time. Ah, I remember now. Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai will come out again and cause trouble for us. Brother-in-law. Qin Zibai is there. Long Wanyu said worriedly. Qin Zibai. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Long Wanyu nodded. Stop. Guhai stopped the flying boat. Guhai was only in the Yuanying state, and he was only in the first layer of the Yuanying state. It was already risky for him to bring everyone to deal with Shi Yin. After all, Shi Yin was an expert who opened the Heavenly Palace. Even if he was in the lower layer of the Heavenly Palace, the Yuanying state could not compare to him. Guhai was thinking of a countermeasure along the way. Now that Long Wanyu said that there was another Qin Zibai, he was the one who opened the Heavenly Palace. Last time in Chaoga City, they had to mobilize the power of the entire country to scare him. If Qin Zibai was there, all his previous plans would be for naught. Your Majesty, why don't we wait until Shi Yin is alone before we deal with him? Zhu Lu advised. Guhai shook his head. Normally, Guhai would wait until Shi Yin was alone. However, he was worried now. Who was trapped in Shi Yin and Qin Zibai's array? Les Miserables? Could it be the Fairy Wanner? No matter what attitude Fairy Wanner had toward him, she was still his woman. There's no need for that. I'll arrange it. Just do as I say. Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. All of you, head to the Dragon Vein City immediately and spread the news that the Dragon Vein has appeared. It's at. Guhai instructed. Guhai's flying boat continued towards the valley. Before long, they could see the formation from afar. Brother-in-law, you can't go anymore. It's still very dangerous. I feel that it's still an omen. Long Wanyu said worriedly. I know, don't worry. Sima Feng, set up the Book Dao formation and protect Wanyu. Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes. Brother-in-law, are you going alone? Long Wanyu asked worriedly. Don't worry. Guhai shook his head. Bang! Guhai jumped off the flying boat from afar. Underground, Liu Rockman was setting up the formation according to Guhai's request. The flying boat stopped at a hidden corner, and Sima Feng started setting up the Book Dao formation. However, Guhai walked alone, slowly walking towards the formation in the distance. Not far away, Li Xinji was on a mountain peak. My lord, he's here. Is it really Guhai? He's actually alone? A subordinate exclaimed in surprise. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. Alone? Guhai can't be alone. The others must be hiding. It doesn't matter. Qin Zibai and Shi Yin want to kill him. Guhai can't escape, Li Xinji said coldly. On another mountain peak, the white-robed youth also narrowed his eyes when he saw Guhai slowly walking towards the formation in the distance. It's him? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you know him? The white-robed youth asked in confusion. Young lord, it's him. I've seen his portrait. He's the one who set up the formation and trapped Dugu Qiubai. Qin Feng said in surprise. It's him? The white-robed youth raised his eyebrows. Originally, Xiao Chan wanted to look for Guhai to see Dugu Qiubai's glory. Unexpectedly, Dugu Qiubai came by himself. Why is he here? It shouldn't be. Shouldn't he be in Chaoga City? Qin Feng asked in confusion. What's his name? Guhai. Qin Feng explained. Guhai. The white-robed youth's eyes flashed with anticipation. Guhai slowly walked to the outside of the formation. The formation had been set up. However, Guhai still had to confirm who was trapped in the formation. If it wasn't for Fairy Wanner, he wouldn't have to take the risk. Great Huang Dynasty, Xian, Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Boom! The sound rushed towards the formation. In the formation, Fairy One was plucking the strings of the zither to resist the surrounding vampires. However, after a few days and nights of plucking, Fairy One was a little tired. Her eyes flashed with depression. Fairy One, we don't ask for much. As long as you know how to refine the drought demon's fire poison, it shouldn't be difficult for you. If you delay any longer, my subordinates will be in front of you. Xian sneered. Fairy One snorted. Lord Qin, and I can give you a chance. However, my subordinates have just been demonized, and their minds are still in a mess. They won't waste time talking nonsense with you. How long can you last under my great silencing formation? Xian sneered. Fairy One-er's eyes flashed with depression. If she wanted to escape now, the only way was to send a signal for help. However, she had a bet with her master. This time, she definitely wouldn't ask for help. She had to overcome any difficulties by herself. However, in front of her, the ugly faces of these vampires were getting closer and closer. Fairy One was a little confused for a moment. What about Qin Zibai, who was eyeing her covetously? Fairy One-er's face was gloomy. After a few days, the anxiety in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, she felt helpless. Now, it would be good if someone came to save her. She didn't know why, but the first person she thought of was not her master. Instead, she thought of Gu Hai, who made her gnash her teeth. Bastard, don't you want to take responsibility? Why don't you come? You only know how to say nice things. Fairy One scolded Gu Hai in a low voice, hoping to drive out the figure of Gu Hai that kept jumping out her mind. She kept thinking about Gu Hai's bad deeds and was about to expel Gu Hai from her mind. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the formation. Great Huang Dynasty, Xian. The formation isolated the sound from the inside, but the sound from the outside could be heard. Gu Hai's shout shocked everyone in the formation. It was Gu Hai's voice. That's right, it was definitely Gu Hai's voice. Fairy One had been scolding Gu Hai before, and now she was scolding him? Damn it, you really came? Fairy One-er's face changed. In the next moment, Fairy One-er found that her tone was wrong. Her face turned red, and she immediately changed her words. Bastard, why is he here? Previously, she had failed to expel the image of Gu Hai from her mind, but Gu Hai's voice seemed to have made the image more profound in an instant. In an instant, her scolding was in chaos. There was only one voice in her mind. He came to save me. He heard my voice and came to save me. He said he would take responsibility. The sense of helplessness in her heart immediately vanished. While feeling confused, Fairy One suddenly felt her heart thumping quickly. He came? He came? Fairy One-er's zither music grew faster. The sound of the zither carried a sense of joy. Gu Hai, why is he here? Qin Zibai's face sank. Qin Zibai had an extremely deep impression of Gu Hai. Back then, when Qin Zibai retreated from Chaoga City, he was extremely unwilling. How long had it been? And they were going to meet again. Looking for me? Xian raised his eyebrows. Whoosh! Xian waved his hand, and the fog in front of him immediately turned hazy. The outside world could not see inside, but the inside could see outside. It's really him? A strange light flashed in Fairy One-er's eyes. Qin Zibai's face turned sullen. Xian frowned slightly. Outside the formation, Gu Hai held a bronze saber in his right hand. He showed a cold expression as he stared at the formation. What's wrong? You don't even dare to respond? Gu Hai said coldly. The Han Dynasty's Gu Hai? What are you doing here? Xian asked coldly. Xian's voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, the zither music and the vampire's furious roars came out. Gu Hai's pupils constricted. Indeed, there was an intense battle going on inside. Ha! Ha ha! What am I doing here? You should be asking the person you trapped. You are really bold. Gu Hai's face sank. Huh? Fairy One-er's eyes lit up. Is Gu Hai really here for me? However, Qin Zibai and Xian's expressions sank slightly as they exchanged glances. Gu Hai knows, Qin Zibai said in surprise. Xian's expression turned strange. So what if he knows? However, is Guhai familiar with Fairy Wana? I remember from the past that they are enemies. The two of them looked at Fairy Wana. Guhai came for you? Xian asked solemnly. I am not familiar with him. Fairy Wana said stubbornly. Xian turned his head and looked outside the formation. Guhai, are you looking for trouble? Are you here to disturb me? Guhai wanted to find out who was trapped inside. He could only shout again. Huh? Looking for trouble? Did you ask him? He said that I am looking for trouble. Xian looked at Fairy Wana. You said that you are not familiar with him? Who are you trying to fool? Let me talk to him. Fairy Wana said. Fairy Wan turned her head and looked coldly at Qin Zibai. Guhai was the only one outside. If Guhai were to barge in, he would not be Qin Zibai's opponent. What if? Whoosh! Xian waved his hand. He let Fairy Wan's voice out. Guhai, who asked you to come? Scram back to where you came from. My business is none of your business. Fairy Wan shouted mercilessly. She hoped to chase Guhai away. However, when Guhai heard Fairy Wan's words, he heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was her. Since it was Fairy Wan, how could he leave? Touching the long saber in his hand, Guhai said coldly, Xian, not only is the great Huang Empire willing to be Daewon's dog, but you even set up a formation to deal with a weak girl? Hey, good. Trap Fairy Wan. I will announce what you did to the world. Xian's face sank. They set up a formation to prevent the news from leaking out. If Guhai announced it to the world, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Guhai has just entered the Yuanying state. He is not in Chaoga City, so he can't do anything. We just need to be careful of his string puppet pole and undying divine fire. Qin Zibai said, we can't let him stay. All of you, go and capture Guhai. Xian pointed at a group of vampires. Yes, boom. 20 vampires rushed out of the formation. Chapter 344. Roar. 20 vampires rushed out of the formation and followed Xian's subordinates. Almost all of them were from the Yuanying state. Now that they had been demonized, their strength had increased. They rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with rolling black gas, and countless bats appeared in the black gas. On the mountain peak where Li Shinji was. 20 ordinary Yuanying state cultivators? Guhai is alone. He will suffer. One of the subordinates sneered. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. 20 Yuanying state cultivators? Not necessarily. Guhai has many treasures. Also, I heard that he has the eternal divine fire. The two subordinates' faces darkened. These 20 vampires shouldn't be able to do anything to Guhai. I wonder if Guhai will use that marionette pole or the eternal divine fire. Li Shinji said in a low voice. On another mountain peak, the young man in white was also staring down. This Guhai seems to have just stepped into the Yuanying state. The young man in white frowned. 3 years ago, Guhai was still in the acquired realm. Qing Feng said respectfully. Oh, then his cultivation speed is not bad. The young man in white nodded. But these vampires are from the Yuanying state. Guhai might not be able to resist them, Qing Feng said with a frown. No, the young man in white shook his head. Oh, I told you before that when you look at a person, the cultivation level is just a surface. You have to look at his eyes. Look at Guhai's eyes. Do you see fear in them? The young man in white said lightly. Qing Feng looked at him and frowned. That's strange. Why does Guhai look down on these vampires from the Yuanying state? That shouldn't be the case. Remember, this is the heart of a powerhouse. He has the heart of a powerhouse that looks down on everything. With this kind of gaze and this kind of temperament, as long as they don't die young, they will become a peerless powerhouse in the end. The young man in white explained. Yes. Qing Feng answered respectfully. Since you said that Dugu Qiubai was the one who condensed Dugu Qiubai, then he should be an expert in the way of the sword, right? Why do you know how to use a saber? The white-clothed youth was puzzled. In the distance, in a remote valley, on the flying boat, Long Wanyu looked worried. Princess, you don't have to worry. Mr. Good's immortal divine fire isn't something these vampires can compare to. Sima Feng comforted her. Don't talk nonsense. Even if my brother-in-law loses a single strand of hair, I'll teach them a lesson. Humph, Long Wan Yu said angrily. Sima Feng smiled bitterly and no longer spoke. He patiently looked into the distance. Indestructible divine flame? Guhai was useless. A marionette pole? Guhai was also useless. As the group of vampires rushed over, Guhai raised the bronze longsword in his hand. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He took a step forward. He immediately unleashed the Sky Cycle Saber technique. He stepped on Divine Prime and condensed his saber will. Suddenly, 186 black and white saber cheese appeared around Guhai. The saber cheese surrounded Guhai as soon as they appeared, forming a huge field of saber cheese. Bam! The bats that rushed in were instantly annihilated by the saber cheese. The black and white saber cheese formed into two different saber forces. Under Guhai's control, they quickly converged into a vast sea. The powerful saber forces surged out. The vampires that were charging over suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. What saber technique is this? Li Shunji's eyes widened. Huh? Saber territory? The white-clothed youth on the other mountain narrowed his eyes. When Guhai swung his saber, the saber cheese suddenly surged into the energy sabers. They seemed to merge with the energy sabers as they slashed toward the 5 vampires at the front. The chessboard formed an unstoppable saber that headed toward the vampires. The vampires' expressions changed. They each took out their weapons and charged forward. The energy sabers shone brightly. A purple light bloomed between heaven and earth. An unstoppable aura rushed out of it. Boom! The purple light bloomed and was instantly extinguished. The saber swept past, stirring up 2 gusts of wind. The vampires that were charging forward suddenly stopped. They looked at the spot where Guhai had swung his saber in horror. The 5 vampires at the front exploded under Guhai's saber. In the air, there was still a rain of blood and minced meat falling. What? Qin Zibai and Shi Yin, who were in the formation, widened their eyes. What was with the purple saber light? How did he manage to kill 5 vampires from the Yuanying state with just 1 slash? 5 vampires from the Yuanying state. Fairy One Er's eyes lit up as she played the zither. She was pleasantly surprised. Impossible. What kind of saber technique is that? When we were in Chowga, he didn't have any saber technique. He was only relying on the life ender saber sharpness. Qin Zibai exclaimed in shock. Good. Brother-in-law is amazing. Long Wan Yu exclaimed excitedly from afar. Guhai's saber technique was too cool. On a mountain peak where Li Shunji was. That's impossible, right? My lord, Guhai didn't use the marionette pole or the undying divine flame. His saber technique? How is that possible? That's the Yuanying state we're talking about. Those 5 vampires are from the Yuanying state. Their cultivation bases are only stronger than Guhai's. How did they die under Guhai's saber? Is it because of that saber? Where did Guhai find a treasured saber? Li Shunji narrowed his eyes. No, it's not because of the saber. That's just an ordinary saber. Is this a new saber technique? On another mountain peak, Qing Feng goggled. What saber technique is that? Was that saber move earlier? Was that saber chi condensed into a move? The white-clad youth's eyes lit up. Not bad. Good saber technique. What a strange saber technique. Young master, why can't I understand this saber technique? This saber technique is a new path. It's normal that you can't understand it. However, the saber chi that surrounded him earlier to form a domain are all interconnected. If I'm not wrong, this saber chi domain is a go game. The white-clad youth said, excitement flashing in his eyes. Go game? That's right. It is not difficult to learn this saber technique. However, ordinary saber cultivators can't fully grasp it. This is because the person wielding the saber needs to understand the Go game's move thoroughly. Only by understanding the Go game's move can one guide the saber move. Otherwise, one will only be able to scratch the surface. Does Guhai know how to play Go? The white-clad youth asked, feeling curious. Huh? I'm not sure. I heard that he is a great zither master. It seems that he is also very good at Go. Qing Feng shook his head. If this saber technique was created by Guhai, Then this person is an exceptional talent, the white-clad youth said, a bright light flashing in his eyes. He is qualified to sharpen young master's sword? Qing Feng said in shock. That will depend on what he is going to do next. Is this the only saber move he knows? The white-clad youth said seriously. Below, Gu Hai executed the cycle of Heaven 1. The effect was pretty good. Gu Hai followed up with another attack. He stepped forward and used the cycle of Heaven again. A purple astral saber condensed. This time, 176 saber chi of black and white surrounded Gu Hai. Boom! The saber chi formed a domain, and the surrounding bats were instantly wiped out. Chop! Gu Hai stepped forward. The saber chi gathered and poured into the saber. Then, another beam of purple light illuminated the surroundings. Boom! The astral saber chopped down, and the 6 frantic vampires instantly exploded. They did not even have time to cry out. No, that's impossible. His aura is not as strong as ours. Why can't his saber block it? One of the vampires exclaimed. Indeed, the vampires could not block it. The sabers and swords of the earlier 11 vampires exploded. The explosive power of Gu Hai's saber was too ferocious. Chop! Once again, Gu Hai stepped on Tian Yuan and slashed out with Zhou Tian 1. Boom! A beam of purple light shot into the sky. Everyone looked at Gu Hai in shock. How is that possible? Gu Hai's aura did not increase. He's only in the early stage of the Yuanying state. Why is his saber so powerful? My lord, didn't you say that it was an ordinary saber? Why is it so powerful? That's right. He killed 15 vampires with 3 slashes. Moreover, Gu Hai's face is not red, and he's not panting at all. Li Shunji's face darkened. Saber technique? What kind of saber technique is that? On another mountain peak, the white-clad youth narrowed his eyes. 3 slashes. The power is about the same, but they're 3 different Go games. Gu Hai has really created a unique saber technique. Every slash is different. His Go skills should be very strong, right? Qing Feng said blankly. Brother-in-law is awesome. Long Wan Yu shouted excitedly in the distance. The remaining 5 vampires immediately realized that they were no match for Yishiwen. They could not even get close to him. They turned around and ran toward the array in fear. My lord, help! The 5 vampires ran toward the array in fear. Gu Hai once again stepped on Tian Yuan and slashed out with a saber. Gu Hai was too fast, and every slash was too stunning. The people inside the array could not react in time. When Gu Hai slashed again and was about to kill all of his subordinates, Xian suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Gu Hai, how dare you? As he spoke, Xian threw out a bronze hammer. The moment the bronze hammer appeared, it immediately charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile as he chopped down with his 4th saber strike. Boom! With a loud sound, the bronze hammer was cut in half. 2 of the remaining vampires were also killed by the remaining force. Only 3 escaped into the array, their faces full of fear. The battle in the great array suddenly stopped as well. Gu Hai! Qin Zibai's face darkened. Xian was even more furious. Fairy Wanner's eyes widened. She never thought that Gu Hai's saber technique would be so fierce. Xian, are your subordinates so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow? Or do you think that they can deal with me? Release Fairy Wanner. Gu Hai shouted. Hearing this, Fairy Wanner's eyes softened. When she looked at Gu Hai, she did not hate him so much. Xian's face was gloomy. He looked at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai's face was also gloomy. I hate that I didn't kill him back then. In just a few months, his strength has increased again. Saber technique? What a strange saber technique. It seems that he had a fortuitous encounter again. This person grew from the acquired realm to the present in just 3 years. Could it be that he is also a person blessed by the heavens like Chongming? Qin Zibai said with a gloomy face. Not necessarily. If he was blessed by the heavens, he would not have wasted so many years as a mortal. Humph, he just got lucky these few years. This person cannot be left alive. I will kill him myself, Xian said coldly. Chapter 345. Not necessarily. If he was blessed by the heavens, he wouldn't have wasted so many years as a mortal. Oomph. He was just lucky these few years. This person cannot be left alive. I will deal with him personally, Xian said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the vampires attacking Fairy Water stopped. Qin Zibai, I will leave this Fairy Water to you. I will deal with Gu Hai, Xian said with a smile. Wait. Qin Zibai was annoyed. Follow me out, Xian shouted loudly. Rumble. More than 2,000 vampires rushed out of the array with Xian. Qin Zibai was annoyed. What did Xian mean? Obviously, he didn't want Qin Zibai to be a bystander. Let me deal with Fairy Water, and you'll be a bystander? How could there be such a good thing? With this opportunity, Xian naturally wanted to drag Qin Zibai down. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the vampires in the array were all gone. The pressure on Fairy Water was gone. She looked at Qin Zibai with a cold smile. Qin Zibai, you're going to make a move after all? Ha! Fairy Water stood up with a cold smile. Qin Zibai snorted. If you're not going to make a move, I'm going to leave, Fairy Water said coldly. Do you think you can leave this array? Qin Zibai said coldly. Fairy Water flipped her hand and beckoned. Whoosh! She took out a coffin from her storage space. Qin Zibai was confused. Fairy Water flipped her hand and opened the lid of the coffin. A bronze figure appeared inside. Guqin figurine? Qin Zibai frowned. Yes, Guqin figurine. So what if it is a Guqin figurine? Your Guqin Dao has not reached that level. To control the Guqin figurine, you need to play a spirit, Qin Zibai said halfway. Ding, ding, ding. Fairy Water played the Guqin again. In an instant, a small spirit rushed out from the Guqin and into the Guqin figurine's body. Buzz. The bronze man in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes, and a green light shot out from his eyes. Boom. The bronze man immediately moved, blasted open the coffin, and walked out. The bronze man exuded an intense, murderous aura, blowing away the sand and stones in the array. This is the Guqin figurine of the lower celestial palace? Qin Zibai's face darkened. On a mountain peak in the distance, the white-clothed youth narrowed his eyes. Oh, Water. She actually made a breakthrough in the Tao of the Qin? Break the formation for me, Fairy Water shouted. Yes, master, the Guqin figurine answered. With the strength of Kai Tian Palace, it was naturally not too difficult to break the formation. He stretched out his hand and struck toward the base of the formation. You want to run? How could it be that easy? Qin Zibai glared at him and extended his palm to welcome him. Boom! The Guqin figurines were instantly beaten back. After all, Qin Zibai was a middle-level Celestial Palace expert. How could a low-level Celestial Palace Qin figurine be his match? Boom! The earth cracked. Qin Zibai's aura suddenly bloomed, immediately suppressing Fairy Water and forcing her to retreat. Instead of being afraid, Fairy Water revealed a cold smile. Qin Zibai finally made his move. Outside the formation, Xian rushed out of the formation with more than 2,000 vampires. All of a sudden, countless bats blotted out the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the entire area. Xian's aura bloomed, and a storm rushed in the direction of Gu Hai, as if to blow Gu Hai away. Holding the bronze long sword, Gu Hai looked coldly at Xian opposite him. Emperor De Huang? Gu Hai sneered. Xian looked coldly at Gu Hai. Emperor De Han? Oh, I don't understand. What exactly do you rely on? You just entered the Yuanying state, and you want to deal with me? Squeak, 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 squeak. The surrounding bats all showed a ferocious expression, as if as long as Xian gave the order, they would rush to Gu Hai together. When Xian released the aura of opening the Celestial Palace, the terrifying pressure was much stronger than Gu Hai's. Gu Hai alone? Just one person, and he wants to go against us? Not against you, but to kill you, Gu Hai said coldly. While speaking, he saw a chest-shaped spirit stone between Gu Hai's index and middle fingers. Ling Su pressed down. Boom! Suddenly, with Gu Hai as the center, rolling fog gushed out, instantly enveloping the sky full of bats. Is it the formation? Gu Hai has been clamoring to lure Xian and the others out and into his ambush. Li Xinji's eyes were cold. Ah, Master, how is that possible? Didn't Gu Hai just arrive? How can there be a formation trap? Is it Lu Shiren? Before Gu Hai came, he asked Lu Shiren to bury the spirit stone underground, waiting for Gu Hai to activate it. Li Shenji narrowed his eyes and looked down. I was wondering why Gu Hai dared to come here alone. It turns out that he had already set up a trap. Oh, unfortunately, Xian is in a lower celestial palace. Unless he set up a super formation like the one in the Gungjin sect, it would be impossible to trap Xian. And I heard that the formation in the Gungjin sect used to trap Dugu Qiubai cost 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai definitely doesn't have so many spirit stones now. Gu Hai's trap is useless. His subordinate frowned and asked. On another mountain peak, the young man in white narrowed his eyes. A chess formation? Huh? Young master, are you sure it's a chess formation? It can't be wrong. Moreover, it's old man Guanxi's 28-line pair formation. Oh, this Gu Hai actually understood it thoroughly and added some elements to it. Oh, no wonder his saber technique carried the general momentum of the chess game. It turns out that his chess skills are so amazing. The young man in white said in a deep voice. In the 28-line pair formation, the moment Gu Hai set up the formation, the surrounding vampires and Shi Yan's expressions changed. Gu Hai didn't dare to delay. He stepped forward and slashed at the group of vampires. Stepping on the celestial origin stage, the saber chi formed a domain. Immediately, the saber slashed out, and a purple light soared into the sky. Boom! Under the heavenly cycle one, the power was unparalleled. 10 vampires who were close to each other exploded in an instant. Countless clouds of blood splattered in all directions. Humph, you're courting death. Xian immediately pounced. Whoosh! Within the ritual array, Gu Hai took a step forward and strangely appeared in the distance. Heavenly Cycle 1. Gu Hai slashed again. Boom! Another 6 vampires were cut down by the saber. Bastard! Xian's eyes were filled with anger. He slashed with the long sword in his hand. Boom! A huge manifested sword arrived in front of Gu Hai from a long distance away. Gu Hai's figure flashed and disappeared again. He appeared in another group of vampires. Zhou Tianyi. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber again. Buzz! Purple light soared into the sky. Another 8 vampires exploded. In front of Gu Hai, the vampires seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. The young man in white was slightly puzzled. Heavenly Cycle 1? What a strange name. Li Shinji sneered. It's useless. Xian opened the Sky Palace. When he uses his full strength, you're not as fast as him. Sure enough, Xian was really angry. Humph! Gu Hai, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Xian snorted. Whoosh! Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of Gu Hai at a strange speed. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Xian had already slashed at him with his full strength. Gu Hai had no choice but to attack with his saber. Ha! That saber strike of yours is very strong. However, the one you killed was just an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. Before me, even 100 saber strikes of Heavenly Cycle 1 are useless. Xian showed a ferocious expression as his manifested sword shot towards Gu Hai with an indomitable will. Gu Hai stood on the Sky Origin stage. He glared and slashed with his long saber. A new saber chi domain condensed around him. However, it seemed different this time. The aura of the saber chi domain suddenly increased by several folds. No, this is not Heavenly Cycle 1. On a mountain peak, the young man in white narrowed his eyes. Li Shinji's face also sank. Sir, what's going on in there, Ray? We can't see it. Only someone with your strength can see it clearly. Can you tell us? The subordinate at the side asked curiously. However, Li Shinji did not have time to explain. He watched as Gu Hai slashed again. This time, the saber aura was almost 100 times more ferocious than before. How is this possible? What saber technique is this? Li Shinji said in shock. Heavenly Cycle 2. Gu Hai shouted. The saber aura collided with the sword aura. There was a huge collision. The entire array was shrouded in a dazzling purple light. The surrounding vampires immediately fled in all directions. Boom! 30 vampires were blasted away by the shockwave. Xian stood in place and did not move. However, his eyes widened. His earlier attack did not kill Gu Hai. How is this possible? When the saber and sword collided, Gu Hai was sent flying 50 feet away. Only after leaving behind 20 footprints did he finally stop. Ha ha ha! Gu Hai revealed a trace of laughter. How are you able to block my sword? Also, with the power of the collision just now, with your Yuaniing state body, you would have been blown up by the recoil. How are you fine? Xian stared at Gu Hai. Yes, I'm fine, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Gu Hai's corporeal body was formed from the cultivation of external techniques. How could this little bit of backlash hurt Gu Hai? So what if you're fine? You're not my opponent at all. Even if your strength skyrocketed, you're still not my opponent. You're not my match. Gu Hai, prepare to die, Xian said with a cold expression. Prepare to die? Heh, I have a rough understanding of your strength. Heh, you're much weaker than Cui Tai. I've played enough. I'm not playing anymore. Gu Hai smiled coldly. However, Gu Hai stretched out his hand, and a marionette pole suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom! He threw it out. Suddenly, countless transparent threads rushed toward all the vampires in the surroundings. Be careful! Xian's expression changed, and he slashed his sword toward Gu Hai again. Come here! Gu Hai snorted and waved his hand. Boom! The surrounding vampires suddenly seemed to be under Gu Hai's control. They pulled ferociously and surged toward Xian. Then, they brandished their weapons and charged at Xian. Oh, my lord, save me. I can't move anymore. My lord, I didn't swing my sword at you. I couldn't control myself. 2,000 vampires rushed toward Xian's sword energy without any regard for their lives. Xian's expression changed, and he immediately withdrew his sword. However, the sword energy was too powerful. Dozens of vampires were killed by the sword energy in an instant. The remaining vampires had arrived in front of Xian. All the sabers and swords slashed toward Xian. Chapter 346. All the vampires swarmed toward Xian, and a large number of energy swords and sabers slashed at Xian. Xian's expression changed, and he retreated. Boom! Thousands of sabers and swords missed. Xian retreated quickly, not because he was afraid of them, but because they were his subordinates. Now, they were all under his control. Open Heaven Palace? Heck, come on then, Gu Hai said coldly. Grabbing the marionette pole, Xian hid in the array. The fog surrounded Gu Hai, hiding in a place that Xian could not see clearly. Of course, perhaps this great formation was nothing before the Heavenly Opening Palace's experts. They could still see Gu Hai. However, with the fog blocking them, Gu Hai appeared to be drifting about. Humph! Gu Hai, where do you think you're going? Xian snorted and slashed again. Whoosh! Master, save me. Master, this subordinate didn't mean it. The group of vampires once again stood in front of Xian, blocking all of his movements. Gu Hai's eyes were cold, and he showed no mercy to these vampires who lived by sucking human blood. If he showed mercy to the vampires today, thousands of innocent people would become their dinner in the future. Boom! 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 The aftermath of Xian's pauses caused the vampires to explode one after another. Xian's eyes were cold. Humph! Gu Hai, marionette pole? Do you really think that just by using them to threaten me, I can't do anything to you? Said Xian coldly. This time, he didn't chase after Gu Hai. Instead, he waved his hand. Buzz! Open Heaven Palace's energy surged toward the 2,000 vampires. In an instant, under the icy blue energy, all the vampires seemed to be frozen. Young master, that marionette pole? Is it a replica of annihilation? Qing Feng looked at the cross in Gu Hai's hand in surprise. That's right. It's an imitation of 10-direction annihilation. Unfortunately, the imitation is too crude. It's useless against Kai Tian Palace. Now, Xian is taking action to force the transparent threads out of the vampires' bodies. The white-robed youth said solemnly. Buzz! Under Xian's control, the vampires slowly broke free from the marionette's control. Xian revealed a sinister smile. Guhai's lips curled into a cold smile. Now, I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is peerless. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is peerless. Suddenly, 10 voices of Xiang Yu rang out from the formation. Suddenly, 10 sky piercer halberds appeared and slashed toward Shi Yin, who was trying his best to save the vampire. At the same time, the 10 Lu Rockmen also joined forces to attack Shi Yin from underground. The sky and the ground seemed to have sealed off all directions for Shi Yin in an instant. Shi Yin was in the midst of rescuing the vampires. How could he have thought that there would be so many ambushes? Li Xinji's face suddenly darkened. Young master, where's the ambush? Did Guhai arrange an ambush? Qing Feng asked in surprise. The white-robed young man narrowed his eyes and said, an ambush of this level is not enough for Open Heaven Palace's experts. Indeed, Shi Yin saved the vampires with one hand and swung his sword with the other. Suddenly, Sword Chi appeared in the surroundings. Boom! With a loud sound, the halberd and the palm strike of the Lu Rockmen were blocked at nearly the same time. Ha ha ha! With just you two, you are still far from enough. Shi Yin laughed sinisterly. It's over? Guhai's ambush fell through? Qing Feng said with a frown. No, you overlooked the most important person, Guhai. The white-robed young man narrowed his eyes. However, Guhai suddenly stepped forward. He raised his saber again. It won't work. Shi Yin blocked the halberd and the Lu Rockmen with his saber chi. However, the manifested sword is still there. Guhai's cycle 2 cannot defeat Shi Yin, right? Did Guhai do something useless? Qing Feng said with a frown. It's not useless. At this moment, Guhai has already forced Shi Yin into a dead end. He can no longer move and can only clash head-on with Guhai. Shi Yin is restrained and cannot take a step back. The white-robed young man said sullenly. Yes, he cannot retreat. However, how strong is Guhai? How can he be a match for Shi Yin? There is no need for Shi Yin to retreat. Unless the might of Guhai's saber technique increases explosively. Qing Feng said with a frown. Zhou Tian 3. Guhai shouted. Buzz! A vast storm of saber intent surged out. The saber intent was ferocious. All the vampires goggled, despair filling their eyes. This was a feeling of heavenly might. Outside the ritual array, the two subordinates behind Li Xinji could not see inside the ritual array. However, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They showed horrified expressions. This saber intent. What kind of saber intent is this? One of the subordinates exclaimed. Impossible. How can it increase by 100 times? There is no such saber technique. Li Xinji also exclaimed. Guhai had just entered the Yuanying state, but the power of this saber was beyond the scope of the Yuanying state. The saber did not slash down, but a terrifying saber aura was like a heavenly saber above their heads. A wave of cold intent rushed towards them. How can this be? This saber aura? Qing Feng widened his eyes in shock. Only the white-robed young man suddenly became excited. A strong fighting spirit surged from his eyes. Good saber technique. Cycle 3. I want to have a sword duel with this person. The white-robed young man's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Cycle 3. Before it had even slashed down, that aura suddenly pressed down on the entire valley, causing it to abruptly sink. In another ritual array outside the 28 ritual arrays, Qin Zibai was dealing with Fairy Wanner when a strong saber intent suddenly charged in from outside the ritual array. The expression of Qin Zibai, who was about to attack, changed. Who is it? This saber intent is not something that Shi Yin should have. When Qin Zibai turned his head to look, he happened to see Guhai's ferocious expression as he slashed down with the saber. That intense and explosive saber intent came from the saber in Guhai's hand. Guhai? That's impossible. Qin Zibai suddenly exclaimed. Guhai. Fairy Wanner also looked at Guhai in shock. Before the saber slashed down, the saber intent soared into the sky. The purple light not only covered the entire valley, but also soared into the sky. Far away, Countless cultivators were rushing over quickly. They were all cultivators from Dragon Vein City. All the peerless cultivators received news that a dragon vein had appeared outside the city. These peerless experts were all here for the dragon vein. Naturally, they fought to be the first to arrive. Before they reached the valley, they already saw the purple light soar into the sky. An extremely tyrannical saber intent burst out. Who is it? What a tyrannical saber intent. What a strong saber intent. Who is this? The many cultivators goggled. At the flying ship where Sima Feng and Long Wanyu stood. Long Wanyu showed an anxious expression. She did not know what happened in the ritual array. This continued until Gu Hai executed the third chop of the heavenly cycle. The purple light broke through everything and erupted. The saber intent surging out startled Sima Feng into breaking out in a cold sweat. It's brother-in-law's saber technique. It's brother-in-law's. Long Wanyu said excitedly. What? This is Mr. Good's. Cluster Lord, stop joking. Why is Mr. Good? Sima Feng looked at Long Wanyu in shock. Move aside. Don't block my line of sight. Long Wanyu pushed Sima Feng away and looked excitedly at the ritual array in the distance. How powerful was the third chop of the heavenly cycle? No one understood it better than Shi Yan. Before that saber strike landed, it felt like the saber intent had already split Shi Yan in half. Shi Yan's first reaction against this tyrannical saber intent was to flee, abandon everything and flee. However, Shi Yan could not flee. He could not let go. If he fled, the 10 halberds, the 10 stone hands, and the 2,000 subordinate sabers and swords would all land on him. Shi Yan had no choice but to fight. However, could Shi Yan block this saber strike? No, I can't. I can't block it. I can't block it. Shi Yan raised his sword energy to block with all his might. However, his heart sank. He was certain that he was finished. Am I going to die here? Shi Yan's eyes were bloodshot. It looked like he would be killed by this saber strike. His entire body trembled. His eyes widened as he roared in despair, no. Ka, 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 ka. When Gu Hai's saber slashed down, cracks appeared on the saber. Huh. Shi Yan suddenly saw a trace of hope in his despairing eyes. Is Gu Hai's saber going to explode? Is it going to explode? Huh. Indeed, when the bronze saber was about to hit Shi Yan, it suddenly exploded. The saber energy shattered. Only a strong wind tore Shi Yan's clothes. Buzz. The purple light suddenly disappeared. The danger of death was eliminated. Shi Yan's expression changed drastically. Boom! Shi Yan disregarded everything and broke free from the halberds and stone hands. Then, he abandoned the vampires and fled. Whoosh! Shi Yan retreated again and again in horror. In the outside world, Li Shunji, the white-clad youth, Qing Feng, and the others raised their eyebrows. The saber exploded? Qing Feng said in confusion. What a powerful Zhou Tian 3. Even the saber couldn't withstand it and exploded? How can Gu Hai have such a powerful saber technique? Li Shunji's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. What is Zhou Tian 3? What is Zhou Tian 3? The battle intent in the white-clad youth's eyes intensified. Bang! The bronze saber's fragments filled the air. Gu Hai's expression sank. However, it wasn't that Gu Hai didn't expect the bronze saber to be weak. He had already considered it. Gu Hai's current strength wasn't enough to face Shi Yan head-on. Even if he had the saber technique Zhou Tian 3, it wasn't enough. This was because this saber technique consumed a terrifying amount of energy. The moment the bronze saber exploded, Gu Hai's energy was almost depleted. In other words, Gu Hai still couldn't use Zhou Tian 3. He had done it on purpose. He had used the bronze saber to make others think that he could use Zhou Tian 3. It was just that the saber wasn't strong enough. At the very least, he had succeeded. When Shi Yan looked at Gu Hai, he no longer looked at him with contempt. Instead, he looked at him with horror. At this moment, when Gu Hai took out the Life Ender Saber and used the marionette pole to pull the vampires, the Life Ender Saber slashed open the vampires' bodies. Shi Yan didn't care about it anymore. Zhou Tian 3 was too shocking and horrifying. Ah, Lord, save me. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Save me. The vampires screamed in horror. However, Xian didn't care about their lives and just let the life-ender saber devour them all. Before Gu Hai came, he had already calculated everything. He would use Zhou Tian 3 to intimidate the other party and use the life-ender saber to devour the energy of the vampire's flesh and blood. Everyone was shocked by Zhou Tian 3. No one noticed that after Gu Hai's earlier saber strike, his complexion had turned pale. However, after the life-ender saber killed 2,000 vampires, Gu Hai's complexion turned rosy again. The halberd disappeared, and the stone golem sank into the ground again. The 28-line pair world ritual array also disappeared. All the vampires turned into withered bones. Gu Hai was still the same Gu Hai. However, the bronze saber was replaced by the life-ender saber. Holding the life-ender saber, Xiao Chen looked at Xian again. Aside from the vampires, the scene was almost the same as before. However, now, everything was reversed. Earlier, Xian looked down on Gu Hai. Now Gu Hai looked down on him. When Xian looked at Gu Hai, horror appeared in his eyes. Chapter 347. Crack, crack, crack. Gu Hai held the life-ender saber in his right hand as he coldly looked at the flustered Xian. Although Xiao Chun did not execute Cycle 3, the earlier saber move shocked Xian so much that he no longer felt confident of victory. If not for the saber exploding earlier, Xian would have been blasted into pieces, right? Gu Hai! Xian roared while glaring, venting the shock in his heart. It was not just Xian. The others were also startled by Gu Hai's saber move. Inside the ritual array, Fairy Wan Er's Qin figurine and Qin Zibai stopped as well. How can this be? What fortuitous encounter did Gu Hai get? What saber technique is this? Qin Zibai said, his eyelids twitching. However, Fairy Wan Er felt slightly excited. After the life-ender saber swallowed the vampires, it gave back 1,000th of its energy to Gu Hai. Although it did not replenish Gu Hai's full energy, it did replenish 60%. Based on his appearance, Gu Hai no longer looked any different. Holding the life-ender saber, Gu Hai looked at Xian coldly. Xian? Huh. Open the ritual array, then. You can't stop me. Also, the one inside is Qin Zibai, right? Huh. Inside the ritual array, Qin Zibai's expression suddenly changed. Gu Hai knows that I am here? How'd he know? Even if he knew that I was here, he still dared to come? However, Xian frowned heavily. How did you know? Qin Zibai, did you leak the information? Bastard. Why would I leak it? Qin Zibai's angry voice came from the ritual array. All of a sudden, gusts of wind blew in from all directions. Many experts had finally rushed over from Dragon Vein City. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many experts arrived and quickly occupied the various peaks. Then, they held their sabers and swords as they looked coldly at the valley. After all, the scene of the saber intent soaring into the sky earlier made these experts feel threatened from a distance. Hence, the instant these experts arrived, they were ready to attack at any moment. Xian's expression changed as he looked around. It was a purple-clothed Xiuzha who recklessly charged towards the mountain peak where the white-clothed youth was. Get lost! The purple-clothed cultivator shouted coldly. The white-clothed youth didn't care at all and continued to look at the valley. The purple-clothed cultivator immediately slashed his sword towards the white-clothed youth and Qing Feng. The sword force was ferocious, and there were close to 1,000 strands of sword qi surrounding it. It was as though they wanted to slice the white-clad young man and Qing Feng into pieces in an instant. The young man in white was still indifferent, but Qing Feng narrowed his eyes and reached for the sword hilt on his back with his right hand. Xing! A beam of green light bloomed between heaven and earth. It was so dazzling that many of the surrounding Xiuzha could not open their eyes. When he regained his vision, Qing Feng's sword had already returned to its sheath. Then, he turned his head, no longer paying attention to the purple-clothed Xiuzha, and looked towards the valley. Bang! The purple-clothed cultivator's sword energy exploded. The purple-clothed cultivator, who had been so arrogant, just now widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with despair. Blood seeped out of the purple-robed cultivator's forehead. Who? The purple-robed Shioja's body split in two and fell down. Hiss! That's the purple-robed esteemed cultivator, the peak of the Yuanying state. One sword strike? The surrounding Shioja, who had been yelling ferociously, immediately quieted down in shock. Qing Feng, a member of the Fairy Wanner sect? So he was already here? Li Shinji narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other side, Xian also raised his eyebrows. Li Shinji recognized Qing Feng. Xian also recognized Qing Feng, and even Qin Zibai from Great Jin. A member of your sect? Qin Zibai's expression changed. Huh. Fairy Wanner sneered and did not speak. A member of the Fairy Wanner sect? Previously, he had wanted to deal with Fairy Wanner without anyone knowing. He couldn't let her sect know. But now, not only did Gu Hai know, but her sect had been waiting here for him the entire time, waiting for him to do something out of line. Then, they would have an excuse to deal with him. Qin Zibai and Shi Yan's eyelids twitched wildly. Where is the dragon vein? Is it in the ritual array? Are they using the ritual array to capture the dragon vein? There must be something in the ritual array. Why don't we try breaking it? The surrounding Shioja cultivators all had fervent looks in their eyes. They had waited long enough in Dragon Vein City. Furthermore, as time passed, more experts came, and more family clans settled in Dragon Vein City. The longer they waited, the smaller their chances of obtaining the Dragon Vein would be. Now that they suddenly heard about the Dragon Vein, they naturally felt fervent, wanting to open the ritual array immediately to see what was inside. Qin Zibai, that's enough. Is there any meaning in waiting in the ritual array? Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he looked coldly at Shi Yan. It seemed like he was warning Shi Yan with his gaze. Indeed, there was no point in continuing to hide it. Initially, Xiao Chan wanted to keep it a secret. Now, everyone knew. Qin Zibai felt extremely frustrated. Boom! Qin Zibai flung his sleeve, and the ritual array shattered. Whoosh! The dust settled, revealing Qin Zibai, the Fairy Wanner, and her zither figurine. Upon seeing that the Fairy Wanner was fine, Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. Where's the dragon vein? Isn't the dragon vein in the ritual array the Fairy Wanner? Qin Zibai, why is there no dragon vein? The surrounding Shioja cultivators immediately asked anxiously. Qin Zibai looked up at the surrounding peaks and asked seriously, Everyone, are you here for the dragon vein? That's right. There is news from Dragon Vein City that there is a dragon vein here. Qin Zibai, why is there no dragon vein? A red-clad cultivator immediately shouted. The many Shioja cultivators looked at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai shook his head and smiled coldly. Dragon vein? I think that everyone was fooled, right? How can there be a dragon vein here? The surrounding Shioja cultivators' faces sank. In the past few months, the many Shioja cultivators had memorized the surrounding peaks. However, the landscape here did not change at all. This meant that no dragon vein had appeared before. No dragon vein? The surrounding Shioja cultivators showed unsightly expressions. We were fooled. We came here for nothing. When Qin Zibai saw that the crowd no longer cared about the dragon vein, he smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Gu Hai, we meet again, Qin Zibai said with a sullen expression. Gu Hai, leave quickly. I'll help you block him. The Fairy Wanner immediately exclaimed. Qin Zibai's eyes filled with murderous intent. He wants to kill Gu Hai. Since the Fairy Wanner could tell, how could Gu Hai not? In fact, before coming here, Gu Hai had already guessed that he would have to face Qin Zibai. When facing Shi Yan, Gu Hai could scare him for a short time, preventing him from acting rashly. However, Qin Zibai was different. Qin Zibai was a Central Heavenly Palace expert. Although he had just entered the Central Heavenly Palace, he was still a powerful expert. Xiao Chun could not resist him. Previously, in Chaoga City, Xiao Chun was only able to block Qin Zibai because he had Dehan's power, using the name of the nation to help him. That was why he could only scare Qin Zibai. However, what about now? That was impossible. Xiao Chun had many treasures. Even when dealing with a Central Heavenly Palace expert, he was already scared out of his wits. The difference between a Central Heavenly Palace expert and a Central Heavenly Palace expert was like heaven and earth. Furthermore, Guhai knew that Qin Zibai had a grudge with him previously and wanted to kill him immediately. That way, the Day One could easily snatch his city. Hence, before Guhai came, he had expected that Qin Zibai would kill him. However, since Xiao Chun had guessed that Fairy Wanner was trapped, could he pretend that he did not? Since the Fairy Wanner was trapped, how could Guhai not come? Guhai was here. However, fortunately, Long Wanyu had warned Guhai in advance that Qin Zibai was here. Hence, Guhai had time to prepare. Guhai's preparation was the various experts from Dragon Vein City. Leave quickly, Guhai. Fairy Wanner said anxiously. Huh? You want to leave now? Is it too late? Qin Zibai revealed a sinister smile. Turning his head, Qin Zibai looked at Shi Yin and said, Shi Yin, are you scared by Guhai? Guhai was just lucky. Why would I be scared? Shi Yin immediately retorted. Is that so? Shi Yin, why don't you take another Zhou Tian 3 for me? Guhai looked at Shi Yin with a sinister expression. Shi Yin's eyelids twitched. Qin Zibai sneered and said, Don't force yourself. Shi Yin, you don't need to deal with Guhai. You just need to stop Fairy Wanner. Zhou Tian 3? I want to see what kind of a Zhou Tian 3 will be like before he dies. Qin Zibai took a step forward. Bastard. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with anger. Whoosh! Shi Yin's figure flashed and blocked in front of Fairy Wanner's zither figurine. On the mountain peak, Li Shunji narrowed his eyes. Sir, how about Zhou Tian 3? Can he deal with the Middle Sky Palace? A subordinate asked in confusion. Li Shunji shook his head and said, Not enough. The difference between the Middle Sky Palace and the Lower Sky Palace is like heaven and earth. Guhai doesn't have the power of a nation. Even if he has great abilities, it's useless. Then isn't Guhai dead? Another subordinate said excitedly. Li Shunji narrowed his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. On another mountain peak, Qing Feng said doubtfully, Young master, why is Guhai's eyes still so indifferent? He is only from the Yuanying state after all, right? The young man in white shook his head and didn't say anything. He just stared at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai took a step forward, and a terrifying aura pressed down on Guhai. The bones of the vampires that had fallen to the ground cracked under the pressure, and cracks appeared everywhere. Guhai didn't retreat. Instead, he revealed a cold smile and said, Qin Zibai? Shi Yin? Ha, what a good show. Toying with the experts and heroes of Dragon Vein City like fools? Dragon Vein? Ha ha. Huh. The cultivators on the surrounding mountains narrowed their eyes. Qin Zibai. Shi Yin? What do they lie to us? What Dragon Vein? Guhai, what did you say? Qin Zibai said coldly. What did I say? Didn't I? Do you think that everyone is a fool? Or do you want to consign everyone in the Dragon Vein City to eternal damnation and die without a burial place? Guhai shouted with a glare. What? The surrounding cultivators stared at Guhai. Nonsense. What do you mean by dying without a burial place? Qin Zibai glared. Isn't that so? Ha ha. Shi Yin, what do you think? Guhai said with a cold smile. What did I say? Shi Yin stared blankly at Guhai. You were the ruler of the great Huang dynasty in the past. You had the Dragon Vein, right? You had the Dragon Vein. Yet you brought your men to snatch it? Ha ha. Isn't this self-contradictory? Don't tell me that you wanted Dragon Vein to swallow the Dragon Vein here. If you had such ambition, why would you submit to the Day One Imperial Dynasty? Guhai said with a sinister smile. Huh. Shi Yin raised his eyebrows as he looked at Guhai in shock. The surrounding cultivators also narrowed their eyes. That's right. Shi Yin had the Dragon Vein. Why did he still come to snatch it? Guhai, you are misleading the crowd with your lies. Qin Zibai said coldly. Qin Zibai extended his hand and took out his sword. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Misleading the crowd with lies? Humph. You are the ones misleading the crowd with lies. Dragon Vein? The Dragon Vein here isn't formed by heaven and earth. It's just Xian's Dragon Vein. You're the one who's misleading people. 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 This is to achieve your unspeakable goals. Guhai shouted. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. You are the one misleading the crowd with lies. Guhai, you are seeking death. Qin Zibai roared angrily. As Qin Zibai roared, he suddenly swung his sword at Guhai. A piercing white light illuminated the place. The sword manifested ferociously, looking like it would chop Guhai in half. Brother-in-law, Long Wan Yu exclaimed in the distance. Bastard, quickly dodge. Fairy Wanner exclaimed. On the mountain peak, Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He seemed to expect that Guhai would be finished. Qing Feng felt somewhat anxious. Only the white-clad youth remained calm. While others focused on the sword, the white-clad youth focused on the heart and Guhai's eyes. However, Guhai did not seem to show any fear in his eyes. Suddenly, a golden chain shot down from a mountain peak and blocked Guhai, clashing with Qin Zibai's manifested sword. Boom! The golden chain and the manifested sword clashed. A huge force formed a storm that swept out in all directions. Trees fell, and sand and stones shot into the air. One of the experts who had rushed over from Dragon Vein City suddenly made a move. It was a golden-robed man with a ferocious appearance. There was even a bone protruding from his forehead, looking extremely ferocious. The golden-robed man suddenly made a move and blocked Qin Zibai's sure-kill strike. The strong wind from the clash blew past Guhai, lifting up Guhai's fluttering hair. Guhai did not move. However, he revealed a faint smile. It was as he thought. Someone had made a move. Who is it? Qin Zibai asked angrily as he glared. Qin Zibai, Guhai hasn't finished speaking, and you're already in a hurry to silence him? Huh. The golden-robed man revealed a cold smile. Not far away, Li Shinji's expression changed as he looked over hatefully. It looked like Guhai was about to be killed by Qin Zibai. Where did this person come from? To think that he actually blocked Guhai's attack for him. Li Shinji was enraged, and so was Qin Zibai. However, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators slowly turned cold. Strangely, they were all on the same page, looking coldly at Qin Zibai. It was as though everyone had become Guhai's bodyguards in an instant. Chapter 348. All the cultivators looked at Qin Zibai coldly. Furthermore, they recognized the golden-robed man who attacked earlier. Great King Swan and I, you dare to oppose me? Qin Zibai glared. The golden-robed man looked at Qin Zibai coldly. Qin Zibai, you just entered the central heavenly palace, and so did I. We came to Dragon Vein City to devour the Dragon Vein. Huh, I found it strange earlier. You are a Day 1 Qin clan disciple. What qualifications do you have to fight for the Dragon Vein? Humph. It turns out that the Dragon Vein I am looking for was fabricated by you and Shi Yin. The group of cultivators looked at Shi Yin and Qin Zibai coldly. Who said that I fabricated it? That bastard Guhai spouted nonsense. You believe him? A meddlesome person appeared out of nowhere. Qin Zibai said, feeling extremely depressed. Huh, I don't believe you now. Great King Swan and I sneered. You don't believe me? Do you believe him? Qin Zibai said, feeling depressed. I don't believe him either. Great King Swan and I said coldly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly. Indeed, Sovereign King Hessian's attitude represented everyone's attitude. They did not believe in Qin Zibai, but they also did not believe in Guhai. However, Guhai's question stuck in everyone's hearts. Could it be that someone really plotted against me on this trip? Qin Zibai looked at Guhai coldly. However, Guhai replied with a faint smile. Qin Zibai, do you think you can hide it? Humph. What am I hiding? Guhai, just continue lying. They can protect you now. When they expose your lies, they will want to kill you even more than I do. Do you believe me? Qin Zibai said with a cold smile. Qin Zibai was right. If Guhai could not give everyone an explanation, Qin Zibai would not be the only enemy. Guhai looked at the surrounding cultivators. The group of cultivators also looked at Guhai coldly. Mr. Good, you only said half of what you wanted to say. Can you please finish it? The new Dragon Vein is fake? Great King Swan and I demanded coldly. How can the dragon vein be fake? It's not my dragon vein at all. Qian roared gloomily. This time, Qian wasn't lying. It really wasn't his dragon vein. But now, nobody believed him. However, Guhai nodded his head with certainty. Guhai, you making things up? Qian glared at him. He make it up? Qian, why don't you call out your dragon vein and show everyone? Guhai said with a cold smile. Even if he did, so what? However, it couldn't prove that the dragon roar earlier wasn't Qian's dragon vein. Guhai had already thought of the wording. Humph! Qian coldly snorted. Call out the dragon vein? As long as it was called out, it would definitely be snatched away by this group of people, especially by King Baiyan. Moreover, Qian's dragon vein was still useful. When Guhai saw that Qian was unwilling, he suddenly smiled and didn't mind. Guhai guessed that Qian and Qin Zibai definitely had a reason for coming here. However, Guhai didn't know what it was. However, it didn't matter. If you want to hide it, then hide it. Even if I don't know, I can make things up for you. Guhai, is there really no dragon vein under Dragon Vein City? Another cultivator asked anxiously. If there was no dragon vein, wouldn't they have come here for nothing? They worked hard to come here, but gained nothing? Everyone was furious, not wanting to believe Guhai. They wanted to expose Guhai together. Guhai looked at the crowd and shook his head. There is no dragon vein. However, there is something even more precious under Dragon Vein City. It is 10 times or even 100 times more precious. The surrounding cultivators raised their eyebrows. Qin Zibai's and Qian's faces sank. However, King Baiyan suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had been paying attention to Qin Zibai and Qian. The sudden change in their expressions made King Baiyan believe in Guhai. What is it? Everyone looked anxiously at Guhai. Treasure, right? However, I don't know what treasure it is, as I have never seen it before. Perhaps Qian and Qin Zibai know? Guhai said, while shaking his head. Oh, everyone looked at the two. What treasure is there? Guhai, don't speak nonsense. Qin Zibai glared as though he was about to attack again. Whoosh! King Baiyan instantly stood in front of Guhai and looked coldly at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai, let Guhai finish speaking. Frustration flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. The surrounding cultivators eyed Guhai covetously. This made Qin Zibai feel even more depressed. Underground treasure? Who told you that there's one? King Baiyan looked coldly at Guhai. Drought demon fire? Everyone, if you have the ability to prove that I am lying, you can go down and take a look. Who went down before? No one, right? How many years has the Death Gray Valley been here? Have you seen anyone excavate the Death Gray Valley? Guhai said coldly. No one. No one has ever excavated it before, because the drought demon fire is too ferocious, right? Secondly, have you thought about the city? How do they build a Dragon Vein City in such a short time? Who built it? Guhai said coldly. The group of experts raised their eyebrows and looked at Qian. I came early and saw the former Great Huang Dynasty soldiers building a city. I came even earlier and saw the Day One Imperial Dynasty soldiers building a city and renting it to us. As everyone spoke, they frowned and looked at Qin Zibai and Qian. This was indeed strange. Why were they building a city for no reason? I don't know what is under the city. However, I believe Qin Zibai should know, right? Otherwise, why did you use Qian's dragon vein to trick everyone into building a city? What is your motive? Guhai sneered. Nonsense. I did not use the dragon vein to lure everyone. Qian retorted angrily. Guhai smiled coldly as he looked at Qian. He did not say anything, just watching coldly. Indeed, no one believed Qian's words. Instead, they believed Guhai's words a little more. Guhai, you really know how to make things up. There are treasures under the city? Where are the treasures? Why don't you find them for me? Qin Zibai immediately said angrily. If you have the guts to find them for me, so what if I find them for you? Do you dare? Dragon Vein City is newly built. There shouldn't be many secrets, right? Do you dare to find them for me? Guhai said coldly. The surrounding people raised their eyebrows slightly. If Guhai was making things up, how could he be so confident? If he was making things up, shouldn't Guhai be trying to flee as soon as possible? Why would he barge in and enter Dragon Vein City? You still want to flee? Gu Hai did not flee and even wanted to expose Qin Zibai's scheme. This made everyone believe in Gu Hai even more. Humph, humph, humph. Gu Hai, what if you can't find them? Qin Zibai demanded angrily while glaring. At the side, Sovereign King Hoenn said coldly, "If Gu Hai can't find them, there is no need for you to do anything. I will tear off his head." Huh? Qin Zibai frowned as he looked at Sovereign King Hoenn's. Sovereign King Hoenn's attitude represented everyone's attitude. If Gu Hai was just lying, no one would give him a good time. What's wrong? Qin Zibai, you have a guilty conscience and don't dare to find them for me? Gu Hai sneered. Qin Zibai's eyes turned slightly red. Indeed, he did not want to help Gu Hai search Dragon Vein City. However, all the cultivators stared at Qin Zibai. If Qin Zibai did not agree, he would be going against everyone. Good, good, ha ha ha, good. So what if I let you search? Treasure? Let's see how you can find a treasure. The only thing you can find is your destruction, Qin Zibai said coldly while glaring. Since that is the case, I will not stand on ceremony. I will do my best to search. I only hope that everyone can cooperate with me. Gu Hai looked at the cultivators. Sovereign King Hoenn said coldly, "Cooperate with you? Ha! I will do my best to cooperate with you. Furthermore, I will follow you. If I cannot find your so-called treasure, I will tear off your head." The surrounding cultivators all looked coldly at Gu Hai. Worry flashed in Fairy Wan-er's eyes at the side. That would be for the best, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Humph! Qin Zibai snorted coldly. No matter how angry Qin Zibai and Xian were, Gu Hai was indeed safe now. All the cultivators escorted Gu Hai, giving Gu Hai precious time to catch his breath. Fairy Wan-er, since you are fine, you can leave now, Gu Hai said with a smile as he looked at Fairy Wan. A complicated expression flashed in Fairy Wan-er's eyes. Gu Hai came to save her. Now that he saved her, she was safe. However, Gu Hai was in deep trouble. He could not leave. A life for a life. Fairy Wan-er opened her mouth, but she swallowed the words she was about to say. Humph! Who asked you to save me? I will not accept your kindness. Fairy Wan-er snorted coldly. Boom! Fairy Wan-er took the Qin figurine and flew into the sky. She flew far away and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha! Gu Hai, you racked your brains to save Fairy Wan-er. You want to win the heart of a beauty? Did you see? She did not accept your kindness? Ridiculous, ridiculous, Xian said with a sneer. Gu Hai saw Fairy Wan-er flying far away. He let out a sigh of relief and did not care. Not far away, on a mountain peak. Qing Feng said with frown, Fairy Wan-er? She is indeed Taishang's descendant. She wants to be Taishang's descendant in the future. She is indeed heartless. The white-clothed youngster shook his head and said, You are wrong. Wan-er, she is smart. Only by heartlessly leaving at this time can she have the opportunity to save Gu Hai. Oh, Qing Feng said in astonishment. Let's go, Gu Hai. Let's go and find her then, Qin Zibai said coldly. Gu Hai smiled faintly and ignored Qin Zibai. Instead, he looked behind and said, Wan Yu, you can come over now. Coming. Long Wan Yu immediately said excitedly. Cluster Lord, that place is dangerous. Sima Feng blocked Long Wan Yu worriedly. Gu Hai was already in prison. How could he drag the Cluster Lord into this? Sima Feng, are you the Cluster Lord? Or am I the Cluster Lord? If you continue to block me, go back to where you came from. I don't want you to protect me. Long Wan Yu immediately said angrily. Sima Feng smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. He could only hope that Gu Hai was not risking his life. Gu Hai boarded Long Wan Yu's flying ship. Under the supervision of Qin Zibai, Xian, Sovereign King Hoenn, and the group of cultivators, Xiao Chun slowly headed for Dragon Vein City. At the mountain peak where Li Shunji was, he dodged it again. Humph! Li Shunji snorted coldly as he looked at Gu Hai's back, feeling frustrated. At another mountain peak, the white-clothed youngster glanced at the nearby Li Shunji and revealed a cold smile. The De Qian's Li Shunji? Huh, what a good plan. Unfortunately, someone outperformed him in the end. Young master, what should we do now? Ching Feng asked with a frown. Let's go take a look then, the white-clothed youngster said in a tone that brooked no refusal. Chapter 349. King Baiyan, Qin Zibai, Xiyin, and a group of experts escorted Gu Hai to Dragon Vein City on the flying ship. On the flying ship, Gu Hai activated the soundproof array, so the outside world couldn't hear the conversation. Mr. Good, is what you said earlier true? The Dragon Vein is fake? Sima Feng asked anxiously. Gu Hai took a deep breath. I don't know. Huh? You don't know? Sima Feng was shocked. I was just trying to calm everyone down and give me a chance to breathe. Gu Hai smiled. But you're in more danger now. Once they enter Dragon Vein City and find out that you lied to them, won't they? Sima Feng said worriedly. Gu Hai shook his head gently. No, as long as I'm fine, there will be a chance to escape, right? Sima Feng was anxious. Also, my guess might not be wrong. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Huh. Qin Zibai and Xiyin must have a purpose for coming to Dragon Vein City. There must be something in the Death Valley under Dragon Vein City. As for whether it's something good or a disaster, I don't know. Gu Hai shook his head. You don't know? Then how do you find it? Sima Feng smiled bitterly. I can't find it, but it doesn't mean that you can't find it. Gu Hai smiled. Me? How do I find it? Brother-in-law, I've already used the prophecy. I can only use it once a month. I can't see the future anymore. Long Wan Yu said worriedly. It's fine. Can't you avoid misfortune? In the next period of time, we'll go around Dragon Vein City. I'll be in charge of finding a chance to leave, and you'll be in charge of finding a place of great misfortune and great fortune. You have to find it even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, Long Wan Yu nodded blankly. Soon, the group arrived at Dragon Vein City. The Dragon Vein City was about the same as Immortal City. It only encompassed a few dozen mountains. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Such a small place, and you want to build a city? Now, I'm more and more sure of my guess. Gu Hai, we're here. Tell me, where is it? Qin Zibai suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look at him. With a wave of his hand, Gu Hai removed the soundproof array on the flying boat. Qin Zibai, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even started looking, and you're already feeling guilty? Gu Hai sneered. Humph. I'll see how you're going to find it. Qin Zibai said coldly. The flying ship slowly flew into Dragon Vein City. Close the formation. Prevent Gu Hai from escaping. Qin Zibai shouted. Rumble. A barrier suddenly formed above the city gate tower, enveloping the sky above Dragon Vein City. Gu Hai looked at the barrier and frowned. He then turned to look at the sealed Dragon Vein City. Dragon Vein City was divided into many regions. Each region had a large number of buildings and was filled with people. Gu Hai's group landed on a mountain peak. So many people? Long Wan Yu said in surprise. Of course, every time the Dragon Vein appears, a large number of sects, family clans, and itinerant cultivators will gather. The various factions here all brought their own disciples and armies. Only for the Dragon Vein, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. All right, Gu Hai, you all start searching. I'll accompany you, King Tao Wu said coldly. Not just King Tao Wu. The surrounding group of sect masters, family heads, and various major itinerant cultivators all revealed gloomy expressions as they looked at Gu Hai. Furthermore, as time passed, more and more experts received the news. They either approached Gu Hai or stared at Gu Hai from afar. The gazes that each and every one of them looked at Gu Hai were not very friendly. Gu Hai looked at the crowd and said with a faint smile, Everyone, finding the treasure can't be done overnight. Next, I'll search slowly. Those who can't wait don't follow. Humph. The group of cultivators snorted coldly. Then, I'll start searching area by area, Gu Hai said with a smile. Please, King Tao Wu said coldly. Wan Yu, come with me, Gu Hai called out. After calling Long Wan Yu, the group started searching the area. Dig up that mountain. Gu Hai pointed at a mountain. Why are you looking at me? A sect master asked with a frown. Everyone wants the treasure. Follow me and contribute. Is it difficult? Gu Hai looked at the sect master. That's right. That sect master frowned. Humph, if you can't find it, Gu Hai, I'll teach you a lesson. That sect master quickly ordered his disciples to dig up the mountain. After digging up more than half of the mountain, Long Wanyu shook her head. Gu Hai nodded and continued forward. Dig up that mountain. Gu Hai ordered another family head. Huh? That family head's face sank. Then, he said coldly, I'll cooperate with you. However, if you can't find the treasure, Gu Hai, I'll teach you a lesson. Gu Hai ignored him. Long Wanyu, who stood beside him, did not care. That family head ordered his army to dig up the mountain. Gu Hai continued to order the family heads and sect heads around, as though he was trying to infuriate the experts. Occasionally, Gu Hai glanced at Xian, who was not far away. Xian smiled coldly at Gu Hai. Earlier, Xian worried that Gu Hai would curry favor with this group of cultivators and turn against him. Now, Gu Hai was courting death. If Xian could not find the treasure, he would not need to do anything. The resentment of these people would kill him. With Dragon Vein City's ritual array activated, there would be nowhere to run. Oh, Xian? Where's Qin Zibai? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. There is no need to report Lord Qin's whereabouts to you, right? Xian smiled coldly. Gu Hai glanced at Great King Bian. Great King Bian frowned slightly. Then, Great King Bian started to look around. Indeed, Qin Zibai had already disappeared. Gu Hai quickly searched. With your progress, how long will it take? Xian said coldly. Huh? Gu Hai smiled coldly, ignoring Xian. At the entrance of a palace in Dragon Vein City, Qin Zibai and a white-clad child stood there. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai. Oh, that little girl? She actually barged in? Ha 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 ha. The white-clad child said, with a sinister expression as he looked into the distance. The white-clad child was none other than the longevity master who helped Liang of Gojoseon in the past, Mr. Dongfang. Back then, he was killed by Gu Hai on the battlefield, but was saved by his original body. Now, he had appeared in Dragon Vein City again. Mr. Dongfang, will Gu Hai ruin our plan if he comes? Qin Zibai asked in a low voice. No, the entire Dragon Vein City is a longevity array. Gu Hai can't escape even if he enters. Ha, good. Enemies often cross paths, Mr. Dongfang said with a sinister expression. Aren't there enough people now? Qin Zibai frowned. There's still a little more. Don't worry, more and more people will enter my Blood Dragon longevity array. Mr. Dongfang sneered. What's down there? Gu Hai said there's treasure. Is that so? Qin Zibai asked curiously. Treasure? Ha, maybe. You just need to cooperate with me, Mr. Dongfang said lightly. But Gu Hai... Haha, don't worry. No one will discover my Blood Dragon longevity array. Shu the Great promised to cooperate with me. Just cooperate with me. Don't ask any more questions, Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly. He was obviously unhappy. Don't look at me like that. Ha, this time it's not just me. My original body personally promised Shu the Great to be in charge of helping him deal with the Qian. You should be satisfied, Mr. Dongfang said coldly. In an underground palace under Dragon Vein City, two people, one fat and one thin, lived in the underground palace. Ziwei, who was as fat as a mountain, and Changsheng, who was as thin as a skeleton. On this day, Ziwei was in a huge underground palace hall. A large amount of soft hair suddenly appeared on her hands. The soft hair brushed in the air as if it was dyed with ink. In the underground palace, her body shook, and the ink suddenly splashed out. Splash, splash, splash. The ink fell to the ground and immediately formed thousands of black runes. Buzz. Suddenly, the ground under the underground palace was red, as if it had become a soldering iron. Endless flames seemed to be rushing out from the ground. However, the thousands of black runes suddenly bloomed with dazzling black light and instantly suppressed the fire. Oh my God, that was close. I was almost too late to draw the runes this time. It's all Changsheng's fault for being lazy. Otherwise, I would have been roasted into jerky. Ziwei exhaled deeply. Ziwei looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She slowly walked toward a small door in the main hall with her fat belly. Through the small door, she entered another underground palace. In that underground palace, Changsheng, who was as thin as firewood, also had a large amount of soft hair on his right hand. He was painstakingly drawing something on a piece of animal skin. What? Changsheng, what are you doing? Ziwei suddenly glared and shouted. Ah! Changsheng immediately hid the animal skin drawing behind his back. No, nothing. Ha! Changsheng laughed guiltily. You son of a bitch, are you drawing again? I am so fat. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You still draw? You still draw? Ziwei was shocked and angry. I saw you drawing the runes just now. So, my hands were itchy. Itchy. Changsheng apologized. Bullsh asterisk T itchy hands. Your itchy hands are trying to harm me. I will fight it out with you. Ziwei glared and rushed forward. You don't come over. If you come over, I will show you the drawing. Changsheng suddenly shouted. Show it to me? Show it to me. If you show it to me, I will recite a poem for you. Do you believe me? Ziwei rushed forward. Don't. Brother, big brother, don't recite. I'm already as thin as firewood. If you continue reciting, it will take my life. I won't show you my drawing. I won't show it to you. Changsheng suddenly said in fear. Bullsh asterisk T. I don't believe you. You say that every time, and I fall for it every time. Bang! Ziwei grabbed Changsheng's neck. Aren't you the same? Every time I go to draw the runes, don't you also recite a poem? Changsheng also grabbed Ziwei's neck. Bullsh asterisk T. Don't you know how to not listen? Why wouldn't I listen? The sound of your poem can penetrate everything. Even if I block my ears, it won't work. F asterisk CK. I will beat you to death. Let your hands be dirty. Let your hands be dirty. You are different. Rumble. The two of them started rolling in the underground palace while they were strangling each other. Rumble. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the underground palace. What's that sound? Ziwei was slightly stunned. The two of them stopped strangling each other and listened to the outside world. Brother-in-law, you can't dig anymore. You can't dig anymore. Hurry up and leave this place. Long Wanyu's voice sounded anxiously. Someone found us? Changsheng's eyes widened. We are saved? Quick, someone come quickly. Dig quickly. Ziwei immediately said excitedly. Chapter 350. In Dragon Vein City, Gu Hai brought Long Wanyu and searched the city wantonly, digging up mountains and clearing rivers. The entire Dragon Vein City was in a foul atmosphere. Gu Hai wantonly commanded the various experts and factions, causing them to be resentful. Despite all kinds of threats and insults, Gu Hai still did as he pleased. As a result, after 2 days, fewer and fewer cultivators surrounded Gu Hai. No one wanted to be ordered around by Gu Hai. Moreover, what Gu Hai said might not be right. Hence, all the experts returned to their own territories. They only monitored Gu Hai from afar. If I can't find it, I will definitely kill him. Bastard, you want my sect to help you dig up mountains? No one has dared to order me around like this. Wait a few days, and I will take your life. Many experts looked at Gu Hai from afar with gloomy expressions. Gu Hai had fewer and fewer watchers around him. However, Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. As he searched around the city, he carefully studied the terrain of the city. Lou Rockman has worked hard to dig a huge tunnel outside the city these few days according to my request. As long as we find an opportunity, we can rush out of the city and use the flying ship to enter the underground tunnel. We can fly quickly in the tunnel. As we fly, the tunnel will collapse. With the speed of the flying ship, even if the experts of the Central Celestial Palace chase after us, they won't be able to catch up to us underground. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confidence. The tunnel has branches. Even if they chase after us, they won't know how. After these 2 days, there are fewer and fewer experts surrounding me. When you get impatient, it will be time for me to rush out of the city. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The city was shrouded in a large array, but the city gates were open. Gu Hai had calculated everything. He only needed an opportunity to create chaos. When the opportunity came, he would attract everyone's attention. That would be the time for him to escape quickly. There was only one chance. At that time, all he had to do was rush to the city gates, take the flying ship, and enter the underground. Then everything would be fine. It was impossible for King Bian to follow Gu Hai all the time. He had already flown to the peak of a mountain and coldly looked at Gu Hai in the distance. There were fewer and fewer people around Gu Hai. Even those who stayed by his side were getting impatient. 2 days and 2 nights as a mountain digger? Qinghe River workers? I'm the head of the family. Why should I play around with you? Everyone slowly retreated. Only one person followed closely behind Gu Hai, and that was Xian. Although he didn't know what Gu Hai was planning, Xian was still very guarded against Gu Hai and followed him closely. The 3rd day, the complaints of the surrounding Xiuzhe grew louder. Gu Hai, you can't find him, right? Ha ha ha. I'll see how you die later. Xian revealed a sinister look as he said. After 3 days, none of the surrounding cultivators believed in Gu Hai anymore. Many of the cultivators that Gu Hai instructed to dig showed sullen expressions. They sharpened their weapons and glared at Gu Hai. Was this Gu Hai seeking death? Now, regardless of whether Xian or Qin Zibai wanted to kill Gu Hai, the surrounding Xiuzhe would not help. They would even add insult to injury. Gu Hai ignored them and continued to direct an army to dig the mountain. It was digging the mountain again. However, this place was very close to the eastern city gate. Almost all of the surrounding Xiuzhe had left. No one expected Gu Hai to flee. This was because nearly everyone was watching. Flee? How could Gu Hai flee? However, everyone knew that Gu Hai had already planned out all the routes and was just waiting for an opportunity. If the opportunity did not come, then he had to think of a way to attract everyone's attention. In the distance, Gu Hai saw a black-robed person standing in the crowd. The black-robed person was not a bystander, but Zhu Lu. He was the new prime of the Stone Mountain people. Gu Hai had already made arrangements for him. Zhu Lu nodded at Gu Hai as though he was waiting for Gu Hai's orders. Gu Hai was about to nod and start to attract everyone's attention according to the plan. Ah, brother-in-law, something is wrong. Long Wanyu's expression suddenly changed. Ah, what's wrong? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. This is below. I sense great danger. Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Great danger? Sima Feng's expression changed. Oh, what great danger? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Below Dragon Vein City was the Death Valley. Every once in a while, some drought demon fire would appear. However, during the few days that Gu Hai was here, there was no movement underground. Gu Hai was preparing to escape, but Long Wanyu said that there was great danger underground. What great danger? Xian asked with a frown. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at the mountain in front of him that was dug up. Below the mountain, there was nothing special. It was just black soil. There was nothing at all. Continue digging. We found the treasure. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Buzz! The expressions of countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately brightened. During the past 3 days, everyone had lost confidence in Gu Hai and thought that Gu Hai was a liar. But now he said that he found it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large group of cultivators flew over. Where is it? Where is the treasure? Many cultivators asked anxiously. It's here. Hurry up and dig. Gu Hai shouted. Bulsh asterisk T. Where is the treasure? Xian glared. Boom! King Bian waved his hand. Suddenly, a large amount of soil and rocks flew up. A huge pit was revealed. There is nothing here. Gu Hai, are you lying to me? King Bian said with a cold expression. Brother-in-law, it's below. It's below. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Continue digging. Gu Hai shouted. King Bian looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Humph! Gu Hai, if there is nothing below, I will take your life. A cultivator said with a ferocious expression. After saying that, he called over his subordinates and started digging. Humph! My sect disciples, come over and dig. If you can't find anything, use Gu Hai as a sacrifice. My army, dig for me. If you can't, kill Gu Hai. The surrounding experts called over their subordinates and disciples and quickly dug the huge pit. The huge pit was very deep. The soil that was dug out had piled up into 5 mountains in the blink of an eye. A dark pit was exposed in front of everyone, but there was still nothing. Brother-in-law, this is so ominous. It's so scary. We can't dig anymore. We can't dig anymore. Long Wanyu said in horror. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The movement here instantly spread throughout the entire Longmen city. More and more people gathered in the east of the city. In the west of the city, Mr. Dongfang and Qin Zibai looked coldly into the distance. Found it? Ha, what a joke! Mr. Dongfang sneered. Oh, Qin Zibai was puzzled. I've already found it. Every time the fire of drought appears, the source is in the west of the city. How can we find it in the east of the city? Mr. Dongfang sneered. But that's Gu Hai's scheme, Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and nodded. Speaking of which, it was possible that Gu Hai was playing tricks. Huh, so many people are watching Gu Hai now. If he plays tricks now, he will be doomed. I don't need to do anything, right? Qin Zibai sneered. Yes, it's impossible to find the treasure in the east of the city. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Found it. There's really something. A surprised voice suddenly came from a distance. What? How is that possible? Mr. Dongfang's face darkened. No, Gu Hai did it on purpose. He has the Lu Rockman. Why did he bury it in advance? What is he trying to do? Qin Zibai's face turned cold. However, this was not Gu Hai's scheme. Gu Hai asked Zhu Lu to bury something underground, but it was not in the east of the city, but in the south of the city. He wanted to attract everyone's attention so that he could escape. How did he find something in the east of the city? Whoosh! Great King Bian waved his hand, and a large amount of soil flew away, revealing an underground seal that looked like a tortoise shell. A few cultivators hit it, but the tortoise shell did not move at all. What is this? Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not know. Brother-in-law, we can't dig anymore. Go away from here. Long One Yu said anxiously. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he looked at the people around him. Great King Bian and everyone else, I found a thing for everyone, so I won't participate anymore. Do as you wish. Gu Hai shook his head. You want to run? Shi Yin suddenly roared. Huh? Everyone looked at Shi Yin in confusion. Gu Hai, you want to lie to us? You arranged this in advance, right? You asked the Lu Rockman to bury it, right? You want to leave? It's not that easy. How did you know there was something here? Shi Yin shouted angrily. The moment Shi Yin shouted, everyone frowned, somewhat hesitant. Even Great King Bian also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Clearly, he did not let Gu Hai leave. Gu Hai, you outsmarted yourself, right? Ha 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 ha. These few days, you played everyone for fools. Now, you also want to fool all of us with a fake thing? Dream on. Today is the day you die. The day you die. Shi Yin said with a ferocious face and a cold smile. Everyone looked at Gu Hai, their faces turning gloomy. Fool you all? Hoo, you're so sure? Gu Hai said coldly. I'm so sure. These few days, I've been following by your side, waiting for an opportunity to expose you in public. Ha ha, a big tortoise shell? You want to lie to everyone? Dream on. Now, I'll destroy in front of you and prove that there's nothing. Nothing at all. After that, it will be the day of your death. Shi Yin said with a ferocious expression. In the crowd, Fairy Wan had an anxious expression. The surrounding people gradually surrounded Gu Hai, preparing to kill him. However, Shi Yin reached out and took out his sword, wanting to expose Gu Hai. He slashed at the huge tortoise shell below with a loud bang. Boom! Shi Yin used all of his strength in this full-powered sword strike. Under the tremendous force, the entire dragon vein city shook violently. It's so tough. After the sword strike, Shi Yin's expression changed. Under this full-powered sword strike, he only managed to cut open a small crack in the tortoise shell. Gu Hai, you really went all out, huh? This tortoise shell is even tougher than your bronze saber from before? You really went all out. Wait for me to destroy it. Shi Yin roared furiously. Boom, boom, boom. Shi Yin slashed down 10 times in a row. Immediately, countless cracks appeared on the tortoise shell. Bang! The huge tortoise shell seal suddenly exploded. That's not right. Is there something below? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The tortoise shell seal burst open. It revealed a huge underground palace. Strangely, there were 2 people in the underground palace. The instant the countless experts saw the 2, they froze at the same time. The expressions of Shi Yin and Sovereign King Hessian froze. One was as fat as a huge pig, and the other was as thin as a withered twig. The other's clothes were torn to shreds. The 2 rolled around together. The fat one pressed on the thin one, appearing to be intimate with each other. Their faces were close to each other, chest to chest. Xian suddenly opened the underground palace. The two seemed to be disturbed. They looked up in shock at the 100,000 cultivators outside. Furthermore, the two still had their lustful smiles on their faces. The most important thing was that both of them were men. Suddenly, the surroundings turned incredibly quiet. Everyone was stunned. "Did you blind me? Two damned perverts?" A cultivator said with a stiff expression. Hooligans." Long Wanyu immediately covered her face and turned around. Chapter 351. Fat Ziwei and skinny Changsheng wrestled with each other. Their clothes were torn from the fight. No one was backing down. Suddenly, they heard Long Wanyu's voice. "Brother-in-law, you can't dig anymore. You can't dig anymore. Go away from here." Long Wanyu's voice sounded anxiously. "Someone found us?" Changsheng's eyes widened. "We're saved? Quick, someone come, quickly dig." Ziwei said excitedly. The two laughed excitedly. Then, Xian continued to confront Gu Hai, taunting him again and again, saying that he was going to break the seal on the turtle shell. Break it, break it." Ziwei's oily face showed an excited smile. "Boom! He broke it, he really broke it. That's great." Changsheng also laughed excitedly. The two had already forgotten their previous scuffle. At this moment, they waited excitedly, motionlessly, maintaining their previous posture, looking at the seal on the top with trembling hearts. Boom! Finally, under Xian's hard work, the seal on the turtle shell suddenly exploded. It broke. "We're saved." Ziwei and Changsheng's faces were filled with joy as if they had ascended to heaven. 3,000 years. Anyone who was locked up for 3,000 years would go crazy from boredom. Only the two of them were special and could hold it in. However, their hearts were also broken. Now that the cage was opened, this was an unprecedented great pleasure. That smile gradually disappeared. However, maybe one was too fat and the other was too thin. That smile was so lascivious in the eyes of others. Rogue." Long Wanyu immediately covered her face and turned around. "My eyes are blinded. Two damn perverts?" Ashioja said with a stiff expression. Everyone outside had the urge to wash their eyes. This scene was too beautiful. They couldn't bear to look at it directly. Xian's expression stiffened. What was going on? Wasn't this a turtle shell set up by Lu Shi? Why was there an underground palace? Why were there two damn perverts? Where did Gu Hai find these two perverts? "Brother-in-law, let's go. Quickly go. There's a great ominous feeling." Long Wanyu said anxiously. "Don't go." King Bian immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. "What's going on? Is this a treasure trove?" King Bian asked solemnly. "I've already said that I don't know. You guys can research it yourselves. I'll find it. That's enough," Gu Hai said solemnly. Great King Bian frowned as he looked at the palace. "Were those two?" King Bian pointed at Ziwei and Longevity. "Damn perverts." The surrounding people scolded the two people below. Ziwei was slightly stunned. "Who are you talking about?" "I'm talking to you, you damned pervert. Get up." Changsheng glared at him. "Who are you calling a pervert? You're the freaking pervert. Little guy, I've tolerated you for a long time. Now that we can go out, I finally don't have to tolerate you anymore." Ziwei pinched Changsheng again. "I don't have to tolerate you anymore." Changsheng also started pinching him. The two of them suddenly fought intensely. They were bare-chested, wrestling like shrews. The expressions of the 100,000 cultivators outside darkened. "Bastard! Who are you two? Are you still acting?" Xian glared at them and shouted. The two of them paused for a moment and glanced at Xian. Then they turned their heads and continued to fight. Xian. The two of them fought even more intensely. Then, their clothes became more tattered. It looked like they were about to be naked. Bang! Xian slapped them. The two of them were immediately knocked to the ground. Only then did they notice that there was a group of angry people. "Brat, what are you doing?" Ziwei glared and shouted angrily. "That's right. You look shifty. You're obviously not a good person. Ziwei, recite a poem for him." Changsheng immediately shouted. "No way. He hit me. I'm not reciting a poem for him." Ziwei glared. "Poem? The surrounding people looked puzzled. Brat, let me ask you, what's going on with this underground palace? Did Gu Hai ask you to do it? Xian asked coldly. Gu Hai? Who is Gu Hai? Chang Sheng asked, puzzled. You're still pretending? Xian glared. Ziwei and Chang Sheng looked at each other. Is this person crazy? Chang Sheng asked, puzzled. Lower your voice. This psychopath cultivation is higher. A handsome man won't fight when the odds are against him. Let's pretend we didn't hear him. Let's go. Ziwei lowered her voice and said to Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng nodded. Xian, the surrounding cultivators. You lowered your voice and we couldn't hear you? Handsome man? You two are so perverted. Handsome man? Ziwei and Chang Sheng quietly walked to the side, wanting to leave the underground palace. The surrounding cultivators were speechless again. You two idiots, do you think we're blind? Tell me, what's going on here? Xian glared and said angrily. We don't know. We really don't know. Chang Sheng shook his head and wanted to leave. Everyone, you like this place. Take a look for yourself. I'll leave first. Ziwei immediately smiled and said, the surrounding cultivators, that's not right. The bricks of this palace are mixed together. Judging from the material, it has a history of more than 1,000 years. Wasn't this arranged by the ancient maritime administration? Was this an underground palace to begin with? King Bian suddenly narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at the two people who were about to leave. The two seemed to be about to jump out of the deep pit. Want to run? Ha, where are you going? What's going on here? Xian stretched out his hand, and two long whips suddenly flew out. The strength of the celestial palace? That's it. Humph. Chang Sheng snorted coldly. You want to show off in front of me when you're in the celestial palace? You overestimate yourself. Look at my Ziwei divine palm. Ziwei also showed a cold smile and stretched out her right hand. Huh. When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately became alert. These two people had a mysterious background and were so arrogant. They didn't even care about the celestial palace. Just how strong was he? Huff. Ziwei and Chang Sheng were tied up by the two long whips. In the blink of an eye, they were wrapped up like dumplings. All the cultivators, weren't they very powerful? They were caught just like that. Xian, were these two idiots? It's all your fault. You made me so fat. I can't use any strength. You're blaming me? It's all your fault. My strength is gone because of you. Ziwei and Chang Sheng started arguing. Stop arguing. If you keep arguing, I'll kill you. Xian glared and roared gloomily. The most troublesome thing was that it was difficult to communicate with these two idiots. Huff. At this moment, a folded animal skin fell from where Chang Sheng was tied up. Oh no, my painting! Chang Sheng exclaimed in shock. What painting? Xian asked in confusion. The animal skin painting fell shakily, as if it was about to unfold on the way down. Seeing that the painting was about to unfold, Ziwei suddenly showed a frightened expression. No, don't show it, don't. Ziwei's extreme fear stunned everyone who saw it. It was just a painting. What was there to be afraid of? Just as Xian was about to grab it in confusion. Huff! Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by. However, at this critical moment, Gu Hai's figure moved. He rushed down at his fastest speed. In an instant, he grabbed the animal skin painting, preventing it from unfolding. Oh, Huff, fortunately. Ziwei exhaled in horror. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Great King Bian and the other cultivators immediately glared. Before Gu Hai could speak, Fatty Ziwei suddenly looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Kid, you are my benefactor. Thank you. Thank you for grabbing that painting. Huh? Everyone looked at Fatty Ziwei in confusion. What painting is this? Xian asked with a glare. I drew it. Chang Sheng immediately said proudly. You drew it? Who would believe that? You drew it. That fatty was so nervous? So nervous? You didn't want to show it to us? Wasn't it? A treasure map, Gu Hai suddenly said with a smile. Huh? The eyes of the surrounding people lit up. Even Ziwei and Chang Sheng were suddenly filled with question marks. A treasure map? What is going on? Gu Hai grabbed the painting and looked at the surrounding people. Gu Hai, hand the painting to me. Great King Bian said coldly. Gu Hai, hand the painting to me. Give it to me. The surrounding cultivators' expressions turned sullen as they stared at the treasure map in Gu Hai's hand. That skinny fellow drew it? No one believed it. It was a treasure map? Was what Gu Hai said true? Everyone, I did not intend to take this painting. However, since we found it, can we leave now? Gu Hai asked with a smile as he looked at the crowd. Huh? You can't leave. Yin glared. We lured you to Dragon Vein City with great difficulty. How can we let you leave? Yin was not willing, but the others did not care. It was fine as long as they found it. If you want to leave, so be it. Furthermore, it is good that you are not interested in the treasure. Hand the painting to me, and I will let you go. Great King Bayan said sullenly. Many thanks, Great King Bayan. Unfortunately, I am still somewhat worried. If Qin Zibai comes, will Great King Bayan protect me? Gu Hai smiled. Huh? You don't trust me? Great King Bayan countered coldly. Everyone, I have no conflict with any of you. This time, I am borrowing your hands to protect me. Gu Hai is very grateful. However, there's a beginning and an end to everything. Let my people go first. How about it? After we leave the city, I will return this treasure map to everyone. Gu Hai shouted. Bastard. A cultivator seemed to want to snatch the painting. Boom. Gu Hai glared, and a large flame came out of his body. It looked like the 100,000 people would burn the treasure map the moment they made a move. The surrounding experts widened their eyes and stopped what they were doing. Sima Feng, bring Yu out of the city first. There will be people waiting for you outside the city. Go on, Gu Hai said. I'm not going. I'm going with brother-in-law. Long Yu immediately insisted stubbornly. Yu, quickly go, Gu Hai said with a frown. Cluster Lord, let's go out first. This place is too dangerous. Sima Feng urged. No, we are safe, but brother-in-law is not. This place is very dangerous. I can feel it. It is even more dangerous than last time. I cannot abandon brother-in-law. I will go with brother-in-law. Long Yu insisted stubbornly. Long Yu refused to go. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yu, listen to me. Be happy, Gu Hai said seriously. Happy. The surrounding countless cultivators showed confused expressions. You are still happy at this time? I don't want to. Long Yu insisted stubbornly. Be happy, Gu Hai said anxiously. With his treasure map, he could escape safely. However, Long Yu still had a group of people with her. It was easy for accidents to happen. He had to let them go first. Long Yu felt irritated. What did you promise me? Be happy, Gu Hai said with a glare. Be happy? The surrounding cultivators looked at Gu Hai speechlessly. Be happy was the secret signal that Gu Hai and Long Yu set. As long as Gu Hai said be happy, Long Yu had to listen to him. Long Yu felt irritated. Be happy. Gu Hai glared at Long Yu. Let's go. Bad brother-in-law. Long Yu turned her head, feeling wronged. Sima Feng, protect Yu. Gu Hai called out. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Sima Feng answered, feeling fortunate. With a flip of his hand, he took out a flying ship and persuaded Long Yu to board. Then, the ship shot towards the city gates. After seeing Long Yu leave, Gu Hai released his bated breath. All right, everyone. I'll return the treasure map to you. Please make way. Gu Hai slowly flew out of the underground palace. There was clearly a small door in the underground palace that led to other places. However, although everyone saw it, they were more concerned about the treasure map in Gu Hai's hand. After all, the underground palace could not run away. If the treasure map disappeared, it would be terrible. Furthermore, if there were treasures in the underground palace, why did these two freaks not take them? Why do they care about the treasure map? Make way for him? I'm already giving you face by letting your people go. Gu Hai, give me the map. Great King Bayan said coldly. I'll give it to you. Wait for a moment. I'll give it to you as soon as I leave. Gu Hai shook his head and jumped into the underground palace, slowly retreating into the distance. My patience is limited. Great King Bayan said coldly. Don't come over. I'll burn anyone who comes. Gu Hai said sullenly. My painting is actually so popular. Chang Sheng looked at the group of people staring at his painting in shock. Popular my ass. Later, all of them will kill you. Ziwei said with a glare. Nonsense. They can't wait to like it. My painting is full of vitality. It's a painting of vitality. If one looks at it often, they can achieve longevity, Chang Sheng said sullenly. Longevity, my ass. I think it's a short life. Ziwei scolded with a glare. Gu Hai slowly retreated. The surrounding cultivators all stared at Gu Hai. Great King Bian looked at Gu Hai coldly. Seeing that Gu Hai dared to be so arrogant in front of him, he smiled coldly. He extended his hand and gently formed a hand seal in his sleeve. "Oh no, be careful!" Fairy Wan who was in the crowd, suddenly exclaimed. Suddenly, Fairy Wan and her Guqin figurine pounced on Gu Hai. At this moment, a large amount of ice crystals suddenly appeared in the void. The ice crystals instantly surrounded Gu Hai. The undying divine flame that Gu Hai released was suppressed by the ice. The ice crystals gathered and rushed toward Gu Hai. However, they were blocked by Fairy Wan Guqin figurine. Boom! With a loud sound, the Guqin figurine instantly hugged Gu Hai and Fairy Wan and was knocked toward a mountain peak by the ice crystals. The ice instantly filled the surroundings and froze the surrounding forest. Ka. Together with the mountain peak that Gu Hai was on, it was instantly frozen into an ice mountain. Fairy Wan and Gu Hai were surrounded by the Guqin figurine and blocked the ice attack. Only their heads were exposed, and they were sealed in the ice mountain. "This is," Gu Hai said in shock. "You have the undying divine flame, and Great King Bian has the undying divine water. We are sealed. Fortunately, the Guqin figurine helped us block the cold attack," Fairy Wan said bitterly. Ka. The Guqin figurine that was enveloping the two had dense cracks on its body. The Guqin figurine is about to be destroyed. This is a Guqin figurine with the strength of the lower celestial palace. Fairy Wan said bitterly. Lower celestial palace? Gu Hai's expression changed. He finally understood how powerful Great King Bian was just now. The Guqin figurine, Gu Hai, and Fairy Wan were sealed in an ice mountain. The treasure map was previously thrown out by Gu Hai. It flew out. When Great King Bian attacked, everyone's expression changed. However, in the next moment, they were attracted by the treasure map. Everyone looked over. "Gu Hai, you have day like this." "Ha, this treasure map is mine." Xian immediately rushed forward. He grabbed the treasure map and opened it. "How dare you?" Great King Bian's expression turned cold. "It's over. They saw your painting. We are dead meat." Ziwei's expression changed. "What's wrong with my painting? Maybe they know how to appreciate it?" Chang Sheng said in dissatisfaction. "Tell me, when they're all pregnant later, how will they deal with us?" Ziwei said in despair. Chapter 352. Everyone was paying attention to the treasure map. No one heard Ziwei and Chang Sheng's words. Xian was the first to take a look at the treasure map. Just as everyone rushed over, "What is this thing?" Xian said with wide eyes. He saw that there was no terrain on the treasure map, only an egg. Yes, it was just an egg. As for what egg it was, Xian could not tell for now. When he looked at the egg, he felt a vigorous vitality suddenly growing in his body. That's not right. Why do I feel something in my body when I look at this painting? Xian showed some doubt. With surprise, Xian took a second look at it. Buzz. Suddenly, a second vigorous vitality grew in his body. Scram! Great King Bian extended his hand and pushed Xian aside. He immediately grabbed the treasure map. An egg? Why is it an egg? Isn't this a treasure map? Bastard! What is this? Great King Bian extended his hand and tossed the treasure map at the ice mountain where Gu Hai was. That treasure map was stuck to the ice mountain. The side with the egg on it faced everyone. The other side of the treasure map faced Gu Hai and Fairy Wan. What is in the painting? Gu Hai showed some curiosity. How would I know? Quickly think of a way to get out. Fairy Wan said anxiously. The moment Great King Bian threw the treasure map, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was there a vigorous vitality growing in his body? That's not right. What's going on in my body? Great King Bian's expression changed. That's not right. What's going on? Why does my stomach hurt? Xian's expression changed. When he looked at the painting earlier, the two vigorous energies were continuously growing. They grew larger and larger, as though they were forcibly extracting his energy to condense something. Is there something wrong with that painting? Xian's expression changed as he turned his head to take another look. The surrounding 100,000 cultivators scrambled to look over. Let me see. Bastard, don't block it. Let me see. What treasure map? What nonsense treasure map? There's only one egg on this map. Let me see. Let me see. The surrounding Xiozha scrambled to surround him. There were people in front of him, but he still quickly pushed them aside. It's over. What a sin, Ziwei said with an ugly expression. So many people are watching? Is there not enough life force in my painting? Chang Sheng frowned. Life force my ass. Don't say that you drew it later. Ziwei said anxiously. Oh, my stomach? Xian suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out in alarm. They saw that Xian's stomach was getting bigger and bigger. Xenomorph. Guhai was slightly taken aback. Oh, my stomach hurts. Mine too. Why does it suddenly hurt? Oh, mine hurts too. Everyone who had seen the painting clutched their stomachs. Ouch, it hurts. Help, what's wrong with me? My stomach is getting bigger and bigger. Why is this happening? My stomach, I don't want it. The Xiozha clutched their stomachs in alarm. Is it that painting? Xian turned his head and looked at the painting again. As the crowd continued to look, the color of the painting seemed to be fading away slowly. With one look, the color faded slightly. Xian took a fourth look. After the first 3 bursts of life force, a 4th burst of life force appeared. What's going on? What's wrong with my stomach? Am I being plotted against? Not good, Lord Qi, Mr. Dongfang. Not good. Quickly, quickly save me. Xian staggered and flew away. His stomach was getting bigger and bigger, and his face was getting more and more frightened. Help, my stomach, my stomach. The surrounding 100,000 Xiozha clutched their stomachs in alarm and sat paralyzed on the ground. There seemed to be a strange force in their stomachs that was sucking in their strength and strengthening that force. That painting? It's that painting's doing, someone exclaimed. Great King, Bian was sweating profusely at this moment. He slowly sat on the top of the mountain and sat cross-legged. He used his consciousness to observe his body. What kind of power was in his body that made his stomach get bigger and bigger? When his consciousness entered his body, Great King Bian immediately detected the changes in his stomach. His consciousness saw that an egg had suddenly appeared in his stomach at some point in time. This egg seemed to be connected to his internal organs. It seemed to be connected to every key part of his body. It was sucking in the energy from all directions to nourish the egg. Why is there an egg in my body? No, the shape of this egg is the same as the one in the painting just now. The painting just now? What kind of egg is this? Great King Bian carefully probed the egg with his consciousness again. Finally, his consciousness saw the inside of the egg. As he looked, Great King Bian seemed to be dumbfounded. How can this be? How can this be? What is this? Great King Bian cried out in horror. My consciousness saw that egg. This egg. No, how is this possible? The 100,000 Xiozha fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs in horror. Each of them used their consciousness to probe their bodies. They saw an egg, a terrifying thing. That's not an egg. I drew embryo. The origin of life. Chang Sheng said softly. There's a fetus in the egg? I'm pregnant, but I'm a man. At the ice mountain where Gu Hai was, the 100,000 Xiozha suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were dull. Gu Hai and Fairy Wan who were left alone in the ice mountain, were confused. These people, why are they all down? Are their stomachs getting bigger and bigger? Fairy Wan was confused. I don't know either. Their expressions seemed to be very frightened. Gu Hai was stunned. Silence. 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 10 breaths later. No. No help. I don't want to be pregnant. I don't want to have a child. Sec Master, sob. I haven't married yet. What if I'm pregnant? Master, sob. I complain that my wife can't have child. Please don't let me have one myself. Master, what should I do? Father, you're going to have a grandson. I'm going to have a brother too. I don't want to. In front of the ice mountain, there was a sudden burst of wailing and howling. The 100,000 Xiozha all screamed in despair. This wasn't just physical damage, it was mental torture. Pregnant? F*CKU pregnant? That painting. Where's that painting? The pregnant Shioja suddenly said anxiously. She turned her head to look at the painting. The vitality of the painting had completely disappeared. The egg in the painting was also gone. What a sin. Whoever looks at it will get pregnant, Ziwei said in despair. 100,000 people pregnant together. How spectacular! Changsheng said excitedly. Are you stupid? You made them pregnant. Won't they kill you? Ziwei stared at Changsheng. Pregnancy is a good thing, Changsheng said firmly. Ziwei lowered her head and did not dare to speak. However, her body was tied up. She could only move little by little, trying to escape. Master, my stomach is getting bigger and bigger. What kind of embryo is this? It's connected to my dantian and 5 orifices. Once the embryo is destroyed, my dantian and 5 orifices will also be destroyed. Then what should we do? Are we really going to give birth? The surrounding male Shioja all showed a horrified expression. Slap, slap, slap. In front of the ice mountain, a group of pregnant Shioja kept slapping their mouths. They hoped that this was a dream. On the other side, Xian flew in Qin Zibai's direction with his belly that was getting bigger and bigger. Lord Qin, Mr. Dongfang, help, help. Xian flew near and immediately fell with his big belly. Okay. Qin Zibai caught the falling Xian. Xian, who made you pregnant? Qin Zibai's expression changed. Quick, save me. There's something in my stomach. Quick, quick, Mr. Dongfang. Xian said anxiously. Lie down, Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Xian immediately lay down. Mr. Dongfang put his hand on Xian's right hand to feel the pulse. He closed his eyes and frowned. Xian, your stomach is getting bigger and bigger. Can't you feel it? Ah, it's growing again. Qin Zibai's expression changed. Those 4 things are sucking all the energy in my body. All the energy in my body is being sucked away. What's wrong with me? Mr. Dongfang. Xian looked at Mr. Dongfang anxiously. Mr. Dongfang felt the pulse for a while and suddenly opened his eyes. Mr. Dongfang, what's wrong with Xian? Qin Zibai asked in surprise. Mr. Dongfang, what's in my stomach? Xian asked in horror. After a moment of silence, Mr. Dongfang had a strange expression on his face. Tell me, what's in my stomach? Tell me. Xian roared impatiently. Mr. Dongfang held back for a while and finally spat out 3 words. Quadruplets. Qin Zibai was stunned and didn't understand for a while. What? Say it again. Xian's face stiffened. Although he had guessed it on the way here, when he heard it from someone else, Xian still couldn't accept it. You're pregnant, quadruplets, Mr. Dongfang said in confusion again. Qin Zibai's head turned, but he still couldn't understand. What the hell? Pregnant? Quadruplets? What quadruplets? Xian was pregnant? The 3 of them suddenly fell silent. It was as if they were digesting this strange fact together. After a while, Qin Zibai finally understood. He opened his mouth and looked at Xian in shock. You're pregnant? And quadruplets? No, I don't want to be pregnant. Mr. Dongfang, save me, I don't want to know. Xian screamed in despair. He used to be the emperor of the world, and he was a man. How could he say that he was pregnant? What would his former subjects think? What would they think? Oh, there was a reason why the emperor submitted to day 1. It was because the emperor went home to give birth to a child. That picture was too beautiful. Xian was dumbfounded as he thought about it. Chapter 353. On the Ice Mountain Square. Ouch. My stomach is bigger again. I don't want to have a child. I'm a man. On the square, there were countless cries and screams. The 100,000 cultivators all fell down, holding their stomachs, showing despair, grief, and indignation. Even King Bin was sweating profusely. This was the first time he was having a child. He didn't know where to start. There was a little thing in his stomach. Good luck, this is great karma, Lanky Chongsheng said excitedly. Fat Ziwei, who was tied up and trying to move out, stared at Lanky Chongsheng. Are you crazy? Great karma? It's good enough that they don't kill us. I've been harmed by you all these years. All my strength was sucked away by your painting. Fortunately, I can refine those embryos into fatty meat. Are you willing to give birth to a child like you? I'm willing, but I'm immune to my painting. I can't give birth myself. You don't know how envious I am, Changsheng said agitatedly. Ziwei's face froze for a while. Huh. After that, Ziwei continued to move into the distance. After a while, this group of people reacted. They were dead meat. Fortunately, everyone was experimenting with methods to deal with the embryos in their stomachs and didn't have time to care about them. However, no matter how they tried, it was useless. They couldn't solve it. Despair spread, and the cries continued. More importantly, in other places in Dragon Vein City, the cultivators who hadn't come before finally heard the cries in the distance and approached. These people's cultivation were not high enough. They were all ordinary disciples of various sects and families. In Dragon Vein City, they only did logistics. At this moment, when they heard the cries, they immediately walked over. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Sect Master, what's wrong with you? Why is your stomach so big? Patriarch, why is your stomach so big? How are we going to explain this to Mistress when we go back? There were cries of surprise all around. The logistics disciples of all the factions widened their eyes. Ah, my stomach is so bloated that it hurts. It's so uncomfortable. I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth too. I'm a man. How am I going to give birth? 100,000 Shioja held their stomachs in pain. The embryo was growing extremely quickly. It was going to be born soon. Most importantly, how was she going to give birth? Most of the people here were men. It was fine for a man to carry a baby, but if you asked him to give birth, it would be like boiling dumplings in a teapot. The mouth of the teapot was too small, so it couldn't be poured out. The biological structure didn't allow it. Who's the midwife? Who is the midwife? A pregnant family head roared in pain. A middle-aged woman said bitterly, I can, but I don't know how to deliver a baby for a man. Ouch! Countless Shioja clutched their stomachs in despair. Inside the iceberg, Guhai and Fairy Wanner had their eyes wide open. It was obvious that this was the first time he had seen such a scene. She's pregnant? Fairy Wanner asked in astonishment. Guhai, on the other hand, was staring at Ziwei and longevity in the distance. Was it these two people? Could the disaster that Wanyu was talking about be them? What do we do now? Fairy Wanner asked anxiously. I'll do it. Guhai took a deep breath and said, Guhai reached out his hand and sucked. Buzz! Suddenly, the surrounding cold air rushed into Guhai's body. The huge iceberg melted crazily. Waves of cold air were sucked into the water deity palace by Guhai and merged with his water elemental energy, becoming a part of it. This is the immortal divine water, the ice of faith. It's not ordinary ice, Fairy Wanner exclaimed. I know. What a coincidence. I also cultivate the water deity palace. Guhai smiled. You could escape earlier? Why? Fairy Wanner was surprised. I can absorb the ice, but I can't deal with everyone here. Guhai smiled. You're hiding your strength? Fairy Wanner's eyelids suddenly twitched. Boom! Suddenly, all the cold air in the iceberg was absorbed by Guhai. Guhai and Fairy Wan were suddenly free. However, Fairy Wanner's Qin figurine was greatly damaged. After Guhai absorbed the cold air in the iceberg, the mountain behind him shook violently. The surrounding cultivators on the ground suddenly changed their expressions. What? Guhai is fine? He was faking just now? It's over, this is bad. The 100,000 cultivators with big bellies suddenly changed their expressions wildly. One had to know that all of them were forcing Guhai to do something. They even swore many times that they would kill Guhai. Now, all of them had lost their ability to move and were lying on the ground. But Guhai was unscathed? Even the nearby Great King, Bai En's expression changed. At this moment, there was a fetus in his stomach, and it was about to be born. This was his weakest moment, so weak that he couldn't move at all. Previously, he had repeatedly forced Guhai, and now Guhai wanted to take revenge on him. What should he do? Sure enough, Guhai looked at everyone around and revealed a slight smile. Stop Guhai, stop Guhai! A family head suddenly exclaimed. Around, a group of logistics disciples immediately rushed to Guhai. With a flip of his hand, Guhai took out a marionette pole. Huff! He shook it violently. Family head, I can't move. Sect head, help. A group of logistics disciples screamed as they were controlled by Gu Hai's marionette pole. Hiss! Gu Hai, what are you doing? If you dare to touch me, my children will not let you go. Gu Hai, are you going to be an enemy of my entire sect? Countless cultivators looked at Gu Hai with horror. Every dog has its day. Previously, it was everyone who forced Gu Hai, and everyone controlled Gu Hai's life and death. Now, it was the other way around. Gu Hai controlled everyone's life and death. Even the king Bai and of Central Celestial Palace was no match for Gu Hai now, right? Finished? Finished? Gu Hai slowly walked to Ziwei and Chang Sheng. You, what do you want to do? Ziwei stared and exclaimed. Don't come over. I'm very powerful. Chang Sheng also exclaimed. Gu Hai immediately took out a long bronze blade. The blade of the long blade glowed with a trace of cold light. Don't kill me, master. I will kneel to you. Ziwei suddenly cried. Me too. I'll recognize you as my godfather. Don't kill me. Chang Sheng also exclaimed in horror. Yes, yes, godfather. You can do whatever you want, really. Ziwei also immediately promised. Gu Hai's face darkened. What kind of person do you think I am? Xing. The long blade suddenly slashed at the two of them. Ah! The two of them suddenly screamed. Gu Hai had already kept his blade. He had removed the bindings on the two of them with a single slash. Ah! The two of them screamed for a while and found that they were fine. They immediately got up in shock. I'm fine, this is great, my handsome face. Ziwei immediately touched his face and said in ecstasy. Gu Hai looked at his oily, bloated face and was speechless for a while. You're not going to kill me? Chang Sheng also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Both of you, I am Gu Hai of the Han Dynasty. It is fate that we meet. Thank you for your painting earlier, which saved me from danger. Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah, painting? Ziwei was slightly stunned. Painting? My painting? Ha, Ziwei, I told you I will meet a soulmate. This is a soulmate. Someone will thank me. You bunch of vulgar people don't know how to appreciate. Chang Sheng suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Gu Hai's hand, as if he had met a soulmate. Gu Hai withdrew his hand in shock. Gu Hai, Mr. Good, thank you for appreciating my painting. If you like it, I will specially draw one for you, no? 10 of them. I will let you appreciate them properly. Chang Sheng was so excited that he was incoherent. Appreciate them properly? Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the big belly that had fallen on the ground. Give me another painting? Gu Hai's face stiffened, and he forced a smile. Forget it, there is no need. Let's give it to those who need it more. They belong to them, and Mr. Good belongs to Mr. Good. One day, my paintings will be popular all over the world. Chang Sheng suddenly said with a face full of confidence. Gu Hai forced a smile. Yes, it will be popular all over the world. One day, it will be popular all over the world. Today, it was popular enough. Both of you, do you know what is under this underground palace? Gu Hai looked at the underground palace. This underground palace. Oh no, the underground palace is broken. Then the seal. Ziwei's face suddenly changed. Mr. Good, let's go. Let's get out of here quickly. I will go first. Chang Sheng also had a look of horror on his face. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. There was danger under the underground palace? The great evil, that long one you said? It hadn't started yet? Ziwei and Chang Sheng panicked and wanted to run out of the city. Both of you go first. Gu Hai shook his head and said, Quick, let's go, Mr. Good. See you next time. See you next time, Mr. Good. Ziwei and Chang Sheng turned around and ran in the direction of the city gate in the distance with a great sense of horror. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Fairy Wan. Fairy Wan, please leave the city immediately. It is very dangerous here. Go quickly, Gu Hai said in a low voice. You're not leaving? Fairy Wan frowned and said, I will leave after I settle some things. You go first, don't wait for me. Gu Hai shook his head. Who is waiting for you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Fairy Wan snorted coldly, took the Gu Qin figurine, and flew into the distance. Phew! In the blink of an eye, Fairy Wan, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng all left. Outside the underground palace, Gu Hai alone was enough to suppress everyone. The surrounding cultivators looked at Gu Hai in horror. Gu Hai did not leave. Did he want to take revenge? I'm about to give birth, but I cannot. What should I do if he wants to kill me? All of them looked at Gu Hai in horror. However, Gu Hai slowly walked towards Great King Ho, and Gu Hai is going to take revenge on Great King Hoenn? That makes sense. Previously, Great King Hoenn kept pressuring Gu Hai. Is he going to be the first to kill Great King Hoenn? At first, everyone rejoiced. However, disaster would soon befall them. Sooner or later, they would die at Gu Hai's hands. It's over. Great King Hoenn held its belly, sweating profusely as it watched Gu Hai walk over. Ha! Ha! You want to kill me? Great King Hoenn said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 354. King Tao clutched his big belly and looked at Gu Hai with sweat all over his forehead as he walked over step by step. Hey, you want to kill me? King Tao said indignantly. King Tao had never known that the most painful time was not when his bones were broken or when his body was disabled. Instead, it was when he was about to give birth and was blocked. It was so painful. It was so painful that his entire body was drained of energy. Furthermore, this fetus was connected to his nascent souls. If he forcefully destroyed it, he would also be severely injured. He could only give birth, but he could not. The pain was so painful that his whole body was drenched in sweat. It was so painful that his whole body went limp. At that moment, the deadly Gu Hai appeared. Previously, he had pressured Gu Hai time and time again, and even threatened to rip off Gu Hai's head. Now Gu Hai was here for revenge. Could he still deal with him? Yuaning state. However, when he went to that valley back then, Gu Hai's saber force had definitely reached the lower celestial palace level. He was completely powerless and was completely at Gu Hai's mercy. I didn't expect that Itoen would actually die here. Ha ha ha. King Tao said bitterly. Gu Hai stopped when he got close to them. He slowly took out a small knife. King Tao, this is for you. Gu Hai handed over the small knife. What are you doing? King Tao stared at Gu Hai. I'm about to die, and you still want to humiliate me? You gave me a small knife and asked me to commit suicide? Back in the valley, I am indebted to King Tao and for saving me from danger. I, Gu Hai, am a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Today, I will repay the kindness of the past. Gu Hai said solemnly. Repay, not revenge. King Tao looked at Gu Hai in shock. Not revenge, Gu Hai said with a smile. Countless people around looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Why are you giving me a small knife? King Tao said in shock. There's a fetus in her abdomen, so she probably can't come out. I have a way here, and I hope it can help everyone. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. What method? Great King Bai's eyes lit up. Caesarean section, Gu Hai said solemnly. It's disemboweling, Gu Hai explained. King Bai's expression changed as he instantly understood what Gu Hai meant. Disembowel? In the past, when he was fighting, he was seriously injured to the point that his intestines were protruding out. This was a common occurrence. Even if his stomach was cut open, he wouldn't die. If the embryo couldn't come out, all he had to do was to cut open his stomach and dig it out. It was the habit of Xiozha to not think about it before. They all thought about how to expel the embryo without harming their energy. They had never thought about using another kind of harm to exchange for one kind of harm. King Baiyan looked at Gu Hai in astonishment as a complicated look flashed across his eyes. She nodded and took the small knife from Gu Hai. Then, she slit her stomach. Relax your entire body. It's best to seal off the nerve pain in the abdomen. Gu Hai instructed. King Bai nodded. Then, he followed Gu Hai's method and performed a cesarean section. Although it was difficult to do this by himself, he couldn't let others do it. Cold sweat broke out on King Baiyan's head as he slit open his stomach bit by bit. Blood immediately flowed out. King Baiyan closed his eyes and reached into his bloody abdomen. All around, the 100,000 people with big stomachs in pain widened their eyes. Gurgle, gurgle, bang. King Baiyan groped around for a while before pulling. Immediately, a bloody embryo was pulled out. It's out! It's out! The countless cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed. Everyone, Gu Hai has been under your protection for the past few days. I hope that this cesarean section method can help everyone, Gu Hai said. Everyone stared at Gu Hai for a while. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Mr. Good, I'll never forget your kindness. Mr. Good, I'm sorry for offending you earlier. At this time, not only did Gu Hai not add insult to injury, but he even guided everyone out of the sea of suffering. In an instant, everyone's impression of Gu Hai changed. Sounds of gratitude could be heard endlessly. King Bian was the best example. After the embryo was taken out, it no longer absorbed the energy in his body. King Bian swallowed a large number of pills, wiped his hand, and gently sealed the wound. He looked at the embryo in his palm with sweat all over his forehead. This was his fetus? It doesn't have 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. It's a stillborn? King Bian frowned. In that case, I'll take my leave too. Gu Hai glanced at the west and said in a deep voice. Qin Zibai was delayed for some reason. Why did he not come? He had to leave immediately. After bidding farewell, Gu Hai turned around and left quickly. King Bian watched Gu Hai leave with a complicated expression. For a moment, he almost thought that Gu Hai would kill him. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would return good for evil? Seeing Gu Hai leave, an apologetic look flashed across King Bian's eyes. Quick, quick, give me a cesarean section. I want one too. Quick, aren't you the midwife? Take the fetus out for me. Oh, it's out, it's out. It's a stillborn. It's finally fine. The scene of 100,000 people performing a cesarean section together was spectacular. After the fetus was taken out, the pain immediately disappeared. It was like heaven on the other side of hell. The cultivator who had threatened Gu Hai earlier was immediately apologetic. He wanted to thank Gu Hai, but Gu Hai had already left. King Bian reached out and burned the stillborn. He struggled to stand up and looked at the underground palace not far away. He waved his hand. Boom! A large amount of soil was immediately lifted. The entire underground palace was revealed. What had been dug out earlier was only a small part. This underground palace was 10 times larger. Below the underground palace, red light continued to emerge, as if there was an evil force that was about to rush out. However, there were a large number of black runes around it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It seemed that the underground palace had been destroyed. Traces of black runes were quickly melting, and the red light under the underground palace became brighter and brighter. There's something under the underground palace. This red light? Is it the fire of drought? King Bian raised his eyebrows. Qin Zibai did not appear. That was because Qin Zibai and Mr. Dongfang were studying Shi Yan's stomach together. When Mr. Dongfang said that Shi Yan was pregnant with quadruplets, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. Mr. Dongfang, save me, save me. Shi Yan cried out in horror. Mr. Dongfang narrowed his eyes. There are 4 vital forces in your body that are forcibly extracting your strength. There are 2 ways to solve it. Oh, first, cut open your stomach and dig out the 4 embryos. This will greatly damage your vitality. Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. What about the second way? Second, use the death aura to suppress the vital forces and force the power in the 4 embryos back to their original place. Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Of course it's the second way. How do I use the death aura to suppress the vital forces? Shi Yan's face suddenly lit up. I have a lifespan array that can help you absorb the death aura, but you need to kill people. What do you mean? When you kill people, the death aura will be produced. You need to collect that death aura. Those who die unjustly in extreme fear have the strongest death aura. Mr. Dongfang explained. Then kill them, as long as they can help me recover. Shi Yan immediately shouted. Those who die unjustly can only be your subordinates. You want to kill them? Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Shi Yan was slightly stunned. Not long ago, more than 2,000 vampires were killed by Gu Hai outside the array. However, there was still a group of his subordinates in Longming City. Kill them? If they died in his hands, it would indeed be the most unjust thing. Who would have thought that they would be betrayed by the master they followed? You choose, Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Let them die. Shi Yan gritted his teeth and said, as long as he was fine, he could recruit more subordinates. Okay, you choose. Ha ha ha. Mr. Dongfang sneered. All right, where are the others? Qin Zibai suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise. They all fell into the trap. All fell into the trap. Xian said bitterly. All fell into the trap? Oh no. Mr. Dongfang's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? They want to run. They want to escape. How can they stay in the city after being humiliated like this? Mr. Dongfang's face darkened. Mr. Dongfang, what do you think we should do? Qin Zibai's face darkened. Quick, close the 4 city gates and completely seal the array. No one can go out. Mr. Dongfang's face darkened. But didn't you say that we don't have enough people? Qin Zibai frowned. Not enough people? No, it's enough. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. What? Don't you still have 100,000 soldiers stationed in Dragon Vein City? Even if it's not enough, we can try slowly. Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. What? The people I brought are all my subordinates, the elites of my army. You want to scheme against them? Qin Zibai glared at him. Close the 4 city gates first. Completely seal the array. This is Shiyu the Great's order. Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Qin Zibai stared at Mr. Dongfang. He was unwilling. Qin Zibai, I asked you to help the Blood Dragon Longevity Array and let you be in charge of opening and closing the array, but it doesn't mean that I can't do it myself. Mr. Dongfang snorted coldly. He waved his hand. Boom! The 4 gates closed with a bang. Then, waves of blood-colored energy immediately surrounded the city. The Blood Dragon Longevity Array was fully activated, and waves of blood-colored smoke slowly spread out. What? What's wrong? Array? What array is this? The 4 city gates are closed. Who? The cultivators who had just had a cesarean section all changed their expressions. Even King Baiyan, who was looking at the ruins in the underground palace, suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked to the west. Guhai naturally wanted to leave Dragon Vein City immediately. He rushed to a city gate with all his strength. He was about to go out. Bang! The gate closed with a bang. What? Guhai's expression changed. He quickly went forward. The long knife in his hand slashed at the gate. Sunday day 2. Boom! The knife slashed, and a strong rebound force instantly knocked Guhai back. Bang! Guhai landed on the ground and looked at the gate in the distance in shock. The gate didn't move at all. He couldn't go out? Guhai's face darkened. Huff! Suddenly, a black-robed man appeared behind Guhai. Your Majesty, the black-robed man said respectfully. Julu, you didn't go out just now? Guhai asked curiously. I was chasing after Xian. Unfortunately, he had many powerful cultivators, and I couldn't get close to him, Zhu Lu said with shame. Oh, Your Majesty, the city gates are closed. It seems like there is a large array enveloping them. Let me try. Zhu Lu suddenly turned into a giant stone man and brazenly slammed into the gate. Boom! A loud bang sounded, but the city gates still didn't move. What? Impossible. Why is there no movement at all? Zhu Lu said in shock. Forget it. We can't go out for now. Xian? Let's go. Bring me to Xian. Guhai said in a deep voice.